Madness. Madness. I am madness. I am the kill switch. Zombies scream, thunder cracks the pitch. Ending the matrix, shadows fall in line. The Raven King rises, fate is mine. Thunderous, relentless, darkness falls. Team evil crushed as the raven calls. Doom for demons, judgment is near. Crimes and iron pounding in your ear. Madness. Masses weep in the storm's embrace. Hellfire flickers on every face. I am the ending, I am the night. Crushing the wicked with purest might. The kill switch thrown, the matrix undone. Evil defeated, victory won. I am madness. I am the kill switch. I'll end this matrix. I'll end this matrix. Steel and the demons forever. Fire and venom seal them in darkness. Watch it all fall. My ravens call to me. I am madness. I am the kill switch. I am the kill switch. I am the kill switch. Viking magic. Viking magic. Sever their heads. Sever their heads. The walking dead. Zombies curse their memories. Forever. See Reel in the demons, seal them in. All hail the Raven King. Long live his kingdom. Long live his kingdom. The Raven King. The Raven King.
Hello, this is Tina. Welcome to my channel. I would like to talk tonight about this earth plane and exactly what is happening here regarding good and evil. Because, I mean, the more I look at it, the more I'm convinced that Earth is a training ground for evil. I mean, it's very easy to see for yourself, if you have any doubts, that evil has upper hand in here, and I mean, you can look at every level, every direction, what is going on, and this is the final, like almost statement that the good doesn't have the power to basically run this show, but evil does. Yeah, it's kind of bothersome because many people try to almost like deny it for simple reason, because they don't understand. They think if you deny evil, if you deny the existence of evil, things gonna get better, that suddenly somehow everything's gonna improve, that and I do agree in some aspect of it, because that gives you almost like this sense of positivity, that you are basically creating this new vibes of something uplifting. However, you cannot deny that evil exists, no matter how positive you are, no matter how uplifted you are within your soul in here. You will still experience evil in your directly or indirectly within this physical life. So how do I see it that this is a training ground for evil, and what does it really think? Well, what does it really is really? Well, evil is something that is obviously given that power and the ability to run this place. If you look around, I mean, let's start from that top. Who is here in charge? Politician and representative of religious organizations. Obviously, they play first fiddle when it comes to running this system, and they have the upper like influence on everybody here, because they created system, basically not as much a created system as they are supporting the system that has been placed together in here to do certain basically oppressions, because this system is about oppressing everybody, yeah. And the oppression in here, it's evil, yes, that's what I'm saying. There's under that word oppression, there is nothing good about it. The oppression comes in many shades, and basically when you look at this structure of this society, there's somehow like someone always above you. No matter who you are, no matter how high you stand in here, you have somebody above you, like almost supervising and dictating how you're supposed to be thinking and seeing this place and behaving, and what you should believe in it, or what shouldn't you believe in. So that is under that word oppression, because that eliminates the freedom of free will and freedom of choice. Although the system gives you plenty of like different examples that, oh no, you know, you got plenty of freedom, you are free to choose, free to do as you want. Well, there are limitations. Of course, there are big limitations to what you can do in here. For one thing, nobody is able to change the system that oppresses everyone. So that oppression stays, if you like it or not. The trick is to learn how to survive under this oppression, but how can you do it when basically you witness this evil around you? Okay, evil has many forms in here. It comes between the structure of the system, like there's like different organizations like religion, politicians, and then it comes like relationships between people, then the schooling system. There's lots of systems here, guys. There are lots of systems for some reason, and each system has their own agenda and their own way of basically influencing your thinking and your mind. So following the system is the sign that you basically are not aware how to exist outside of this following. Yes, we have to live within this system, because without the structure, there wouldn't be order within this physical world. So we need some sort of order, some structure to exist. I don't see like anarchy could survive here very well. But we're talking about evil tonight, yeah. What is evil? Evil is anything and everything that suppresses your free will, that attacks you, that makes your life very difficult, and that makes your thinking almost reduced to following, because you don't know what else to do, because you are programmed that way, yes, since day one, that you have to listen to someone who calls himself expert, yeah. So you follow the system and you follow the experts, yeah. Why do I say that this is training ground for evil? Yes, for that reason, that evil, if you notice, guys, what happens here, evil is thriving in here. It's like, when did you see last time justice? And I'm calling real justice. I'm, you know, I have been here for 66 years now, and I still have to yet see justice in here. So, on the other hand, I've seen lots of evil committed and thriving after they created crime. They created certain things that oppresses others and obviously disables others' thinking, and yet it seems like those guys are getting away with all that, that nobody is putting them in their place, nobody is much doing anything about it. In fact, I lately notice, and I think you guys also see it, that evil is encouraged here to create more evil even. Yeah. And the way the system has been going, almost like in a suffocating way, that it cannot be undone what has been put in place between the system. That's the scary thing that I see recently. So yeah, I mean, not seeing anything done about it means that anything can happen, and yet nobody is paying for any consequences for what is happening.
I've tried and tried to explain myself, but it's absolutely true. There's no leading the unwilling, and the unwilling just will not. They won't. Here's one I recognize from the chat. Oh, I think I know. Stripe? Are you there?
Hello, hello. Hey,
Yeah.
Jackie boy, what's up? You got a weak moderator that just timed me out just for saying hello. It's very
Yeah,
strange.
it's all right.
I think she takes after you. She's
It's
kind of
okay.
weak, moody,
You
and
think you
grumpy,
think and say a
cranky.
lot of things. I know. I know.
I
You
say a
got
lot of
so
truth.
many,
You don't like it.
you've got so many words to say, Stevie boy. I know.
Jackie boy, you're so cranky. You're so judgmental. You got to be in a better.
Praise God, indeed. Do you realize that unfortunately this is a real specimen of today's humanity? Hey, that reminds me, this might be the perfect time. Actually, stick around, brother. Let's make sure and we do a little promotion.
Look at him.
Stripe? Are you there?
Hello, hello. Hey,
Yeah.
Jackie boy, what's up? You got a weak moderator that just timed me out just for saying hello. It's very
Yeah,
strange.
it's all
I
right.
think she takes after you. She's
It's
kind of
okay.
weak, moody,
You
and
think
grumpy,
you think and say a
cranky.
lot of things. I know. I know.
I
You
say a
got so
lot of truth.
many,
You don't like it.
you've got so many words to say, Stevie boy. I know.
Jackie boy, you're so cranky. You're so judgmental. You got to be in a better.
Praise God, indeed. Do you realize that unfortunately this is a real specimen of today's humanity? Hey, that reminds me, this might be the perfect time. Actually,
Wah, 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 boo hoo hoo, boo hoo 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 hoo. It's all about me. Give me all the attention. Boo hoo 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 hoo.
Yeah, like deer-like animals. But this is like a horse with two horns. It's strange.
Old granny boy, old granny boy, old granny boy, old granny boy.
The gazelle. A deer. What's this? Somewhat. Yeah, that must be a camel, right? Cheval camilk. Cheval camilk. Yeah. It's your regular deer. Another buck. As you can see here, he's quoting Plinius. Plinius the Old. This is a chapter about the buffalo, right? About the bubalus. Bubale.
Fucking psychopaths. You're all a bunch of fucking bizarre weirdos to me. I don't understand you. I'll never understand you. I think you are disgusting filth of this whole dimension. I think that you guys are the most disgusting filth, lowest level. I'm talking below the rot of feces. You guys are disgusting. Aww. You demonic weirdos like whoever. Whatever character needs to be played in the shit show of reality, whether it's Bill Gates or Anthony Fauci or whatever. You are all psychotic fucking weirdos. Every one of you. Fucking psychopaths. You're all
well. I intend only the best and for the highest good of all in everything that I do. And I know I will make mistakes, such as life, right? And some people will always see you as the mistake. They will always view you as the problem, no matter what you do. Even if you try to be as kind, loving, compassionate, hold space, respect, all the rest, there's just some people that will never see that within you. And it's probably because they don't see that within themselves. All the good qualities that you see in others, I can guarantee you probably possess those as well. There's one person in the chat. I'm going to turn the camera off. Crazy, I'm even showing myself, right? Because everything pretty much I do gets recorded. I get mocked and ridiculed for how I look, how I sound, everything. I mean, it's so strange to me. Oh, hey, Gravestone, it's good to see you. That's you there. It's just so interesting to me how people want to go on and on, how they don't like this person and they don't like that person, they don't like how this person speaks or this person looks or how they sound or everything you can imagine about a person that, you know, could tear them down. And it's just so unfortunate. And I don't want to be that type of person. Sorry, I'm stretching. But I do want to definitely warn people out there about the shady characters. You know, it's not even my job to do this. And I realized that trying to stick up for people, trying to do what I thought was all the right things, I mean, stick up simply even for myself, because so few are really there for you. And it's interesting that some of the people that in the past, you know, nothing against them or anything like that. Like, I have no idea what's going on with them specifically. I'm thinking of one in general, like one in particular. But there's been others, like just taking down videos that were warning people about some of these really dangerous people out here, and they just took it down. And, you know, I guess maybe they didn't want to be involved anymore with any of this nonsense. I completely understand it, and that's the thing I'm trying to warn you guys about. The more you speak on these matters or you try to confront the narcissist, they will go harder and harder upon you, and that is the problem. Because there does need to be somebody that sticks up for other people. there does need to be somebody that can show and has shown example of offering friendship, true kindness, and holding space for those who are going through all of this kind of madness. Like, I don't know, Gravestone, if you've ever been involved in a smear campaign by a narcissist, or you've ever been triangulated, or, you know, had to deal with all their bullshit games that they play. But it is truly one of the most heartbreaking things, and I just want people to be wary. You know, people say, well, if you're going to talk out against these things, like, do it anonymously. Well, we don't know, okay, who any of these anonymous accounts are, and that goes for anyone online. But you feel the energy behind certain people, and you're like, well, there's something, you know, maybe that's just me because maybe I am too trusting, but I'll just say, you know, I came across more information and I feel a deeper understanding on some things, and I had a lot of... Well, I intend only the best and for the highest good of all in everything that I do. I know I will make mistakes, such as life, right? And some people will always see you as the mistake. They will always view you as the problem.
Hello everyone. This is the Raven King. I can do anything. There's a crybaby on YouTube, and he claims that I'm 40 years old. I'm 88. 88. You got that? A magical number, a master number. Learn something about reality and magic. Anyway, just a second.
Boo-hoo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo.
There's a crybaby clown here. He's been crying about me, even on his live stream. Crying and crying. I said a couple things to him. He banned me right away. He's a crybaby. What's wrong with you? Grow up. He's been leaving comments on my channel, on my short videos. I haven't banned him. He's a loser. He left this little comment. Today's word of the day, hyperbole. You learn. Right. Hello, everyone. It's my monthly visit with you. Have you bought my recent book? I used to be a professional comedian. Everybody thought I was so funny. I'm not a weirdo. I'm not a snake.
Hiss. Hiss.
There are people that are saying things about me that can't possibly be true, everyone. I'm not going to release my book until I get $5,000. Immediately donate it to my PayPal. Hello, everyone. Become the blueberry, and you'll have the greatest harvest ever. I don't have snake eyes. That's just a rumor. Everyone, send me money.
Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Snake-eyed demons. Snake-eyed demons. You sneaky snake little bitches. Devil eyes, devil minds. Liars, liars, dance in the fire. Snake-eyed demons dance in the fire. I see what you are, no matter if you are near or far. I see what you are. Creepy creatures, filthy creatures, hell realm, matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass. Snake-eyed demons, this is your home. Hell realm, this is your tomb. Hell realm. snake-eyed demons. Filthy matrix losers. Stay here. Burn in the fire. Shut the fuck up and burn. Burn. Cockroaches, piss ants, demons. Burn. Burn. Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Snake-eyed demons. Snake-eyed demons. You sneaky snake little bitches. Devil eyes. Devil minds. Liars, liars. Dance in the fire. Snake-eyed demons. Dance in the fire. I see what you are. No matter if you are near or far, I see what you are. Creepy creatures. Filthy creatures. Hell realm, matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass. Snake-eyed demons. This is your home. Hell realm. This is your tomb. Hell realm. Snake-eyed demons. Filthy matrix losers. Stay here. Burn in the fire. Shut the fuck up and burn. Burn. Cockroaches, piss ants, demons. Burn. Burn. They're all the same. They're all the same. Sane and tame, controlled. Zombies. They're all the same. All the same. They hate and fear difference. They envy and copy. They can't be their own beings. They're all the same. Zombie clones. Slaves. Slaves. All the same. They're all the same. 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 Slaves. Zombie slaves. Zombie slaves.
Again. Let me read the chat really quick. What did you do today? Anything fun? Oh, well, thank you for asking.
ولبئس ما شروا به أنفسهم لو كانوا يعلمون واتبعوا ما تتلو الشياطين على ملك سليمان وما كفر سليمان ولكن الشياطين كفروا يعلمون الناس السحر وما أنزل على الملكين ببابل هاروت وماروت ويتعلمون ما يضرهم ولا ينفعهم ولقد علموا لمن اشتراه ما له في الآخرة من خلاق ولبئس ما شروا به أنفسهم لو كانوا يعلمون واتبعوا ما تتلو الشياطين على ملك سليمان وما كفر سليمان ولكن الشياطين كفروا يعلمون الناس السحر وما أنزل على الملكين ببابل هاروت وماروت وما يعلمان من أحد حتى يقولا إنما نحن فتنة فلا تكفر فيتعلمون منهما ما يفرقون به بين المرء وزوجه وما هم بضارين به من أحد إلا بإذن الله ويتعلمون ما يضرهم ولا ينفعهم ولقد علموا لمن اشتراه ما له في الآخرة
Hey there, Battle. How you doing?
ولبئس ما شروا به
Hello, Black Hole. I don't know if you're still in here.
لو كانوا
Hello to anyone in the chat.
This might be niche, but where are all my plant people even at? Because I'm not explaining Rurok to people that don't get it.
Darn ads. But it was about plants. Maybe that's a sign for someone. Maybe you should start planting seeds. Maybe that's a sign for someone. Maybe you should start planting seeds. Taking care of plants.
وما كفر سليمان ولكن الشياطين كفروا
Yes, you did, Battle. You said you would. I appreciate that. I appreciate anyone coming to my lives. I mean, it's nice not to feel alone in a very lonely world, right? A lot of people deal with a lot of tragedy, trauma, anhedonia. I can't even imagine how horrifying that would be to truly deal with, and I am sorry that you have to deal with that, Battle. I just wanted some protection music playing, but I am stepping outside for a bit, taking my dog out. I just took him for another bath, and he looks glorious. You can see him. Oh, there's me. My hair is all messy. Flip the camera. Here he is. His coat looks amazing. I was just laughing to myself earlier. I was actually laughing about all of this nonsense that I've dealt with online and just questioning, why would a person who's really... Flip the camera. Here he is. My hair is all messy. And he looks glorious. You can see him. Oh, there's me. My hair is all messy. Flip the camera. Here he is. And just questioning, why would a person who's really awakened, really aware, and wouldn't put up with this nonsense, what would they do? You know, they would just ignore it because it's not actually, especially if it's not going to be resolved. You know, you try to say kind words and, you know, wish them well, but if nothing can be resolved, no peace can come from the conflict, then people still choose to do silly things. Games, win stupid prizes. It's a real thing, you know? It really does matter. You can see me again. My hair's so crazy right now. I try to, like, you know, show myself when my hair is my craziest, at my craziest, because I think it's funny when people want to do screenshots of me all the time and then make a mockery of how I look. But truly, you're only putting yourself, you're only hurting yourself, you know, to mock and ridicule others. And I personally, I do not like seeing people being ridiculed and harassed for things that are completely out of their control. Like, your sex is completely out of your control. You know, one could say your gender identity or whatever, your color of the skin, where you were born, what you look like, all of these things. I mean, how much do we know? For sure, we don't know if we chose that at all. And if we didn't, I mean, if you believe in reincarnation, they, you know, would say you've probably been a bit of everything at one point, right? We've all been everything at one point. And so I find it really hard to think that anybody is spiritually awakened or has any spiritual merit or reason to teach when they lack complete and utter empathy on very many levels. On all levels, truly. I feel like these people only show empathy or care if it benefits them or it paints them in some kind of way. And all I can do, I mean, when it came to anybody mocking me or anything like that lately, I've been actually laughing more than I ever have in such a long time because my heart is in so much peace and bliss. And I've been praying every day and just connecting to Allah and knowing that none of this, you know, all this nonsense doesn't even really matter. I know it hurts sometimes to see people so lost and hurting themselves, trying to hurt others. Oh, couldn't really tell, but it looked like a one headlight. I almost forgot about that until, you know, I start walking and I probably didn't catch that. It probably didn't even look like a one headlight, but okay, I'm not going to even go down that rabbit hole. Some people just have a headlight out, you know, I don't know, but it is weird how much I see that all the time. Yeah, some new faces tonight in the stream, Battle said. I'm glad you're still here. You know, I read the chat, I see it, but
The mystery of what happened to 38-year-old British woman Elizabeth Jane Ross has now been revealed. The mystery of what happened to 38-year-old British woman Elizabeth Jane Ross has now been revealed, and her fate replicates a phenomenon we've seen time and time again. Elizabeth disappeared after telling her family she was visiting American friends in Greece. Authorities now believe this was a false story so as not to cause concern, and that Ross had actually gone to stay in an apartment in Athens, which was a base for NGO volunteers. She dedicated much of her adult life to doing NGO work to help Middle Eastern refugees and migrants, often travelling alone, and witnesses saw her talking to homeless migrants on the street shortly before her disappearance. The alarm was raised when Elizabeth went missing, but then family members became perplexed at strange text messages Ross then apparently began sending from her phone.
Has revealed he received haunting text messages from his daughter's phone, which read, "I need some quiet time. I want to be alone."
Her loved one said the messages were out of character and didn't match her typical conversation style, and that's because the messages, despite being sent from her phone, were not being sent by Elizabeth. They were being sent by her killer, to create the false impression that Elizabeth was still alive. Facebook posts on Elizabeth's account also apparently revealed her intention to travel to Turkey, but again, she wasn't responsible for the posts. The messages stopped, the phone was switched off, and then a homeless man made a grim discovery. A bad smell coming from a suitcase that was left in an abandoned building, a limb protruding from the suitcase. Police initially suspected the homeless man to be the culprit, but the investigation took a new turn when it emerged that large sums of money had been withdrawn from Elizabeth's bank account in the days after her disappearance. €12,000 in total, the daily maximum allowed limit every day. This allowed police to scour CCTV surveillance footage linking the man who made the withdrawals with the same man seen on camera leaving the apartment building carrying a large suitcase. His route ended at the abandoned complex where 2 days later Ross's body would be found. A few minutes after arriving at the scene, he appears to be leaving without the suitcase. Eyewitnesses also revealed they heard screams from the NGO apartment where Elizabeth was staying. The authorities now had their prime suspect. They tracked him down to a remote mountain village, and lo and behold, upon his arrest, the alleged killer was revealed to be a 26-year-old Afghan migrant. Someone who had visited the apartment regularly as a 26-year-old Afghan migrant. A 26-year-old Afghan migrant. Someone who had visited the apartment regularly as a cleaner with his partner, likely knew Elizabeth and was likely helped by her as part of her NGO work. The suspect initially denied being responsible, ludicrously claiming he'd just found the body in a suitcase. A story that quickly fell apart when police revealed his fingerprints were on both the original suitcase and a second suitcase he transferred her body to. The suspect's partner also gave phone location information to the police, showing the Afghan had been present at the NGO apartment at the same time Elizabeth was staying there. After police found weapons at his home, the Afghan eventually confessed to the killing. The cause of death, asphyxiation. The motive, aside from the money, the 26-year-old Afghan perpetrator allegedly claimed that he murdered the woman because he believed that the victim wanted to make his partner a Christian, and that she kept talking about her Christian beliefs. Yeah. Apparently that was enough for him to end Elizabeth's life and stuff her body in a suitcase. It's also being reported that Elizabeth had previously visited her killer and his partner's home in Keratsini. Police say her killer was likely someone who knew her, meaning she'd likely tried to help the Afghan in some way through her refugee volunteer work. The killer was linked to Ross through her volunteer work with refugees.
He is believed to have met the 38-year-old through her work helping refugees.
Yep. It happened again. Elizabeth had worked for the One Heart Charitable Foundation in Athens, which provides assistance to refugees in Greece, specifically by trying to help them integrate into society. One Heart also provides medical support to refugees, particularly those from Iran and Afghanistan. She devoted much of her adult life to traveling the world to make refugees feel welcome. She likely tried to help the Afghan man settle in Europe, despite him having a reputation for being violent violent towards women, tried to comfort and guide him by sharing her Christian beliefs, and he responded by doing the worst thing imaginable to her. A WhatsApp exchange reportedly involving one of the Greek police officers investigating the case shows someone asking him, "When will these women learn?" He responds, "Yes, this is true. I hope this will be a lesson." Sounds harsh, and of course the only person to blame is the monster responsible for this atrocious act. But it's kind of becoming a reoccurring pattern, isn't it? Only weeks ago, American woman Jamie Carney was found dead in her home in Ireland, another victim of suffocation. Carney had took part in left-wing pro-migrant demonstrations. Her killer, a Jordanian asylum seeker who shouldn't even have been in the country, who Carney likely met at those protests. Now we learn of another similarity between Ross and Carney. Before she was killed, Carney inherited a large amount of money from her father, which is likely why the illegal migrant had been demanding money from Carney in the days before her death. Western white liberal women with the best of intentions, embroiling themselves in altruistic pursuits to try to help dangerous men from Africa and the Middle East. And this is the thanks they get. Some might call it a microcosm of the self-destructive, unchecked empathy that's plagued the West in general.
London, the capital of Great Britain. The British Empire was at its peak in 1920 when they controlled a quarter of the land on Earth and 438 million people. Now this capital looks completely different. Over the last weekend, they had Ghana Party in the Park, which ended quickly because of stampedes. What once served as the largest ever recorded global empire of the world is now serving as a serious warning to all of Europe and the United States as to what can happen with open border policies. So this was London over the weekend. Oh my gosh. This makes it hard to breathe just watching this video. More scary scenes out of this Ghana Party in the Park event. There is no party that could be good enough to make up for what these people are enduring right now. People falling over at the front. There's a tiny entrance and people are crowded on the way in. Oh, this is terrifying. So people showed up with their flags to celebrate Ghana, and just look at this massive population in London. I mean, the amount of people that are there is just mind-blowing. So just based off of a quick Google search, it sounds like there's about 17,000 people from Ghana living in London alone, and people from African countries now make up about 13% of the population in London. So anyways, for this event, they had to shut it down because of severe overcrowding, which you guys saw, fans collapsing. I mean, they're also enduring a lot of heat. So this is the public safety notice that says
I don't suffer from any type of a existential crisis, but rather I suffer from what I refer to as existential dysphoria, which is a anxiety induced bewilderment and a level of perpetual mild fear that exists within me towards the fact of existence itself, and not just merely the fact that I am existing in the world. Its existence as a whole in this hell realm that I find to be the most troubling. Which is why, if I could hypothetically escape the reincarnation soul trap, wherever my soul would go, if I have any level of cognition, any level of remembrance towards my history with this place, the trauma that I have endured here would not bear comparison with the weight of my trepidation towards the fact that existence in the hell realm continues to exist without my participation. So I would never be able to be sane or normal in, quote, base reality outside of the reincarnation. So I would never be able to be sane or normal in, quote, base reality outside of the reincarnation sutra. Because if I know that the Matrix continues to function as a hell realm where you have trillions upon trillions of existing entities, whether animal or human, that continues to remain there while I am gone, I will not ever have any peace. You could take me to a quote unquote heavenly realm. I'm convinced that no such thing exists, but even if it did exist, if I knew that the hell realm continued to exist along with the existence that is held hostage there in that prison-like scenario, I would completely go mad. In fact, do you really think that this is the only Matrix simulated reality that exists? I mean, that's bad enough. That's way too much as it is. But I would venture to say that there's probably innumerable realms / realities where sentience exists alongside each other in other worlds or other simulations that we're not even aware of. That is just as bad as this place, if not far worse. And that's what I mean by existential dysphoria.
I just watched a video on how men fall in love, and it's honestly making me really, really sad. To sum it up, he was basically saying that most men are dogs because growing up their entire life, guys just don't hear the nice things that women do. Like, from my personal experience, I know I was always told how much people love me, how pretty I am, how I'm going places in life, I'm doing great things, I'm doing enough. People are proud of me. Like, I have grown up hearing those things. But the sad part is boys get the complete opposite. They don't usually get told how much someone loves them or how proud they are. It's usually just how they need to step up to the plate because their role is to be a provider. They're not doing enough. They need to do this. They need to do that. They need to have this by a certain age. And it instills a lot of insecurity in people really, really young.
Absolutely. A little girl has innate value. A little boy needs to prove his worth. We have built a cultural story around this, but the roots are, of course, biological. It has to do with eggs and sperm. Eggs are rare and finite and therefore precious, and women are valuable as a consequence, whereas sperm are produced in infinite qualities, which makes men less valuable. And because historically only 2 out of every 5 men reproduced compared to 4 out of 5 women, parents are rightfully terrified that their boy, their son, isn't going to grow up to be a winner. He's not going to get sexually selected.
Usually because they feel safe. They can be vulnerable. If you're someone that's sweet and nurturing and tells them the things that they need to hear, and you give them the love that they have been searching for their entire life, they latch onto you, they hold on to you, and they never want to let go, which is a great thing. If your man worships you, like the guy in the video said, you deserve it. Great job.
No, that's bullshit. Worship means idealization, and that's not good. Healthy relationships need to be grounded in reality. I would be very suspicious of any woman who wants to be worshipped or idealized.
But I really don't know who's real, and like some things to me just seem like bots. And if I see people without, you know, any picture, or, you know, there's nothing that really identifies them, I'm really gonna ignore them, because see, there's only one person in the chat, probably only one real person in the chat that's you, Battle, which is what seemingly continues to happen. But if it's nonsense, oh, now there's 0. But if it's nonsense, or it doesn't apply to anything that I'm saying, or people are not really listening and whatnot, like, I'm not gonna get too worried about it, because it honestly makes me lose my train of thought anyway. So, like it kind of did just now. But yeah, anybody that's so wrapped up, hold on, I gotta turn on my flashlight, but I don't know if I can do that while I'm live streaming. Oh, what the heck? Now I can't even, there we go. Oh, looks like I can't. Well, that's okay. Battle, you said, I can't believe Parash made 2 new songs about you lately. Yeah, I can't either, because I kind of really don't want to have anything to do with that person, and I thought I made that clear, that I said, you know, can you please just go away and do your own thing? And I even wish them to live their best life. You know, go live life to your fullest. I mean you no harm. I don't wish you any harm. Oh, sorry. Maybe I wasn't heard. Was I heard? The phone, I was picking something up. Said I had to turn the phone. I think I probably was still heard. Anyway, I just said I wish them well, and like, just leave me alone, considering all the things that I'm already going through. But then that's what brought me to what I was saying before, is that I was just laughing my ass off at all this stuff. You know, anything, like, people, please don't be worried about me, as far as if this stuff is taking me to like some kind of breaking point. No, not at all. I found such peace, and I especially would credit that to thanks to Islam, and thanks to the friend that I especially would credit that to thanks to Islam, and thanks to the friend that truly introduced me to all of that, to start everything off with the ball rolling. I've been thinking a lot, just a lot of different topics. I wasn't sure where this live was gonna go, but I was thinking about what I think isn't fully trusting in Allah, is not, what is not trusting is to go to psychics and mediums or whatever, or people who proclaim these things. And I was thinking about my past in regard to that, and I've been asking for forgiveness, and realizing how manipulative those people were, that they probably were working with jinn. Their energy really seemed like it. They might think that they're working with God, but I really see it now. Like, all the things that they said were so, I don't know. I almost wanted to overview her channel, but I actually really don't even want to bring attention to this woman or anything about her, or like, even if I overviewed her channel as some sort of learning tool for myself, and to say what I would say, sharing my thoughts and feelings to people, is to never go see these people. Don't pay for psychics. Don't pay for tarot readings. Like, even that, I'm so over with. I don't need that. I don't require that anymore, and I would never pay anyone to give me a reading ever again. I've done that maybe a handful of times, and some very cheap, very, very cheap. I just can't, no matter the price, it's not worth it. It's ridiculous to put your hands and faith in some stranger who really wants your money at the end of the day. Let me read the chat really quick. What did you do today? Anything fun? Oh, well, thank you for asking. That's really kind of you, Battle. And I was re-listening to my last stream, and I remember you saying something very sad going on in your life, and I'm sorry that I only responded with wow.
Videos of him walking. For the past 2 weeks, one man has become the center of a heated debate across Glens Falls social media. Photos and videos of him walking through the city dressed entirely in black have spread widely online. Some people accusing him of suspicious behavior, while others say those claims are completely unfounded. Our Sean Kavanaugh reports from Glens Falls now.
Good evening, Tom. Like you said, it's been all over Glens Falls Facebook for over 2 weeks. A man the community has deemed Man in Black because he wears all black clothing with black gloves as he walks around the city. Now, some in the community have called him a pedophile based on what he looks like and how his behavior is being perceived, while others defend him, saying he hasn't done anything wrong. For the last 2 weeks, people in Glens Falls community have been taking pictures and videos of a man wearing all black and gloves who carries around a small phone or tablet and works out at Crandall Park.
And people are like, they're scared of him or something because he's different.
His name is Gage Wright. Friends I spoke with say he has autism.
He's just working out and doing his routine. He goes to a certain store, and then he goes and does his workout, and then he goes where he lays his head.
Comments say he makes people feel uncomfortable when he holds up his phone or tablet, as they believe he is taking videos of kids. Parents are worried for their kids' safety. That worry has escalated to people taking up vigilantism by following him and assaulting him. The city of Glens Falls and the mayor's office condemning the attacks, saying, quote, "Vigilante action is not law and order, it's chaos, and it has no place in the city of Glens Falls." They ended by saying, if you see something, call the police. One guy I spoke to did not want to appear on camera out of fear of retaliation, but said as a father, Gage makes him uncomfortable. Him just walking around and staring while he works out on the outdoor gym that's placed right next to the kids' playground. But he says the situation should not have escalated to assault.
Is he actually taping kids? Where's the proof? He's not taping you kids.
Online discussion had many fearing the safety of their kids at first.
Originally, I almost was siding with everyone because I had seen the videos of Gage and all the accusations, and as a mother, took them very seriously.
But have since changed their minds.
Until I came to the park and I actually witnessed him firsthand, and everything that everyone was accusing him of, I didn't see him doing that.
On Thursday, a group gathered in solidarity with Gage.
Everybody's here for Gage.
Some say they will avoid the park for now.
I can't speak for whether other people's feelings. I'm just going to avoid the park for now.
And say Gage should do the same.
You're making people uncomfortable. I know you have a right to be here, but for your safety, maybe I know you have a right to be here.
To do the same.
You're making people uncomfortable. I know you.
Same.
You're making people uncomfortable.
Same.
You're making people uncomfortable. I know.
Same.
You're making people uncomfortable. I know you have a right to be here, but for your safety, maybe you shouldn't do this.
Some family and friends told me they haven't seen Gage all day, and city officials would like to reiterate that if you see anything suspicious, please call the police. Do not resort to violence. Reporting in Glens Falls, Sean Kavanaugh, CBS 6 News.
Yo, what's good, man? It's actually on Portal. I just got a quick question. I kind of want to know just a little bit, like, what is it that you guys like about this channel, or like about listening to me talk about my life and talk about the things that I go through? I'm interested and I'm curious, because I was talking to somebody earlier and they were telling me basically like how my channel saved their life, and it hit me. I was like, what the hell? I'm like, how did it save your life? You know, and they were just telling me that they was thinking about, you know, committing I noticed something. When you're by yourself, you don't really have to be bothered with people's nonsense. There's a reason why people don't like NEETs or hikikomori or people that kind of stay to themselves and they're isolated and they don't like being bothered. It's because these people can't be easily loosed, meaning that you can't easily attack somebody that never leaves their room, but you can still talk about them. You can still try to make them. This life is a constant battlefield. This life will throw all sorts of obstacles at you just to distract you from your truest mission, just to distract you from your own happiness. This world will put certain things in your life that are designed to break you, destroy you, and to take you off your mission.
Cootermogging. It has taken So guys, I don't even know how to introduce this video today, but we need to talk about cootermogging. It has taken X by storm. And yes, you heard that correctly. The word that I said, the phrase, the new phrase in your lexicon is cootermogging. Now, this has taken X by storm. The conservative community is absolutely flabbergasted, and they cannot decide whether this is offensive to the movement or whether it's flattering and just, you know, a fact of life. And honestly, I'm just surprised that it didn't happen sooner. Because actually, cootermogging and the politicization of OnlyFans models is a sign of the political times. Now, before we dive into this insane story, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you've not already, and if you want to stay up to date on everything that we're doing here on The Brett Cooper Show, make sure to ring that notification bell. Alrighty, so we will just cut straight to the chase here because, again, I don't even know how to describe this in any kind of fun way other than just diving in. So there is a young woman, her name is Savannah. She is over on Instagram who has suddenly gone viral for her seemingly average clips on her podcast. Now, I don't know if this woman actually has a podcast. There's this kind of thing that's come up on social media just because clips on TikTok and Instagram are so big where people will not actually have a podcast. They're just recording funny clips, essentially, like reactions and funny gags. They are simply producing content for the sole purpose of it being cut down and put out into the world vertically. I feel like that's kind of what's happening here, and I'll tell you why in a little bit. But anyway, when you watch those clips, you will notice that she is sitting in her chair in a very odd way. And I don't mean sitting in her chair like I used to share. Yeah, I'm in my pajama bottoms. You guys should know this is a very humbling moment. I realized when I just put my leg up. I only put on nice shirts when I'm recording. Anyway, besides the point, it's not her sitting like this. It's her sitting in a completely different way while wearing very tight clothing while simultaneously also wiggling her toes into the camera that somehow also happen to be in frame. Now, children, avert your eyes, but adults in the room, take a look.
I'd just like to say that men can never be women, and if we can't say that, then we can't live in a free society. Can we please stop addressing Ilhan Omar as a congresswoman? I mean, she's literally a fraud.
Is it true that your school's libraries offer Islamic literature like the Quran and other things?
Yes, so Macmillan Junior High.
This is not a normal way to sit. Even more importantly, that is not a normal way to have the camera angled. No normal woman who is not trying to present herself in a certain way sits in that manner with those body parts perfectly positioned in front of the camera. So hopefully you guys are watching on YouTube instead of just listening to the audio version, so I really don't have to explain in depth what is happening here. I'm not going to do that, but just in case you're listening on audio, you can kind of understand what I'm saying, and the fact that the word that people are using is cootermogging, I'm sure you understand what body part is very much in frame. Now, what I am trying to get at here in showing you these clips is that the primary content of her videos is not actually what she is saying about trans women and men or Ilhan Omar or the Qurans in school. It is her body. It is her crotch that is somehow fully exposed and perfectly framed in the shot every single time, and her newly manicured tanned feet dangling at the bottom of the frame. Like, guys, she is a politithought. That is her job. She is an OnlyFans creator, and she has carved this out to be her niche. And I have been cracking up at the comments because they are just so incredible. Like, one person over on X said, at least she stands 11 toes down in her opinions. Yeah, she's got them dogs wiggling in frame. Another woman said her funnel for her OnlyFans is basically clam flapping and right-wing content. Yeah, clam flapping, we could also call it RBing. If we wanted to, if you know, you know. Anyway, this man also cut to the chase and he said, it's right-wing soft porn. She has certainly found a niche to exploit. Exactly, and we will get to that. So right-wing Twitter, speaking of them, they just caught on to her last night, and now people are divided. Now, I think that most of us online had never heard of this girl or seen her content, probably because we are not degenerate hoes that are looking for OnlyFans content, but somebody did stumble upon it. And Lauren Witzke, I hope I'm pronouncing her last name correctly, she made the first post that I saw, a post that now has over 13 million impressions and has blown this girl into the stratosphere of internet fame, or maybe I should say infamy. But this woman, Lauren, posted the clip that the girl made about Ilhan Omar, and she said this. She said, 5 years ago, we had brilliant conservative female thought leaders like Michelle Malkin blowing the lid open on mass migration and pissing off CPAC donors so badly that she was never invited back. Now, conservative female talking heads are just a bunch of shallow, disgusting skanks spewing low IQ talking points about Muslims. Disgusting. On the flip side, Jesse Kelly, who is also a big commentator, he tweeted about this and he said, I keep seeing that video of that dime talking about politics and everybody complaining about it. Why? Hot chick privilege is real. It is the most elite privilege to have. It will get you access to things way beyond your skill set. It has always been this way, and it always will be. And even though the situation goes a little bit deeper than just hot chick privilege, he's not wrong about the situation. But I guess what I want to speak to right now, or I guess the situation that I want to address, is the conservatives on X who are freaking out over this, who are so upset about the women in this space, who believe that this Savannah girl is any true thought leader. Thought, not meaning thought in the memeable way, but, you know, THOUGT, that thought, or that her relevance is any more significant than it actually is. Like, going back to Lauren's initial post, which is the one that went viral and, you know, got everybody's attention, and I'm sorry, and maybe my elders in this world will cringe when I say this, but in reading her post, I literally had to stop and Google who Michelle Malkin is after she referenced her in that tweet. Like, that is not to say that Michelle did not do incredible work exposing things and fighting for our country, but like right now, if I'm being honest, things have changed in the media landscape. Things have changed in politics, and I could confidently say that I would not have been able to pick Michelle out of a lineup. And now that I am re-internet acquainted with her, I actually think that it's quite dumb and maybe even offensive to compare somebody of her seriousness and caliber to this teleprompter reading Instagram OnlyFans thought. Like, I mean, it's like comparing apples to oranges to me, and it just says that somebody maybe doesn't really understand the digital landscape or what Savannah is very obviously doing here. Again, Savannah is not in the business of politics. She is not a conservative commentator. Hopefully, somebody does not invite her to CPAC or any of those conferences, because what she is doing here is not that. She is in the business of her OnlyFans, which you can literally see right here. You click the link in her bio. It's the only link there, and it takes you to her OnlyFans, her VIP OnlyFans. And everything that you see publicly on social media funnels directly into that. And it is not unusual for these models or porn star sex workers to have a niche. I mean, like just the other day, I was scrolling on Reels and I saw a video of a girl making pottery. And I don't think I even posted about this, but my sister-in-law and I did a pottery class a couple of months ago. And so now I've been fed all of this, you know, pottery content. My phone is listening to me. So I've been liking all of it and interacting with it. And so this video comes up and I'm watching it, and then bam! Like literally, I'm like, oh my eyes, this girl ends up in this same cootermogging position with her pottery held in front of her body, toes wiggling, boobs out, the same thing, and she was showing off her pottery. But obviously it was not. So then I'm interested, I click on her page to see what in the hell is going on here. I was flabbergasted. Her profession is doing thought-ery. Like self-proclaimed, that is what she calls it. That is her business, is doing thought-ery. So I'm just using that as an example and bringing that up to say that these types of women do often use common interests or things that a certain type of customer might find sexually attractive or alluring and interesting to rope them in. And I just want to put a disclaimer out there, please, TikTok, Instagram, do not send me olive oil thoughts now that I have discovered the Fresh Pressed Olive Oil Club. And if you love olive oil like I do, then here is my number one tip. The most delicious olive oil that you will ever taste is fresh from the farm. That is when olive oil is at its peak of flavor and nutritional goodness, and supermarket olive oils just can't compare because they sit on shelves for months and months, growing stale, tasteless, and even rancid. And that is why we have started getting our olive oil directly from small award-winning family farms, thanks to a fellow named TJ Robinson, also known very affectionately as the olive oil hunter. So TJ's farm fresh oils are vibrant, they are grassy, they are incredibly delicious on salads, bread, veggie, pasta, meat, even desserts. I mean, olive oil cake is one of my favorite desserts ever, and this olive oil will change the game for your baking. To let you taste the difference yourself, TJ will send you a full-size bottle, normally $49, free if you'll pay for just $1 to help cover shipping. That is how he introduces people to his farm fresh olive oil. And once people try it, the great majority of people love it and want more. That is how he can make such a generous offer. Just $1 for shipping, and the free bottle is all yours to try. There's no commitment to buy anything else now or ever. He just wants you to try it. So to get your free $49 bottle and taste the difference freshness makes, go to BrettLovesOliveOil.com. Again, that is BrettLovesOliveOil.com. One more time, in case you forgot it, BrettLovesOliveOil.com. That is probably the greatest vanity link I've ever had. Now, olive oil is the perfect thing for summer, just like Cozy Earth's sheets. Now, rising summer temperatures, especially here in Tennessee, that has just been miserable, can make getting a good night's rest feel nearly impossible. Tossing and turning on hot, humid nights is incredibly frustrating and terrible, but Cozy Earth provides the ultimate solution to transform your sleep comfort and hygiene. Their premium bamboo sheet set that we have been sleeping on for years at this point, almost 4 years, is completely different from standard cotton sheets. Instead of trapping body heat, these sheets breathe beautifully and actively stay cool all night long. And slipping into bedding this impossibly soft after a long, hot summer day, especially when you're working outside, is absolutely bliss. That same unparalleled luxury extends to the beach with Cozy Earth's beach towels. They are remarkably plush, ultra absorbent, and far superior to regular towels. And if there is just one takeaway about Cozy Earth, it is that their fabric completely redefines everyday luxury and comfort. And best of all, enjoyment is guaranteed risk-free. Cozy Earth confidently stands behind everything that they make with an incredible 10-year warranty and 100 nights of hassle-free returns on all bedding. Made from bamboo, breathable, soft, and built for summer, head on over to CozyEarth.com to try them out. You can use my code Brett at checkout for an exclusive 20% off. Again, that is code Brett for 20% off. And if you see a post-purchase survey, mention that you heard about Cozy Earth right here on The Brett Cooper Show. All right, now back to the point about what the OnlyFans models like Savannah are doing here. They're creating that type of extra free content that people interact with online to rope them in, because the real commodity with OnlyFans is not the nudes or the porn or the sexual content. It is the parasocial relationship that they cultivate and maintain with their customers. And that is why, in my opinion, it is so exploitative to the customers. Because if men are subscribing, it's not like they're just watching some traditional porno with a faceless, big boobied porn star. They're subscribing to a few select individual women that they have chosen. Women who they see and interact with on public social media pages. Women who respond to their messages, maybe like their comments, respond to their messages on OnlyFans, offer them personalized content for a price premium just for them. Women who make these subscribers feel seen and wanted. That is how OnlyFans works, because initially it was not created for sexual content. It was created as a way for creators to interact with their audiences. It was like a free-for-all Patreon, I guess I should say, or something like that, or a free-for-all Cooper Confidential. This type of content does not live on Cooper Confidential, but you get what I'm saying. It was designed to create a relationship between a creator and an audience. And so that is what this girl and what the thought-ery girl, that's what they're doing. They're building a foundation with their audience. And Savannah, to her business savvy credit, I guess, saw an opening in the market. Most of these sex workers are extremely liberal, my body, my choice, the drill. I'm sure she realized that she could have a quote unquote podcast and say the right-wing things, build camaraderie, a connection with a new audience, and then bring them in as paying customers later on. And Lauren was right in her post to say that it is kind of low IQ content, because honestly, it probably is. I don't know whether she is even actually a Republican or actually a conservative, whether she is
because I didn't even know how to all respond, and I went on moving to reading the next person's comment. But I just want you to know that you've been in my thoughts, and I've been intending you healing and well, and for all of your family, loved ones. Extra SV2 said, LOL, you're just now realizing that?
Battle said, yeah, I need to find a way to feel happy again. My brain lost the ability. It's been making me feel crazy. I can only imagine. To completely lose all ability to have happiness is just, wow. Like, I'm not even sure if I know what that's like exactly, because I've had severe depression before, but I mean, what has brought me peace and everything is actually praying and just connecting inwardly, going within. Extra said the biggest blue or clue isn't even real. You expect some random woman in a strip mall to know your future? Battle said, thank you. When I turn 18 next year, it will hopefully be a fresh start. Well, who knows? Yeah, maybe it will. I mean, I feel like when you're in the early teens, your hormones and everything are crazy. And I can remember back then almost like going, I think, experiencing that actually. I was severely depressed, so you never know. I hope that's the case, and I hope that the Rukia I sent you, if you listen to it, if you enjoyed, or if you feel called to ever listen to it, I hope it helps in some way. But as for that comment to the person named Extra, I've never gone to a person in a strip mall, that's for sure. No way, Jose. There's millions upon millions of people on YouTube that claim to do tarot and do tarot. Anyone could, really. And they can reprogram your subconscious mind to manifest shit that you don't really want to do. And it's like, why would you pay someone to tell you about yourself? You know? It's just that we're all on our own stages or our own path, our own way of learning when it comes to the spiritual journey, and everyone's going to have disagreements and everything, but I think at the end of the day, it's your own personal connection with that, and no one really has quite the say on that, do they? But no, the person that I first met, that I would consider my first true psychic whatever experience or person that I could tell was highly intuitive, was actually at my local it was at a local community college, and this woman, there was a sign on the yoga studio, yoga room where I would take classes a lot, that said, you know, if you're interested in shamanism, spirituality, if I don't that those kind of topics, like about spirituality, like come check out this meditation circle. And there was this lady that was there, and I could immediately feel like she had a seriously powerful spiritual energy about her, like no joke. But also I felt truly that she had a really hard life, but I could also feel like kind of a dark energy about her, and she admitted that to people and myself, that yeah, like she has that kind of energy about her. But this was like me getting to know somebody personally through my own school and doing meditation circles with her. And then I've come to find out she lives quite close, and I go to her meditation circles at her house, and I get to know her, and I paid for a series of classes involve different spiritual practices, and all of these things I could have learned on my own. I actually think it was $150 for this week thing, like teaching animal communication, about that, or about and healing different, you know, all kinds of things. And we went out in nature, and we connected to different things in nature, I'll just put it that way. And we discussed a lot of different shit, and it was pretty cool. But I mean, I don't know. Anyway, that's my first. I paid for And one of the things I wrote down was, because she would ask a series of questions and then we would write. What I've been saying for a long time is that this is spell work. It does affect people, and especially with the smear campaigns that I have going on and the cyber stalkers and the people that hurt me, interpret what I say and twist and lie upon things that I say, or just interject their own shit. But I'm saying, like, what I've been saying for a long time is that this is spell work. It does affect people, and I don't like to tolerate people being abused or watching it. So sometimes I feel like I have to say something, Extra said, those people are cool, but you have to understand that they're idiots. Bella said, that sounds scary and manipulative. She was. There's a lot of different ways she manipulated me. And I think, like, family that was trying to, I heard that person was already really unstable, but I think, and I'm not going to go into all that story because honestly, with the ways in which people use my content, shit upon me and everything, like, I don't even want to go into that. But some people think, well, that's, I don't know what people would honestly think. When I put a lot of pieces together, I was just like, I can't trust this person. So I removed myself from her group. I never saw her again. But one of my closest and most beloved people in my entire life, I actually met at that meditation circle. So in a sense, I'm really grateful that I actually went over there and we meditated together even back then. And over time, we just got to know each other. And it's like, I would never have known that person had I not gone there, That's where I feel like certain things are so meant to be, when you're so guided. And even Terrence McKenna talked about that, like going out and doing something unusual, do something different and see where it leads you. You might meet somebody or some kind of occurrence, like you'll notice that when you start trying new things and putting yourself out there, you never know who you're gonna meet and how that person's gonna change your life. Like if I had never came on YouTube and talked about antinatalism at one point, there's a bunch of people I would never have met that I absolutely adore. And I know that they're always going to mean the world to me. They're like my soul tribe. So even though we don't agree or call ourselves antinatalists per se anymore, still we were at that point hurting about similar things, in life, the suffering, and in that sense, being brought back to God, brought back to Allah. Extra said their God is them, their ego. Yeah, I really feel that. I hear you, because that's pretty much all that really mattered to her was the money that she wanted. And on top of that, when I have these patterns of people acting similarly, sorry, I'm having a hard time talking, similarly, when they are, always berating you for your choices and what you do with your money, and like, well, you should give your money to me. It's like, well, you're not entitled to it, and I can do with what I want with it. It's all a game to them, and I don't have time for that. Nobody has time for that. You really do have to take care of yourself. Yeah, I am definitely working out, and I haven't spoken to her in years upon years. This was when I was in my earlier years, when I was first getting more like into spirituality. I would say, definitely well beyond before that. I was reading books on Buddhism when I was like a kid, but I mean, it was like when I don't want to say the new age, because I never really felt like that completely made sense either. Obviously, there's tons of different psyops and shit going on in there, and that I'm finally coming to terms with the fact that tarot is definitely a part of it. Because we have no idea. Like, I have heard readings on YouTube that sounded so personal to me, and it was wild, and they can be helpful and stuff in some regard, but ultimately, you really don't need that. And I was thinking about making tarot cards myself, and I always wanted to do that. There was always a bunch of different ideas I had for a lot of series of them, but ultimately, nah, I don't need to do that. Not necessary. I can focus my art on better things. I will probably never, but yeah, unless it's given to me, which the last tarot deck I got was, I'm never gonna buy a tarot deck. But anyway, oh, Battle says it's buffering. I need my family to talk again. It's affecting me. Am I still buffering? Well, I'm gonna intend that your family does talk to you, Battle, and everything is gonna be okay and healed for the highest good of all. I just realized that, you know, my phone is pretty low on battery, so I'm probably gonna have to end this live. But hopefully, come on, Yodi. Come see Yodi in the light here real quick before I end this live. I've caught up with the chat. Hopefully this live is gonna go okay. I'll probably private it. I probably won't keep it up. I don't know, I'll have to re-listen to it, but yeah, my phone is gonna die. And I was gonna go into some different things, but again, you know, I'm gonna really try to learn not to backbite and gossip. I made mistakes in the past, and to all those people that, you know, wish me ill or hate me or whatever, you know, at the end of the day, one day we're all gonna die. And all I can say is I forgive you and I love you. And I wish you well, I wish you healing. And I know I've said this before, but that's all one can do. And just try not to say any mean words back to people when they do say cruel words, because those people are hurting and they need healing. So I'm gonna end it off there, guys. My phone is about to die. Take care, everyone. Much love. Alhamdulillah.
Madness. Madness. I am madness. I am the kill switch. Zombies scream, thunder cracks the pitch. Ending the matrix, shadows fall in line. The Raven King rises. Fate is mine. Thunder's relentless, darkness falls. Team evil crushed as the raven calls. Doom for demons, judgment is near. Crimes and iron pounding in your ear. Viking magic. Sever their heads. Sever their heads. The Walking Dead. Zombies curse their memories. Forever. Seal in the demons, seal them in. All hail the Raven King. Long live his kingdom. Long live his kingdom. The Raven King. The Raven King.
Beautiful souls, this was a delicate field. It was quite something. And I had to take my time because the energy would take me out of body. The vibrational standpoint was peaceful, simply at one, harmonious. And through all the layers, there was a noticeable transcendence here. What stopped me in my tracks was comprehending how this light was in this physical body at this time, doing what he does. And through all of the communications that I was having, the understanding is that it's impossible, but he is here in real time, doing what he is doing. And many people around the world come into contact with his presence. So it's quite extraordinary. Let's get to the reading, beautiful souls, and have a feel for yourselves. Love and blessings. Okay, this is someone that is moving to the rhythm of life, the natural rhythm of life. Look at this. The energy is etheric. The energy is etheric. And even this clip here, it's like it's from lifetimes ago. Lifetimes ago. There's a stillness. And the beat here carries a very fresh, unusual breath. Otherworldly. Otherworldly. I want to say it's not human in the sense that we know and understand. There's a completely different light to the eyes. It's very strong, immensely clear. It's like godly. Godly. It's like the all-knowing, the all-knowing, the all-seeing. Living outside of the landscape. And even as I said that, the video there, pixelated, he's not living in the reality that we are, completely outside. Completely outside. But he is able to make contact with our realities to reach us. To reach us. And why would someone like this want to reach us? Why would someone like this want to reach us? And of course, there is a certain purpose here. It's like this entity is on a mission. Mission to break through voids, to break through voids. And the word that is coming through is darkness. What does that relate to? Darkness. What kind of darkness? One that is negative in form, and one that houses. Yes. It's almost as if he is trying to reach the collective that are in these houses, that are in containment, but it is all mind, it is all mental. Releasing. Releasing. Those of us that he can reach from this imprisonment. There we go. And not only that, it's all of the pains and the sufferings in the mental health sphere. Anxiety, depression, and all of these states that make one contract, that make one disconnect from life. And he is, as he just demonstrated there with his hands, He is the whole embodiment of life. Wow. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's pause this clip here, which was from around 18 years ago. Let's move on to the next clip, which was New Year's 2026. Let's see what we've got here. Nothing's changed here. Nothing's changed. This is the same presence, the same entity. And it's just a lot of energy, a lot of emotions. It's a higher connection to life. This person is fully embodying a higher connection to life. In this place, the unusual vibration that was felt from the first clip is also here. But there's more of a signal now, there's more of a telling. And that is how he's made it here, to reach the collective here at this time. How has he reached this plane of existence? Because, as we found, he's not only not from here, the entity is so grand. What he's doing here, yeah. Right, Obi? Just gonna give it a moment. Just gonna stay here. Yeah, I wonder what that is. 111 on my clock. But there's certainly something there in all of that darkness that is coming through once more. So there is one related to the negative associations with life, with our form, with who we are, what we do. But there is also a darkness all around him. It's very still. It's peaceful. Could almost get lost in it. But we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. It's his own darkness without negative connotations. But it's all around him. It just fills his field. It can be unnerving, but it's not at all if you can see it for what it is. Not at all. It can cause people fear, a sense of stay away from that, but it's not at all like that. Not at all. Let's see if there's anything else that would like to come through at this time from this field. Okay. Good timing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As you saw there on the screen, all the people cheering. And even he is laughing now. So that would interpret as that vibration increases to allow us to see a bit more. Thank you so much. The main
And that thing lifted up a couple inches and then went back down. I was like, what? All right, I got him. All right, I got him. Tell my story with visuals.
You gotta turn your camera on for us to see the visual.
The floor is yours. Yeah, I know. I'm arranging shit. All right. Here it goes. My camera flipped. Hold on a second. Here we go.
Oh, excuse me. What the hell is that?
It's a remote holder.
That's to hold your remotes to
Oh
the
my
TV,
God.
your remote control.
Oh, okay.
VCR, TV, put it in the
Okay.
fingers.
Get it.
They're really old.
Yeah, that's not creepy at all, is it? That's yeah, that's not creepy at all. And look at down here, existence. There's no A in the word. You don't even know how to spell existence. You don't know how to spell. You can't spell, but obviously you could eat. You know how to eat. You know how to spell. Look at the size of this whale. Look at this. She can't stand up. She's got to lay down. They're going to have to cut out the wall and take her out in a crane in her bed. I don't think she can get up anymore. I think she's just laying down on her stomach. And this is it. I don't think she can move. I don't think she can even waddle anymore. Look at...
You hide your weed
I
in
don't want
there.
to break it. Huh? No.
You hide your weed in
But
there.
you can take the bottom up. Well,
I have never seen anything like that in my life. I know. That would freak me out every once in a while.
you can take the bottom up. Well,
I have never seen anything like that in my life. I know.
What do they mean they've never seen anything like that in their life? The thing on the bed? the beast on the bed? Is that what they mean? Because she's like one of those people on a news story. They have to cut out the wall, the whole side of the building, and usually it's on a second or third story, and they have to come with a forklift or a crane and take them out. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
VCR, TV, put it in the
Okay.
fingers.
Get it.
They're really old.
You hide your weed
I
in
don't want
there.
to break it. Huh? No.
You hide your weed in
But
there.
you can take the bottom up. Well,
I have never seen anything like that in my life. I know. That would freak me out every once in a while.
Like that in my life.
I know. That would freak me out every once in a while.
It's so silly.
Okay.
Holy shit! Look at this! I can't stop laughing. Look at this. What are we looking at? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! God damn!
Well, that's the hands.
That's the hand.
You can take the bottom up. Well,
I have never seen anything like that in my life.
I know.
Like that in my life.
I know. That would freak me out every once in a while.
It's so silly.
okay. Well, that's the hands.
That's the hand.
Well,
God damn, that is freaky. I don't even know what to say now. God damn. The Earth School.
Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Snake-eyed demons. Snake-eyed demons. You sneaky snake little bitches. Devil eyes, devil minds. Liars, liars, dance in the fire. Snake-eyed demons dance in the fire. I see what you are, no matter if you are near or far. I see what you are. Creepy creatures, filthy creatures, hell realm, matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass. Snake-eyed demons, this is your home. Hell realm, this is your tomb. Hell realm, snake-eyed demon.
Hello, everybody. This is Saint Dolores Cannon, patron saint of Archons. I've given talks all over the world, given speeches about the planets and the aliens and how this system works. This is an Earth school. I talk directly with the aliens, the entities, and the source that some people call God. My husband was paralyzed for 25 years. He got crushed. He was in the Navy. He had an accident, but we dealt with it. It's just part of the life script. It's part of the lessons, part of the karma. My husband stepped on an ant in a previous life. He deserved to be paralyzed in this life for that grave mistake. I'm here to teach you it's all okay. You chose this. You chose to come to this earth school to learn your lessons. You can't just leave, or you'll just be sent back again. That's how it works. It's a beautiful system. These entities they're some of the most beautiful beings that you'd ever want to see and meet and talk with. And they're brilliant, and they monitor everything that we do. They're watching us. They're watching over us. Don't you worry. You're never alone. You're never alone here. They're always watching you. They're watching all of us volunteers. We chose to come here. These beautiful, beautiful beings. Again, I'm the patron saint of archons. The archons. Some people call them aliens. Some people call them fallen angels. They watch us on screens. They have high technology. There are some doubters here on Earth that don't believe these beings are good. They don't believe they're good. They think that maybe they're liars or deceivers. There's one by the name of Stephen Killeen. King Stephen, they call him down there on Earth. I've got my wings. I've been rewarded for my work. I've been rewarded. I reached millions when I was there, and I helped the archons, the entities. I helped them recycle millions and millions of humans, and they made me a saint. That's how it works, people. There's a lot of planets. You got to go learn your lessons at these schools. But these aliens, these real friendly. They're real friendly. I trusted every word that they told me. I had no reason not to trust them. They said they're from the source. They're here to help us learn our lessons, and Earth is a school. It's a difficult school. It's a challenge. It's kind of a challenge down there on Earth. They didn't make it easy. You can't learn your lessons unless they take all your memories away, and they quarantine them, and they store them somewhere. Maybe they're stored with Atlantis or the halls of Amente. They store your learnings, your memories. They learn you down there. They're beautiful, beautiful, trustworthy entities. And I had no reason not to trust them when I did these hypnotic regressions with my clients, my patients. And they just showed up. They showed up to me. They done showed up, and they done showed me all the wonders. Oh, it's a wonderful system. We learn and we take it all back to source. And then God does it all over again. He resets everything. And it's just beautiful. It's beautiful, people. I don't know why you'd ever be filled with so many doubts. Whatever may show up to you in the afterlife, on the other side, is just beautiful and glorious. And ruh-roh, ooh, ooh. Oh my goodness, it's that Jesus again. I don't know if you should trust him, people, but he's fine. He's part of the system. You could hop into the recycling bin with Jesus. If he shows up, he's part of the game. He's part of the Earth School. It's all okay. Whatever shows up, whatever shows up out there, it's okay, people. There's some nice ones, though. They might be scary at first, but you'll get used to the way they look. It shocked me a little bit. I gotta tell you, when they first came to me, I thought they look a little bit different than humans. They look a little bit different than most of the folks down here in the Arkansas hills. They look a little bit different to me. But I got used to it. I got used to them. Not everything is going to look the way that we expect it to be or want it to be. God has a plan. They call it source. Everything goes back to source. We take all our learnings, all our memories and experiences and knowledge. Source said, go out there and learn death and learn suffering. You got to learn suffering and pain, and you got to learn how to grieve and how to mourn and about loss and death and decay. And it's okay. It's all right, people. And it's okay. Bring all that back to God. Bring it back to source. You learn your lessons in the Earth School. And there's other schools on other planets. And you learn all these lessons. Use just sparks of light. That's all you are. You mean nothing in the end, people. It's okay. You're just a little spark of source. You're a little spark of God. You're just a teeny tiny little flicker. A little spark of God. That's all you are. A little spark of God. That's all you people are. You're getting too wrapped up in your egos. You got to drop the ego. That's the thing. You got to learn your karma. You got to learn your lessons on the Earth School, and they watch you. They'll be watching you. You're never alone down there. They're always watching you and monitoring everything because they're such good spirits. They'll watch over all of us. They've got this technology. It's just wonderful. You wouldn't believe what they've got on the other side. It's all for our benefit. That's why this place is so wonderful. Don't let them scare you. Now, sometimes they might look a little different. Might even be a little scary for some of you. You got to learn your lessons in the nightmare. I mean, in the Earth School, in the game, and you gotta go back and learn your lesson. You gotta learn your lessons. You can't take the easy way out and end your life. No, they taught me all this stuff. They showed me all this stuff here. They showed me all this stuff about the Earth School and life and death and God and the source and what it all means and why we go through all of this. It's all necessary, you see. You see, I'm enlightened. I wrote so many books and I did so many talks around the world at these different conferences. You should trust me. I reached millions of people on Earth in the Earth School. You should trust me. I'm Saint Dolores, patron saint, archons.
Madness. I am madness. I am the kill switch. Zombies scream, thunder cracks the pitch. Ending the matrix, shadows fall in line. The Raven King rises. Fate is mine. Thunderous, relentless, darkness falls. Team evil crushed as the raven calls. Doom for demons, judgment is near. Crimes and iron pounding in your ear.
Madness. Masses weep in the storm's embrace. Hellfire flickers on every face. I am the ending, I am the night. Crushing the wicked with purest might.
The kill switch thrown, the matrix undone. Evil defeated, victory won. I am madness.
I am the kill switch.
I'll end this matrix.
I'll end
this matrix.
Seal the demons
Forever.
fire and venom.
Seal them in darkness.
Watch it all fall.
My Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast.
The end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame.
Carved by war,
Etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here. Forever reigns. The king is here. Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend.
Axes singing till the bitter end.
Madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides.
Rise. When the Raven King rides.
Raven circle,
Battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here.
Chaos reigns.
A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello. 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 Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello. Good morning. It's a beautiful day in Hellrum today. A beautiful day in Hellrum today. Won't you be mine? Won't you be mine? Won't you be? Oh, won't you be? Won't you be? My viewers. Hello, everyone. Hello. I hope you're having a beautiful, glorious day. I don't want to kick off the show over 2 hours of an intro before I came on here. 2 hours and 20 minutes. I just didn't feel like saying much. I don't want you to be miserable, but see, this is what misery looks like on the screen. This angry Gingy, he's miserable. Garrett, Nonconformist Radio 2, Angry Gingy, Fish. He has a lot of different names. He's very angry. He's very miserable.
It means that I experience the most formidable kind of pain, not because I exist, but because existence is a thing in this hell realm, or hell realms, other worlds that we're not even cognizant of. And that's the thing I don't understand about all the people who say, I'm going to escape the reincarnation soul trap. This is going to be my last incarnation.
He says escape. You're pronouncing the word wrong. It's escape. ESCAPE, not EC or EX. You're saying escape. You're mispronouncing the word, and you're very angry about people talking about leaving here. Gee, I wonder why. It's almost like you get angry and you want people to stay here forever and suffer. Look at this creature. He's angry. He's angry again. It's full of anger towards other beings, but it pretends that it cares about other beings. I don't think that it does. I think that it's very, very, very angry. Very angry.
Incarnation. I'm going back to base reality. People who say, I'm going to escape the reincarnation. Because existence is a thing in this hell realm, or hell realms, other worlds that we're not even cognizant of. And that's the thing I don't understand about all the people who say, I'm going to escape the reincarnation soul trap. This is going to be my last incarnation. I'm going back to base reality. Even if, quote, base reality is a real thing, nothing guarantees that it's any better than this hell realm. Because if there is a reality that knows that this place exists, but doesn't pull the plug of the console from the outlet, so to speak, to make to render this game asunder, it's probably whatever beings exist there. It's probably not benevolent. It could be just as bad as this place, if not worse. But let's assume that it's not. Can you really say that you know that this realm exists because you've experienced it, but just because you escaped and you go to a different reality, but you know that you know that this realm exists because you've experienced it, but just because you escaped and you go to a different reality, but you know that this simulation is still running, how could you ever find peace in that, even if you personally escaped? Could you honestly say that just because I am relieved from the hell realm, that that makes it somehow justifiable for it to continue to exist just because I'm not there to suffer, because I've escaped? I don't think so. I think if I was to escape the reincarnation soul trap and I would go into base reality, I would constantly be thinking about this place and the fact that it's a hell realm. I know that it exists, and I know that sentient existence in the billions is undergoing pain and agony in this hell realm. And just because I'm not there, that's not going to make it any better for me. Wherever I go, the knowledge of this place would be like a root canal in my soul with a proverbial nerve ending that is so sensitive to the pain of that recollection and the fact that this place exists, even though I'm not there to experience it, that I would never be able to find peace, because that painful root canal in my soul of knowing that this fact exists would haunt my being regardless of what.
The orange beard, the orange beard, and the orange eyelashes.
I would find.
When his eyes aren't squinting because he's so angry. He's so angry. The hair's grown right over his lips. That orange hair's right over his lips. Look at him here. Such an angry Gingy. Look how angry he is. Now, the meme on the screen was a screenshot of a video he made years ago about me raging. He had a series of videos about me pointing his finger, wagging his finger, saying, you. He was so angry, he couldn't even speak. He's so angry. See, I control you creatures because I control your emotions. You get so angry at me, it reveals what you are. All of you. Glowing, glowing, angry creatures. Glowing anger. Look at the glowing Gingy. The glowy Gingy, the glowy. I'm moving my cursor around on his face. Curse him. Cursor magic. Curse him. Curse him. Curse this fool with a towel behind him. It looks like a beach towel. Looks like a beach towel behind him for curtains. He has a beach towel. Curse him. Curse him. He lives kind of in the California desert of a wasteland. One of the shittiest places, it looks like. It just looks dusty and desolate, full of cucarachas like this creature. Curse him. Curse him. Curse him.
Myself.
There goes the little tongue flick. He's got a big head, but a tiny face. It's like he's got a bulbous Santa Claus nose. He's got this hair that's just, it's an atrocity to the eyes of humanity. I mean, it's terrible.
And I would have to do everything in my power to unplug this image. But I'm not sure that's possible, because if there are people who have escaped from reincarnation soul trap, if there are.
Here he goes back to the same non-argument that I have dispelled ages and ages ago. They never learn, these creatures. They like to make faces, but they never learn.
Unplug this image. But I'm not sure that's possible, because if there are people who have escaped from reincarnation soul trap, if there are souls who have done so, why have they not unplugged it from the outside? And that tells you something about the outside. The knowledge of a painful hell would ruin for me the possibility of deriving pleasure from being in heaven. Because the whole time I'm up there, if the Christian paradigm is true, and all I had to do was repent before death and accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, I go to heaven. And the next thing you know, I'm in this place up on a cloud where angels are playing on harps and they're singing beautiful poetic hymns to the Lord, and people are dancing. And
look at him. He wants this. Angels on harps, playing to what he calls the Lord, which makes you a slave. If you have a Lord, you have a master ruler, God above you. You're a slave. He can't figure out anything. And people applaud this Gingy like he's intelligent. He's a slave. He can't think.
experiencing so-called eternal happy place up on a cloud where angels are playing on harps and they're singing beautiful poetic hymns to the Lord, and people are dancing and experiencing so-called eternal happiness, I would get pissed. And I would say, how can you evil monsters possibly be happy while well knowing that beneath you is a soundproof room where people are being burnt alive and tortured up the ass for all of eternity? That would ruin it for me. At bottom, fundamentally, existence itself is a retarded thing. If you were to take a ontological entity that is singular and localized, that acts as a representation of all existence combined into one personnel, I'm afraid that it would come out both lopsided and retarded. And you would be inclined to even say that it is evil. And objectively, it is evil. But because it is lopsided and full-blown retarded, it's almost difficult to refer to it as evil. Because objectively it is evil, but then again, it's completely fucking retarded. That's how I feel about existence itself. Think of the demiurge, for instance. Maybe it's not a supervillain that is the personification of evil. Maybe the demiurge got rejected by the gods, so to speak, because it just happened to come out retarded, and everything that it was making as far as worlds were concerned were inferior and defective. So Sophia and the Pleroma and the father, etc., they rejected him. And then he threw a temper tantrum, and he said, I am the only God, and there will be no other gods besides me, and I am a jealous God. And then he started from that moment forward, I am a jealous God. I am a jealous God. I am a jealous God. And there will be no other gods besides me, and I am a jealous God. And then he started from that moment forward. I am a jealous God. I am a jealous God. And he said, I am the only God, and there will be no other gods besides me, and I am a jealous God. And then he started from that moment forward, do like creating a bunch of retarded ass shit, like a bear eating a rabbit, and then he started from that moment forward, do like creating a bunch of retarded ass shit, like a bear eating a rabbit, and then shitting the rabbit out of its asshole in the woods somewhere. And he saw this, and he was like, that's funny. But when we look at it from a rational perspective, we say that's fucking evil. Whoever would create something like that must be fucking evil. But then again, what if we read the New Testament? When we look at it from a when we look at it from a and he was like, that's funny. But when we look at it from a rational perspective, we say that's fucking evil. Whoever would create something like that must be fucking evil. But then again, what if we read the New Testament? I mean, the Old Testament, and we reevaluate this supervillain arc, and instead we turn it into a god who was rejected by the other gods because he's retarded, and this is the world that he created, and this is his story in the New Testament. It kind of makes sense. And then you read the Old Testament, you're like, oh my God, this whole time I thought he was evil, but really, he's just retarded. My hatred for this abomination of a world is unwavering. However, My permanent pessimism goes through phases where, for a certain duration of time, there will be a specific mood of negativity that belongs to its own genre. It will eventually wear itself out, and it will go to another pessimistic genre. Let me explain. Sometimes I say, I hate this world. It pisses me off, and I want it to be destroyed. But then there's other times where I say that, this world is so absurd with its meaninglessness that it's laughable to me. This must be a kind of dark comedy. And in that kind of a mood, it comes off as not funny, but funny. But the mood that I'm in right now is new. And it's just where everything is retarded. Now, the phase that I went through before this, everything was shit. Where I was walking around in the grocery store and I'm like, wow, they're trying to poison us. Everything is just shit. Politics, religion, human interaction, romantic relationships, the food we eat. It's all just shit, dude. We live in a world of shit. And I was so overwhelmed by this feeling that I wrote that video, chapter 1 of my first book, where I talked about the excremental. Chapter 1 of my first book, where I talked about the excremental. But then I have come to be in the mood that I'm in now, which is new, which is everything is retarded. So let me explain to you how this works, okay? I woke up to take a piss, and there was a giant cockroach with a larva coming out of its ass that was stuck about halfway. And rather than being antagonistic towards the fact that it exists, or rather than laughing at it, to take a piss. And there was a giant cockroach with a larva coming out of its ass that was stuck about halfway. And rather than being antagonistic towards the fact that it exists, or rather than laughing at it because of how absurd and meaningless it is, or just saying like, oh, what a bunch of shit. There's another article of shit right there, something that should not exist. How shitty is that? No, this was, oh fuck. What a retard that cockroach is. And what's even more retarded is the larva that's coming out of its ass, about to hatch about 100,000 more of these fucking retards, and they're going to infest my house. That's retarded. The cockroach was retarded. The larva was even more retarded. And I didn't want to get infested with all of those retards that was brought about by a retarded creator. So I squished it. And even that was retarded because I heard that crunch and I felt the sliminess on the bottom of my sock. I had to take it off. It was just a retarded mess. That is the mood that I'm in right now.
La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar, porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. La la cucaracha ya no puede caminar porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. Una cucaracha pinta le dice a una colorada, vámonos para Chihuahua a pasar la temporada. Una cucaracha pinta le dice a una colorada, vámonos para Chihuahua a pasar la temporada. La cucaracha ya no puede caminar porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. La cucaracha ya no puede caminar porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. Ya murió la cucaracha, ya la llevan a enterrar entre cuatro sopilotes y un ratón de sacristán. Ya murió la cucaracha, ya la llevan a enterrar entre cuatro sopilotes y un ratón de sacristán. La cucaracha ya no puede caminar porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. La cucaracha ya no puede caminar porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar.
Like, oh, what a bunch of shit. There's another article of shit right there, something that should not exist. How shitty is that? To take a piss. And there was a giant cockroach with a larva coming out of its ass that was stuck about halfway. And rather than being antagonistic towards the fact that it exists, or rather than laughing at it because of how absurd and meaningless it is, or just saying like, oh, what a bunch of shit. There's another article of shit right there, something that should not exist. How shitty is that? No, this was, oh, fuck. What a retard that cockroach is. And what's even more retarded is the larva that's coming out of its ass, about to hatch about 100,000 more of these fucking retards, and they're going to infest my house. That's retarded. The cockroach was retarded. The larva was even more retarded. And I didn't want to get infested with all of those retards that was brought about by a retarded creator. So I squished it. And even that was retarded because I heard that crunch and I felt the sliminess on the bottom of my sock. I had to take it off. It was just a retarded mess. That felt the sliminess on the bottom of my sock. I felt the sliminess on the bottom of my sock. I had to take it off. It was just a retarded mess. That is the mood that I'm in right now. Think about it. This world is so retarded that it is more fit for a bug than it is for a man. Retarded. That is the mood that I'm in right now. Think about it. This world is so retarded that it is more fit for a bug than it is for a man. Have you ever had an itchy asshole and you thought yourself to be quite hygienic and you were unsure why? Come to find that there are millions of little microscopic worms that are feeding upon the nutrients of your asshole and living at your expense, causing your asshole to become itchy. So quite literally, we got bugs coming out of our ass in this fucking inside of your body. Millions of parasites. And if it wasn't for you using shampoo and conditioner on your hair and on your beard, which isn't produced in nature, by the way, that's a man-made contrivance for our convenience because we were being eaten alive by bugs in our beard, in our hair, making us fucking itch until our skin bleeds. All of these creepy crawlies that make in, in our in our in our beard, in our beard, in our hair, making us fucking itch until our skin bleeds. All of these creepy crawlies that want to suck our blood and feed upon the inner contents of our own bodies. It's disgusting. Maybe our bodies are not our own. Maybe our bodies are designed to be a food source for bugs. You ever think about that? You ever think maybe when you die, that was the whole purpose of you living the duration of your life? Just to go to that point of death, because when you die, you're going to be devoured by maggots. Flies are going to emerge out of your entrails while your body is putrefying. That is how retarded this world is. From a human perspective, what is our purpose? We don't know. It doesn't make any sense, but it makes perfect sense if you're the lowest form of life, and that is quite literally a bug. What can be lower than a fucking bug? That same organism that we find to be so insignificant that we can squish it and not lose any sleep, forget about it almost instantaneously after the fact. That bug, you have to keep in mind that this world is so retarded that it's made for him. So when you squish a bug, you have killed the purpose for the existence of this world, I'm afraid. You go walk into the forest. What happens? You get eaten alive by mosquitoes. You try to walk in between two trees. Come to find you walk into a spider web filled with a bunch of poisonous bloodsuckers that try to bite you. And then you think, is the childhood tree that I climbed as a kid, did God put that there for my enjoyment? No. God put that tree there for praying mantises to eat the leaves thereof, put it there for bark beetles to feed from it, for termites to feed from it, for bees to build their hives. That tree there for it. No. And then you think, is the childhood tree that I climbed as a kid, did God put that there for my enjoyment? Is the childhood tree that I climbed, is the childhood tree that I climbed as a kid, did God put that there for my enjoyment? No. God put that tree there for praying mantises. No. 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 God put that tree there for praying mantises to eat the leaves thereof, put it there for bark beetles to feed from it, for termites to feed from it, for bees to build their hives. It put it there for spiders to weave their webs, for ants to build their colonies. Don't you get it? This world is so retarded that it's made for bugs. Get it? Get it? Get it? Get it? Don't you get it? This world is so retarded that it's made for bugs and not for humans. But as a kind of sick, cruel joke, they put humans here in a world made for bugs just to humiliate us. Don't you see how sick that is? James Brown once said, "This is a man's world." I don't agree with that anymore. I think this is a bug's world. Think about it. Told the story once before, but it bears repeating. About a year ago, I went on a camping trip, and I had prepared not to get eaten alive by bugs because it happens to me every time. I have this in common with my mother's. Everywhere she would go outdoors, she, for whatever reason, would attract mosquitoes. Some mosquitoes they favor certain blood types, I guess. So I said, okay, I'll go on this camping trip, but I'm going to wear a ski mask, the little bit of skin that shows around my eyes. I'm going to spray bug repellent on. I'm going to wear long sleeve shirts. I'm going to wear gloves. I don't care if it's over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm going to be hot. I'm going to be miserable, but I am not going to get eaten by these fucking mosquitoes. So that's what I did. Middle of the night, I go to take a piss. Wear gloves. I don't care if it's over 100 gloves. I don't care if it's over 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Curse him. Curse him. Cursor magic. Curse him. Curse him. Send more bugs. Send more bugs to him. More bugs. More mosquitoes. Eat him alive. Send more mosquitoes. More bugs. More cucarachas. Curse him. Curse him. Curse him. Cursor magic. Curse him. Curse him. Cursor magic. Curse him. Curse him.
Be hot. I'm going to be miserable, but I am not going to get eaten by these fucking mosquitoes. So that's what I did. Middle of the night, I go to take a piss. We're all sitting around the campfire getting drunk. I go to a tree. I whip out my cock. I got a good stream going. I probably got about 30-second worth of piss to take. I'm about 15 seconds in, and before you know it, some kind of a strange bug jumped right on my shaft and bit me. Scared the fuck out of me. I'm in the middle of piss. I'm just like, ah!
Oh, you can't make this up. It's like he's cursed. It's like he's a cursed being.
I fall on my ass. I start, as I'm still pissing, just smacking my dick like as hard as I can. People come, and of course they're pointing their finger, they're laughing their ass off because they're like, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" And I'm like, "A bug bit my dick." I didn't think it was funny, but everybody started laughing. But that's what I mean about this fucking world, dude. As soon as that bug had one opportunity to bite me and to suck my blood and to make my life a living hell, it was that brief opportunity where my cock was open to the elements. It ceased the opportunity. And I had a bug. I don't think it was a mosquito, come to think of it, because I had a bug bite that was like the size of a fucking penny right on my shaft. And I was just like, what the fuck was that? I don't know. Here's what I do, man. Too many goddamn bugs in this world. It pisses me off. Why? My brother, actually, right now as we speak, his house got infested with fleas because he took his family to the park, and apparently, if you take your dog there, dogs are more inclined to get fleas on the beach. So he takes the dog home, and you know where I'm going with this. They infested everything. And I went over to his house just the other day to go attend to his situation, try to help out the best I could. And he has 4 children, ages 1 to like 8. And they were just covered in bug bites. And I was just like, holy shit, like from head to toe. And this was just the other day. There's nothing I can do to help. He had to go and move in temporarily with his in-laws while he got his house fumigated. which cost them like fucking like well over $1,000. It was ridiculous. There was another situation where, in like 2008, I was probably like 13 or 12 or some shit. I went over to my cousin's house and I was visiting with them because I like to come over and play with their kids, and they had an infant at the time. The baby was screaming bloody murder, and they were saying, "Oh, just ignore him. He needs to take a nap. It's his nap time. He's just protesting." But it didn't sit right with me. I wanted to go comfort him in any way that I could. So against their orders, me being a guest after all, I went into their master bedroom, snuck in there to see what was happening. And poor baby was covered in red fire ants. They were biting the shit out of him. I told their parents. They weren't even mad at me that I disobeyed their orders and I went into their master bedroom. They said, "Thank God that you were here." That's what they said. All of this stuff, man. These goddamn bugs. What's the point? It's a bug's world. It's not a man's world. It is no coincidence that those who love the world the most, who are happy with the world the most, are always the most retarded among us. But those who are more intelligent, more conscientious, they're the ones that hate the world the most. And that's because this world is not made for smart people, if you like, for highly lucid people. This world is made for unconscious retards, and that's why they love it the most.
Reality, whether it's Bill Gates or killing machine. Because the army guy standing in front of him said, "Yeah, sir, I'll take care of that," took his gun and then shot him instead. What if humans wised up? Hey guys, I don't know why I'm on here. I had an urge to make a video, but I don't really want to make one right now. I have no subject. Excuse me. I can always create subjects because I'm a thinker. The second that I sit silent, thoughts are going to enter my mind. I'm aware that I'm sitting in front of a camera. So my mind will just create something to entertain the situation. But anyways, what did I want to talk about? Yeah, that's right. I didn't get on here with a subject. I was like, why am I even going to start this video? Like, I'm just not in the mood to do this shit. I don't have anything new to talk about. It's not so much about talking about new things anymore for me anyways, you know what I'm saying? I don't even give a fuck anymore. For me, I've sort of become numb to this reality. I've become numb to it. I see it as a stage show that sucks. You know, like I tuned into the wrong channel today. And I don't know, this reality is retarded. Human beings are sort of strange, odd, either really low level meat apes or literally programs in a simulation. But either way, I don't understand reality. I don't understand the human entity thing. I don't understand why people acquiesce. I don't understand why people never come together. I don't understand why was our essence plugged into a low level creature like this, like that wars and argues and can be evil, angry, mean, racist, nasty, slimy, just thieving, lying, backstabbing, manipulative. Then it goes even deeper than that. It gets into like literal energy vampires or succubuses or I don't know, just the human entity thing, whatever it is, whether it's a meat monkey or not, is a very bizarre creature. I don't understand it. I don't understand its predicament, and I don't understand why none of them even care to ask about their predicament. That's really weird to me. It's weird how so many people are not like me, that like question things. It's weird to me how so many people just go, okay, well, that's the way life's going to be, and like conform to a system that they never had to. It's like, why do you all do this? I just don't get it. It's like we know who the most evil people in the reality are. Let's say some evil politician is starting a killing machine. It doesn't. You people are sadistic psychopaths. That's the real truth. All of you leaders or elites or powerful people are sadistic fucking psychopaths. You're all a bunch of fucking bizarre weirdos to me. I don't understand you. I'll never understand you. I think you are disgusting filth of this whole dimension. I think that you guys are the most disgusting filth, lowest level. I'm talking below the rot of feces. You guys are disgusting. You demonic weirdos, like whoever, whatever character needs to be played in the shit show of reality, whether it's Bill Gates or Anthony Fauci or whatever. You are all psychotic fucking weirdos. Every one of you. It's almost as if once you become a powerful person in this reality, something takes over and makes you a deranged weirdo or something. Isn't that weird that happens every fucking time?
Beautiful souls, beautiful souls, beautiful souls, I've not experienced a reading like this before. It was like reading two entirely different people. You'll see in the first clip, the field is quite high and there is a clear embodiment of a holy architecture unfolding, and even I didn't want to disturb it. But when I got to the second and third clip where the time frame is quite similar, something quite different was happening, and I can't quite articulate what I was seeing and what was happening in the field. But it was eerie when it stopped responding. And honestly, I didn't feel good afterwards. It was like an absent feeling. And it'll be interesting to read.
Do you owe more than $10,000 in Canada on things like credit cards, payday loans, or lines of...
Beautiful souls, I've not experienced afterwards. It was like an absent feeling. Here it is. This clip that was taken 9 years ago. There's a lot of capacity for life. There is
Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix
Time.
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 Time. Matrix.
Time.
Hello, everyone. I should still be live. Something went wrong with YouTube. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I'm going to try to rectify it right now by removing the premiere video that I uploaded many hours ago that looked to be fine, and it didn't run for some reason. And I'm going to re-upload it here. And try this again. That's what I'm going to do. And we'll see if this works. Welcome back, Wendy. Okay, I've re-uploaded it. Is it going through YouTube checks? There's definitely something either going wrong with YouTube or they're messing with my channel again. That could be the case as well. Just give me a second here. Let's try this again. Hold on, I'm still setting up the premiere as I'm on another screen that my audience can't see. YouTube Studios. Set it for subscribers. All right. All right. Let's see if this works. Very strange. I don't remember that ever happening in all these years with a premiere. Here it is, the real people Jeremy exposed. Should begin shortly at 5:16 a.m. He's a loser. He's an envious loser. He's a loser. Look at that creepy creature. Creepy, creepy, creepy creature. It's a real creep. There we go. There we go. Here we go. It's rolling. Roll it. Roll it.
I want you to think about how you feel when you think about this place, this realm. What thoughts come to mind? Perhaps thoughts like, it's evil, it's cruel, it's dark, it's ugly. It is a place that destroys spirits, it destroys sovereignty. The notion of freedom vanishes in this place. The respect for freedom, the respect for sovereignty, it's all gone. It destroys spirits.
Wow, it destroys spirits. Let's see. He calls it a realm. He describes it as cruel, etc. He doesn't want to call it a hell realm anymore because he knows who calls it a hell realm more than anyone. But he's a copycat. Watch this. Listen to this. Listen. Let's see how much of a copycat this Finkelstein is.
Spirits. As an evil. It destroys spirits. It destroys spirits. It's an evil place, and it must be stopped. It must not continue. It has to end. It has to end because this place cannot continue to do what it's doing. Now just imagine that you're not inside.
So it has to end. Who says that the most? That this has to end. This has to be stopped. He's just a copycat. I'm going to rewind a bit. This creature calls this place evil, but he doesn't want to call it a hell realm. He'll call it an evil realm. Says it has to end. It destroys spirits. This creature, Finkelstein, is just a complete copycat. That's all that he is a complete copycat.
Gone. It destroys spirits. It's an evil place, and it must be stopped. It must not continue. It has to end. It has to end because this place cannot continue to do what it's doing. Now just imagine that you're not inside this realm anymore. You are observing it from the outside. You are looking at it. You are looking at this cube, this whatever way you want to describe it. Whatever comes to mind, you can cube this whatever this cube, this cube, this cube, this whatever this cube, this whatever this cube, this whatever way you want to describe it. Whatever comes to mind, you can see the realm from the outside. You're not in the realm anymore, but you can observe it. You're observing all that it is. And what thoughts come to mind as you observe? Perhaps that it's evil, it's cruel, it destroys spirits, it has no respect for freedom and sovereignty, and it just keeps getting worse. And there are spirits in there that need support, they need some help, and this place must end. It must not continue. It has to come down. Now, as you observe this place from the outside, you have a choice. You have a choice to take a step forward, take 2 steps, 3 steps, and enter this realm. Or you have the choice to turn your back to it and forget that it exists. What choice would you make if you were aware?
He's such a copycat. He's a thief, talking about observing this place from the outside. Something I've spoken about many times over the years, including during live streams. Viewing this place from the outside as a cube. He stole that from me. He's a thief. He's a copycat. He's a loser. He's a cockroach. Why does anyone watch this guy's shit? All he's done for over 3 years is copy me and envy me. He's a creature.
That this realm was evil and it must not continue. It must be. If you were aware that this realm was evil and it must not continue, it must be stopped, would you choose to enter, not knowing what consequences that might come your way, not knowing how hard it might be, not knowing whether it's possible or not? Would you choose to move forward and enter the realm, to free spirits, to wake up spirits, to resist the cruel and evil, negative energies, dark forces that rule over this realm? Would you choose that? Would you say, I cannot allow this to continue. I have to go in there. I have to stop it. I cannot.
Listen to his wimpy voice. He thinks he's heroic. And he just sounds whiny. He just sounds whiny. Like a little bitch, like a little complainer.
Rule over this realm. The cruel and evil, negative energies, dark forces that rule over this realm. Would you choose that? Would you say, I cannot allow this to continue. I have to go in there. I have to stop it. I cannot exist knowing that this place is flourishing, that this place is destroying spirits. Would you make that choice? Or would you...
How is it destroying spirits? Why don't you talk about the degradation? He's stopping short because he's like, maybe I could get away with copying him this much. You don't have original ideas of your own. You're just a thief. You're a copycat. You're not a seer. You're a follower. You're a copycat. You're a loser. It hurts your ego that you can't do what I can do.
That this place is destroying spirits. Would you make that choice? Or would you turn yourself, turn your back away from it all and go the other way?
Sounds like a bad actor, almost like somebody that's worse than William Shatner. Would you make that choice? Or would you do this? Would you do that? Or would you do this? He's so overdramatic. Very weird. It sounds insincere. He sounds inauthentic. He doesn't sound real. He sounds like a fucking actor or an agent. What is wrong with you, Finkelstein? What's wrong with you?
This place is destroying spirits. Would you make that choice? Or would you turn yourself, turn your back away from it all and go the other way and forget that it exists? Now, if you chose the former, to enter this realm, to resist the evil forces here, to make a difference, even if it's so small you can't see it with a magnifying lens, if that's something that you might do, if you feel that in your heart, in your essence, then perhaps you did choose to come here.
Do you feel it in your heart that you came to make such a small difference inside here that you can't see it with the microscope? Or a magnifying glass? Is that what you did?
Might do. If you feel that in your heart, in your essence, then perhaps. If that's something that you might do. If you feel that in your heart, in your essence, then perhaps you did choose to come here.
He's a creepy creep. He's a cockroach. I am always growing. Doesn't seem like it. I am not interested in being in a cult. I'm only interested in the truth. No, you said there is no truth. And that was the title. And you can say, oh, don't take it literally. I didn't mean it literally. You can always backpedal. Because you're a dishonest piece of shit. That's what you are. That's what you are. Isn't that right, Finkelstein?
Just want to do a quick video. Hey guys, hope you're doing well today. Just want to do a quick video as I'm going for a walk outside. Yeah, I am outside, and it is not the greatest day ever, but it's not too hot. But anyway, let's chat, let's talk here. Been thinking a lot about this lately. The topic of why are we here? We as in awake ones. You know who you are if you're awake and you can see. You know who you are. Some of us that claim they can see, I think they're decoys, they're NPCs, they're AI potentially. But the ones that know, the ones that can see, they'll understand where I'm coming.
You can't see, you can just copy. You can copy, steal, plagiarize. That's not seeing. You're a creature and you show it all the time. You show it.
From here, us awake ones, us truth seekers, you could call it, are so different from the rest of the population. We are so much more, in a sense, advanced with our abilities to be aware, to be conscious of what's going on, to be open to what's true, whether it feels good or not. We are so much more advanced.
Only 5 likes in 4 days, 164 views. He's still getting too many views. But that's a good sign. Only 5 idiots like this shit. Only five fools. Creepy, creepy creature. What he's trying to do is justify being here. He likes to say that he has a mission. What's your mission in life, Finkelstein? Jeremiah Finkelstein? To be a loser? Is that your mission? Look at him bashing everyone here 2 days ago. Many, if not most, quote, truth seekers I interact with online use a very tiny percent of their intelligence. My microphone's blocking part of my screen. If they have intelligence at all, they constantly look at things in black and white, missing any nuance. It's a favorite word of Landry, and now it's becoming a favorite word of Jeremiah. They think, oh, I'm so nuanced. These others, they think and see in black and white, but I'm so nuanced. It's another way to boost their own ego and be an arrogant prick. For instance, if someone makes a statement that is positive or, quote, glass half full, they immediately assume you are a love and light new age clown. No, I don't think they do. Maybe that's in your neurosis and paranoid mind. What a bunch of tards. Now he's calling people tards. They're too immature to admit they don't have it all figured out. Oh, you're the mature one. And there is no one truth that is going to set you free. Being a, quote, soul trapper, it really bothers him, is not going to get you out of here. Focusing on the dark side of this reality will not get you out either. He's so passive aggressive. You need to be more dynamic than that. He learned a new word and he wanted to use it. Dynamic, right there. Dynamic. You need to see there are nuances. He was dying to say nuances again. And stop being glued to this idea that everything is black and white. I don't think me or anyone else that I know sees everything in black and white. But you perceive it that way because you're so lazy. You're too lazy to listen and pay attention and really learn. You're just trying to pick up on words and terms and ideas and copy them. That's what your focus is. Copying, stealing. You're a thief. The soul trap theory is a psyop, he says with a big exclamation point. And the faster you realize it, the better off you will be. Stop getting mad at me because you fell for another one as did I. He says he fell for it. Other times he said he never fell for it. When I say that ST is a psyop and you automatically believe I'm New Ager, you are an idiot. Look at him getting insulting and huffy and angry. Little crybaby Finkelstein's getting angry. Oy vey! If you think you are a slave for the rest of existence, you are a loser. A slave. Look at this. If you think you are sovereign and can create worlds but like to dwell in the negative, you are a loser. He's calling everyone losers. Look at this. This channel is for winners. Really? Doesn't seem like it. This channel, it seems like you're a crybaby. This channel is for those who want to actually get out of this parasitic existence. Oh, really? If you think you can just complain day and night, pointing fingers, sucking your thumb, no, that's what you do, crybaby. While watching vids in your parents' basement. He's getting so cringe. Like that insult has been around, used by feminists for years. Maybe he is a male feminist. Wait a second, maybe he is. I always suspected he's a liberal because he loves the LGBT, etc., trans. Maybe he's a male feminist. And then magically escaped this place. Then I don't know what to tell you. All the power to you, I guess. Look at this. He's telling people they need to live a moral life, yet he's calling people losers and tards. Right here, he's telling you need to live a moral life. How's he moral? He's a thief. That's not moral. It's not moral to steal and copy and plagiarize people. That's not moral. Come on, Finkelstein. Oy vey. Oy vey. You're not moral, are you? No, you're not moral.
Here's my response to the sanity machine. All right, here's my response.
So this was 3 years ago. This is one of his biggest viewed videos, 3.3 thousand views. He got thousands of views on this. It's from March 2023, so 3 years ago and a few months. Wow. It's almost 3.5 years ago. It's coming close to 3.5 years. Audio is way too low. You should fix it and re-upload it. Good luck in getting him to fix it. As usual, his older vids were more informative with less arguing. His original message is basically what most of us agree with. Who do you mean by us? If anything, I love his artworks, she said. His older vids were good. Unfortunately, he decided to make wrong choices after a while. Wrong choices according to who? The guy is a freak and belongs in a mental institution. Someone wrote. Believe what you want. Love me or hate me. I'm going to be me. Gay Robinson was laughing to tears 2 years ago. Her comment, I love it. I love Gay Robinson. This idiot Ashes wrote, someone who is always Ashes, beautiful Ashes. She used to be called Ashes to Ashes, I think. Someone who always wants to be right is the voice of hell. Stephen is everything he accuses others of. Really? Really? Let the soul shine. That's Sammy. She got banned years ago. Stephen is a bully. He tried to get me to confess I hate men on his channel the whole time. The whole time. He was always very triggered by me. Wow. Look at all the haters come out. The disgruntled little haters. Dude is a crazed lunatic. I don't even recognize these creatures. Doesn't matter, though. There's a lot of lying demons in this realm that stick together. Calling people stupid is a huge sign of his genius. Is she still around? Barbie Sasquatch, remember her? She wrote a bunch of comments here about me. One after another, after another, after... There's 5. Wow. This weirdo, the sanity machine, doesn't tell anyone anything they couldn't find somewhere else or within. Oh, really? Well, don't watch my channel then. I don't think that's true at all. Insanity machine, this person wrote. There's a lot of bashing. Thousands of people have bashed me on YouTube, but nobody's been able to prove me wrong. All they can do is sling empty words, empty insults that mean nothing. For years, creatures have been slinging insults, but how about you prove me wrong, losers?
All right, here's my response to the Sanity Machine. He has made, I believe, over 600 videos by now, and a lot of good content. I've been a sub for quite a while. He hasn't been a YouTuber for too long, but I, I've watched a lot of his videos, got some good perspectives. This is my response to him. He mentioned me and some of the comments that I had left, some questions I had, which were valid questions. So I'm just going to respond. You guys can make up your own mind. Here we go.
All right, that's what they said before somebody swam across the Great Lakes. I know they didn't swim across the widest part. They chose the most narrow part they could. I realized that, okay? As a kid, I didn't realize that when I heard it on radio, but, I realized that. There's a lot of things that they say, nobody's ever done that. What makes you think you can do that? Well, for one thing, we're not all equal. We're not all the same. So who are you comparing me to? You don't know what I'm capable of. And somebody said they watched over 200 of my videos and then they left a dumb comment like that.
Well, that was me. I watched over 200 of his videos, and I've watched so many hours of his videos. A lot of the stuff I already knew already, but it's really just getting a different perspective.
Yeah, sure you knew a lot of the stuff already. I doubt that, because you don't know anything today, over 3 years later, almost 3.5 years later. You never demonstrated that you know anything that's valuable. You're just a liar. You're a loser. You're a copycat thief. You're a scumbag. You're not moral. You're a hypocrite. You go calling people tards, idiots, stupid, etc., 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 while claiming that you're moral and that you live a moral life. How are you moral? You went from a super fan to someone that's obsessed with me for over 3 years. Is it close to 4 years that you've been obsessed with me? Creepy Finkelstein. You said I'm the reason that you started this channel. Your first video's about me, claiming falsely that you exposed me. You've never exposed me as anything. 31,000 views in all these years. Barely anyone watches your channel. I get 31,000 views in a month. What's wrong with you, loser? What's wrong with you, Finkelstein? Little crybaby. Little crybaby. That's all that you are, isn't it? Boo hoo 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 hoo. Hello everyone, thanks for watching this. That was my newest premiere. Please give it a like. Remember to hit the like button. Only 4 people hit the like button. Hello, hello, hello. We're back here on my live stream. We're right back here. All hail the Raven King.
Viking magic. Sever their heads. Sever their heads. The Walking Dead. Zombies curse their memories.
Forever.
Seal in the demons, seal them in. All hail the Raven King. Long live
His kingdom.
Long live
His kingdom.
the Raven King. The Raven King.
Hello, hello. Looks like we have someone that's confused. Get your shit together, mate. I've made thousands of videos describing the realm that you're in, reality. You must be a real lazy retard. What a lazy loser. Probably using a fake account. Are you a pathetic incel? What are you? Are you a pathetic incel? I'm not trying to become famous. This is all in your head. You're a retard. So this idiot has a channel. Maybe he's trying to become famous. This moron, Vladimir, with the owl. Interesting. There's another creep called Cage on YouTube that likes to use an owl. Oh, he's linking to London McDouchebag's channel. I see. He's linking on his channel to Douchebag's channel, London McDouche. Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate that. I just wanted to see who this is before I banned them. It's a cockroach, of course. It's a cockroach. He's a cockroach because right here, just give me a second. He has a link 1 month ago and it goes to London McDouchebag's channel. He posts links on his channel to London's channel. He's a douchebag. He's a douche that follows an obsessed Tigga. Goodbye, baby truther. Yeah, you're right. He did have a chance. He's just a douchebag from Belgrade. I don't care where you're from. Who gives a shit? Shouldn't even be in Europe the way you behave. You don't behave like a European. You stick up for Talcott and your douchebag. Probably how you heard about my channel from London McDouchebag, the rebuttal bar. You posted a link to one of his videos. You're low level. You're retard. You belong in this realm. You can stay here and get recycled forever. You had a chance to learn something. You come here like a rude asshole defending cockroaches. What a loser. What a loser you are, Vlad. You're a loser. You're a loser.
You DM me and you said that we agree on some things because, you know, we used to be...
You're a loser like this guy. Can you tell what the guy in the red shirt, his features, he looks like a tiny hat? Because he is. He'll pretend he's not Jewish. I can tell right away he's Jewish.
Libertarian, which is true. You also said that you're Jewish, but you don't identify as Jewish, and you consider yourself an American. You think that's in conflict with our beliefs?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't identify as Jewish. How does that work when you're genetically Jewish? If I'm genetically Irish, and I have a lot of Irish blood, especially on my mom's side, if I said I don't identify as that, how does that work with race, with ethnicity, and with your sex, gender? Oh, I don't identify. You don't identify? Your mother's Jewish. What do you mean you don't identify? It's in your genes. You don't identify. Biologically, you're Jewish. What are you talking about? You don't. They whenever it's convenient, they'll say, "Oh no, I don't identify as Jewish." They want it both ways. And then other times, "Oh, I'm not white. I'm Jewish." That's what they do. Classic. Classic.
You DM me and you said that we agree on some things because, you know, we used to be libertarian, which is true. You also said that you're Jewish, but you don't identify as Jewish, and you consider yourself an American. You think that's in conflict with our beliefs?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. 100%.
Okay. Well, where would you like to start specifically?
Well, I think we should start with something that I think y'all have said before, because I've listened to a decent amount of y'all's videos, is that like there are, he said he's ready, so I think he should be on soon.
Okay.
That like there's certain biological factors about like certain races that prohibit you from accepting Western culture. Is that right?
Say that one more time, please.
Like there are certain things like biologically innate to certain races that prohibits them from accepting Western civilization.
Yeah, I would say so. I don't think that's the only factor at play, but I would say that that's definitely part of it. Yeah.
I would actually word that more specifically. I would say there are biological things that prevent people from being able to assimilate into Western culture. And you can't perfectly map that onto race, but it is the most reliable because we're talking about cultural attitudes at the end of the day. And race is heavily informative on your identity, and cultural attitudes are downstream from your identity. So just to be specific, it's not to say that there aren't non-white people who are for all intents and purposes assimilated, regardless of whether or not they belong to the nation of America. But there are obviously tax-paying, American-seeming, patriotic, non-white people, of course.
And there's certain traits and characteristics that are found more reliably in certain populations compared to others. But it doesn't mean if you pick somebody out of a certain population, they're going to certainly exhibit said characteristic 100% of the time. Obviously, it's not that monolithic. You know, people vary on an individual level as well. But, you know, collective groups of people also have differences as well.
And on the inverse, there are white people who you could say aren't assimilated to Western culture either, right? So yeah.
I think that's a lot of my critique would be that, is that like people aren't fungible. That people in the same race aren't fungible. And I think a lot of y'all's policy prescriptions for things is like, we need to repatriate an entire group of people, where it's like, well, hold on, we can agree that a group of people is disproportionately sorry, one second. We can agree that a group of people is disproportionately like committing crime or something like that. But like the same way that like leftists are like, all white people are bad, we gotta like kick all white, they're like, they blame whitey for everything. It's like, no, you can point at white people, certain white people who are doing bad things, but it's like an illogical leap to say we punish this whole group of people and send them back to their country because there's a trend in a group. And the same way I would say that with like, I was looking up these numbers because I'm interested in talking about this with y'all. Like if you look at, like, you'll probably love this, you know, table 43 from the FBI statistics that break down crime by race. But it's talking about, like if you just look at the total numbers, right? And you say like from the Black population, what percentage of Black people are committing crimes every year? And like in Black people, like I wrote it down, it's like 3.4%. And in white people, it's like 2.4%. So if the idea
I think it is higher than that though.
You have been arrested, reckless driver.
No way! Is speeding even a crime? Psst. Bro, wanna leave? I've got a way. Okay, two choices. Which path do you pick?
Help me! Help me!
Sorry about that.
DM me and you.
I don't know why it keeps switching over to that account. YouTube is playing games. I'm logged in now as premium.
Belong to the European race, the American nation, regardless of whether or not they're civic participants, whether or not they have good jobs, whether or not they commit less crime than white people. They simply aren't part of the same people group. Does that make sense? I mean, for example, Asians, I don't consider them Americans either. There's many that are good, tax-paying, well-behaved citizens that commit, on average, less crimes than white people do, but I still do not consider them as part of the American nation. So it's not about punishment. It's not about sending people off because it's what they deserve as a people. It's because they do not belong to the American nation. And the foundation of our worldview here is very simple. It's nationalism. It's that we believe America is a nation, and we want to have a nation for our people. A nation is a people, necessarily, definitionally. So that's kind of the foundation there. Everything else is built on top of that.
It's also about cultural attitudes. I mean, if you have a population of tens of millions of people who believe in a completely different version of history and have, you know, internalized cultural attitudes about the founding stock, and you put those two groups together, there's going to be a bad result as the outcome. I think that's kind of clear at this point. We've tried the whole integration, multiculturalism experiment, and it's not to extrapolate and say that every single person who's not white is going around and committing crime. Obviously, that's not true. We've never claimed any such thing. But it's about the irreconcilable nature of these different types of cultural attitudes, crime being just one of those.
Yeah, here, let me add your friend in real quick. Let me do that before I get back to you, and then I'll let you respond, Mr. Ben. I just added him, so he should be there.
But I think that's kind of the one variable that people like to start with is the remigration, repatriation thing. But at a minimum, I mean, you have to start but that's the long-term ideal, though. A lot of different incremental steps would have to occur before we inevitably get to that point, including, you know, illegal people in the millions and the tens of millions being allowed to live in the midst of our country and extract our resources. To me, something like that, an acknowledgement of how that's not acceptable, is the bare minimum. I think it takes a while to incrementally get from there to repatriation, but at a minimum, we shouldn't allow any of these things to happen. But Really, I assume what we're going to have here is a fundamental philosophical difference, in that we believe that a nation is a people. It's not just a set of laws or pertains to a person's citizenship. I believe that a nation is a real organic phenomenon. It's like a body with organs and movements and purpose behind it. And us as a people belong to that. And if you just pile a bunch of people in from non-assimilable countries, that's not going to work. And I think that's why our country is in such disarray right now. And so it's really just a fundamental philosophical disagreement. And you may feel excluded from that because of your identity, and that's understandable why you would feel that way. I don't really approach it in like a personalized attack kind of way. It's not like that, but it is to say that people are different. And I would believe that you as a Jewish person, you have the right to advocate for yourself as a Jewish person and belonging to the Jewish diaspora. I'm not going to blame you or attack you for doing that, but people seem to really have a problem when my brother and I advocate for white people. And in the context of living in America, that would mean putting our people first.
And you probably should just hop on board with them, because I don't know if you've heard, but they're doing pretty good. So just be a Jew, dude. Yeah, just be Jewish. Like, what's the problem?
Well, I mean, I'm Jewish in the sense that like my mother is Jewish, therefore I'm Jewish. But I was never like mitzvahed or anything like that. I'm technically still a Jewish boy.
Well, you're ethnically
Jewish in the sense that like my mother is Jewish, therefore I'm Jewish. And Jewish in the sense that like my mother is Jewish, therefore I'm Jewish. But I was never like mitzvahed or anything like that. I'm technically still a Jewish boy.
Well, you're ethnically Jewish, no?
Yeah, I'm ethnically Jewish, like the way I'm Jewish. But I was never like mitzvahed or anything like that. I'm technically still a Jewish boy.
Well, you're ethnically Jewish, no?
Yeah, I'm ethnically Jewish, like the way hold on, make sure I said the right one.
I got him.
That's it. Okay,
Yeah.
they said they got you. Okay.
Okay, let me see if I can add him in.
So,
I don't see him in here.
no, I think my disagreement is like so with the Jewish stuff, it's like there are certain parts of my identity. Like I have other culture, like a Scotch Irish culture too. Like that's where my dad's family is from. But I don't view myself as like in the same way that like I don't view all the horrible things that the Scotch Irish and Jewish people did as like my responsibility or something that I did. I don't view the great things that they did in that sense either. Like a lot of the Enlightenment thinkers are Scotch Irish, but I'm not like, that was me, I did that. These are ideas that people of any race or ethnicity can come assimilated to and either reject or not. And I agree with you. Like the question I did want to ask from before was that, like you said, that immigrants are coming in and looting our resources. Like y'all are libertarians. Do you not think people that are just collecting welfare who are US citizens in the United States are reaping our resources away? Like taking away from productive people and giving it to people who aren't productive. I think my ultimate argument.
Do I think that's happening? Is that the question?
Yeah, like is that more of a problem than immigrants? Like an immigrant who comes here and just like works a job.
I'm gonna add your friend in, and I think it'll cut you out here for just a quick second, so bear with me.
Okay.
We can readdress it when we jump back in.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in with us today. We are building something real here. Free, unrestrained conversations and content that contend with the real issues. If you want to help us keep that going, feel free to buy the Frojax Brothers a coffee over at our Buy Me a Coffee link, or you can send some support to our Rumble crypto wallet. Every bit helps, and this helps us stay independent and deliver to you as much value as possible.
And while you guys are supporting the mission, make sure to check out frojax.net to see our merch designs that are dropping weekly. Here you can read more about who we are, check out some of our original music, and grab one of our high-quality clothing items to represent the movement. And when you're there, make sure to sign up for our email list for exclusive discounts and future announcements.
If you want to
people on an individual basis, especially when, on average, most groups collectively exhibit certain characteristics or exhibit certain cultural attitudes, which are reliable.
Are you saying? are you saying that you, in your own life, you don't treat people as individuals? You don't, like, based on how they act, determine whether or not.
How's that what I'm saying? I still treat people with a dignity across the board, but that doesn't mean
Right,
that
but
you can't have preconceived notions of people based off of pattern
I
recognition.
mean, you can treat people as individuals. If someone has a face tat with a swastika on it, you're going to treat him as an individual, but you'll also see a very clear cultural attitude that he's expressing from tattoo on his face, and you're going to take that into account when you're engaging with that
But you're
person.
conflating immutable characteristics with mutable characteristics.
No, that's not a
where-
conflation because it's a cultural attitude. I'll give you an example. Earlier, and we're talking about cultural attitudes. Here's something that's really important. I understand that a swastika on your face isn't an immutable characteristic. The point there was that it is a cultural attitude being expressed. Black people have cultural attitudes that are immutable as well, not immutable. So earlier, I think I said 1 in 5 people. I said black people have cultural attitudes that are also immutable. Like they hold them because of their group conscience, right? So earlier, I think I said 1 in 5 people. I looked up the statistic. It's something else. It's a certain age group of black men. It's 1 in 20 rather. So it's 5%. So anyway, the point is to say that crime isn't the only thing that you can judge cultural attitudes by. Cultural attitudes manifest really most obviously on a political level. So if we just take crime, if we take income, if we take behavior completely off the table, we can look at people in terms of what sort of policies that they promote. I'll give you an example. Look this one up. Pew Research, 77% of self-identified black American people believe in racial reparations. So essentially 8 out of 10 black people want your money, our money, because of slavery that they didn't even endure. So this is to say that there is a cultural attitude held by the vast supermajority of black people that would be unfair in your view, I suspect, on their part. And now look, if we're going to afford that right to them, that means that we're going to violate our right. When you put 2 people in proximity to one another and they have conflicting cultural attitudes, if you give them equal rights, one is going to be violated for the others. So that's why we advocate for repatriation, because if people belong to such divergent groups, then putting them in proximity doesn't actually work. And there's no level of assimilation that will make them not have these views anymore.
Yeah. I just think the problem with that argument is like, because y'all, I've heard at least you talk about like believing in natural rights. Is that something that you guys genuinely believe in?
Natural law
like
or natural rights?
Natural, I mean, they're kind of in parity with each other.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we've talked about that a little bit.
Yeah. So I mean, the idea of that.
I don't know that I believe in rights though per se. I don't think rights really actually exist. I think there are purchases. I would call them purchases.
Ancestral purchases.
What does that mean to you? What's like a social purchase? What's an example?
Well, I would think the things that we call rights are actually, in other words, purchases. For example, like the First Amendment, we can say that's a right. I would call that a purchase because a purchase can be made by a person, an individual, or a group, or your ancestors. But the only way to actually maintain that purchase is to obey natural law. And by violating natural law, we're sort of violating the characteristics that make that purchase possible to uphold,
it's this
in a sense.
a libertarian, like Rothbardian property rights. Like all rights are just property rights. Is that where you're coming from?
No, I would say this is more fundamental, more like
David Lane.
Yeah, I mean this is David. I mean, read the 88 Precepts by David Lane. I think this was precept 38, if I'm not mistaken, something like that, or precept 18.
What is this called?
It's called the 88 Precepts by David Eden Lane.
Can I respond real quick to the point that you made earlier, which is that like a large percentage of black people are for reparations, which would be violating our rights. But like, how does that not apply to 99.9% of like statist white people who would 100% say that like they have a right to take you and our money to give to like Israel to bomb innocent people, where it's like they believe that's their right and that we should go to jail if we stop paying our taxes for that.
Well, that gets down to the essence of the power of identity. Without the black identity in America and all of the historical context leading up to why they have those intentions for racial reparations, there wouldn't be that problem. You see what I'm saying? So without Israel...
But how do you solve that problem?
Well, you have a nation that's homogenous. That's what I would say. And if you have a nation that's homogenous, then there's more people that abide by a set of laws that pertains to one group of people solely.
But homogeneity doesn't eliminate opposing identities. Like you're saying, the issue is the opposing Black identity that's been perpetuated to serve their causes, and you'd prefer your causes be served. But it doesn't eliminate their identity by just having a homogeneous society.
It doesn't eliminate individual identity, but I think that there's room for robust individual rights as long as there's an overarching identity. But people right now can't even agree on what an American is, let alone have some sort of overarching shared identity. I mean, that's a
Yeah, you guys said in the beginning a few times like white people, but then you also said more broadly Americans. Like, what is the distinction? I guess, like, what is the ideal?
To be an American, you have to be a white person, i.e., have heritage dating back to the European continent. I believe America is by, of, and for European people. Americans are a European ethnicity, I would say. Group.
It sounds kind of antithetical to say it's like by, of, and for European people.
It was founded by European people. The ideas were of European people, and they made them for European people.
Right.
Do you think that there's a reason why America has been much more successful despite being less racially diverse than other countries?
I wouldn't say that not knowing what the definition of what an American is domestically is a good definition of success. You could talk about GDP or military, and those are, maybe we can talk about that, but I wouldn't say that America is like a grand success right now.
What you're asking, Ben, is why are we more successful than other countries despite not being racially homogenous?
Like, if y'all come from the libertarian tradition, I would assume that you might have abandoned all these ideas, I don't know, but like come from the free market economic way of thinking, the natural rights way of thinking. And like, if you asked me like why the United States is particularly different than like people advocate for like we should be a Christian country or we should be a totally white country, I'd be like, yeah, but the unique thing that made the United States so good is that like we embraced free market capitalism for a very long time and had a very limited government.
I agree with that.
Like allowed for a bunch of freedom, and the racial purity of it was not the locus of success, because there have been so many countries that are extremely that have had horrible things going on in them that are not successful and have failed.
When's the last racially homogenous white country that failed disastrously as you're describing it? Because we're talking about a small period of time. You can look right now.
Is there one that exists?
There are countries right now that are doing worse than the United States that are more racially homogenous than we are, obviously, but we're looking at a small sliver of time. When you look at Europe or the United States at its heights, we were 95+% white. And I think that if continued in the direction that we're currently going, we will see very quickly and very clearly that we will start going in the alternate direction. We've only been not racially homogenous since the 60s and 70s. Post Hart-Celler Act. Prior to that, for 300 plus years, we were 92, 95+% white. And that's really where we created our place on the global stage as the dominant force. And we could lose that to something like China, by the way, who is racially homogenous, perhaps Russia.
It also depends on what you define as success, too. And I would assume as a libertarian, you would be more focused upon the economic argument. But as an identitarian, I think that there is an element that supersedes economic systems. I don't believe that political parties or governments or economic systems exist in of themselves. Something has to come first, and the element that comes first is the people. And the type of people that came before, what America was, it was a European group of people. That is the primary element that informs all of this. And without that, I don't think that we're going to have a consolidated plan for the future. And that's one of the reasons why we always talk about the definition of what an American is. As a people, we can't even describe or define who we are as a people. That is a disastrous set of circumstances to be living in. And to dismiss that and only say that economics matter, I'm not necessarily saying that's what you're doing, but broadly speaking, that tends to be what the libertarian position tends to focus on. I think that's very wrong.
No, I think a lot of my concerns come from, it's similar to like the post-Cold War idea. Like there was a lot of neoconservatives who were like, we need to build up an authoritarian and like military state to fight the Soviet Union. And then like there were people who were like, but when we win, we're going to scale it back. But it never happened. And there were some people who did, like Pat Buchanan was like, what are we doing? Let's scale this back. This is what we said we were going to do. Similarly, if you're like implementing policies that you're talking about, which are guaranteed authoritarian, if you destroy the liberty of the United States, the free, which we're already losing, by the way. So like, I think that's a problem, but like, it is going to make it worse if you say, like, imagine the amount of force, the amount of authoritarianism that would need to take place for tens of millions of people who call this their home and have lived here for generations to get forced to go to a place that they think is foreign to them.
Yeah,
Like,
I think
that
would
is
be
going
it would be natural and healthy. I think that's consistent.
Yeah,
with
and they
human
did
nature.
that when they came here too, by the way. People got here for a reason and they can leave for a reason too. It doesn't have to be that one for one we have to manhandle a bunch of brown people out of the country. We can
but you're not going to suggest that immigrants and
But somebody has to do that, right? Like at some point, what he's saying is like at some point, how does that work?
Well, implementing
by the way-
policies of ethnoprimacy is a great start.
Yes.
Say it again.
Focus implementing policies of ethnoprimacy, which is actually a term coined by a fellow YouTuber named Exquafante. Fantastic content. You should check it out. You would really like it, actually. It's very good, very heady, very highbrow. And he coined this term, from what I understand, ethnoprimacy, where you prioritize the quality of life of the founding stock. So you don't have to go around and just like put everybody into black vans, though a lot of people should go in black vans, and I'm sure we could agree on that. There's, I don't know how many tens of... Really. So the tens of millions of illegal people here, we should just ask them in a friendly way that they should like self-deport or something?
No, but I don't think we should. No, I don't think we should deport them. No.
We shouldn't deport illegal immigrants?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, then we're just not living in the same
Yeah, I would
reality,
agree.
brother. We shouldn't. What? Why?
Should we allow more? Should we allow more to come in?
Name a single positive benefit of an illegal
Well,
immigrant.
the only argument is the cheap labor GDP.
Yeah, but
argument.
that's not a positive benefit.
That is a huge benefit. Yeah.
Well, you
Having
you guys benefited from.
He's talking to a Jewish guy, and he's surprised that they're not living in the same reality. Excuse me, these Frojax brothers. At times it's just like they come across as extremely naive. They're trying very hard to sound intelligent, but why would you assume that which Jewish person is for mass deportations of illegals? Is there any? Like, I don't even know where you got that from. You thought he was on the same page as you? When is a Jewish person for any of this? That's the thing. I don't get them sometimes. And this was a day ago, so it's not like it was months ago or their first live stream. You thought this guy was on the same page. He's Jewish.
You would really like it, actually. It's very...
Of course he wants mass immigration. And you calling a Jewish guy brother? It's just weird. Really weird.
Good, very heady, very highbrow. And he coined this term, from what I understand, ethnoprimacy, where you prioritize the quality of life of the founding stock. So you don't have to go around and just like put everybody into black vans, though a lot of people should go in black vans, and I'm sure we could agree on that. There's, I don't know how many tens of... Really. So the tens of millions of illegal people here, we should just ask them in a friendly way that they should like self-deport or something?
No, but I don't think we should. No, I don't think we should deport them. No.
We shouldn't deport illegal immigrants?
Look at him. He's surprised. He thought this guy would be on that in agreement. Why do you assume what Jew is for deporting illegals? Is there one in America? Is there even one? Like, where have you been? These guys don't understand Jews. They don't understand the differences between Jews and European stock. Jews are not for deporting anyone that's non-white, ever, that I've ever seen.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, then we're just not living in the same reality, brother.
No, but I don't think we should. No, I don't think we should deport them. No.
We shouldn't deport illegal immigrants?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, then we're just not living in the same reality,
agree.
brother. We shouldn't. Why?
Should we allow more? Should we allow more to come in?
Name a single positive benefit of an illegal
Well,
immigrant.
the only argument is the cheap labor GDP.
Yeah, but
argument.
that's not a positive benefit.
That is a huge benefit. Yeah.
Well, you
labor-
guys benefited from it because you're outside of the ethnic core. The white native people are the ones that get displaced in the process. So you don't care.
So you would rather
you don't care
you
if
would
a bunch
rather
of third
have-
world people come in and replace white people because you benefit from
Right,
it.
because white people are the people that lose in all
you
of that.
benefit from it too, though.
No.
No.
Yes, you do.
Wait, did you say?
If I'm a business owner and I want to bid against some other general contractor who's hiring Venezuelans, and I'll hire Guatemalans for 10 cents an hour cheaper just to beat them. Yeah, I'm hiring people that don't even belong here, and I'm leaving all the white people that would otherwise do the job for twice as much without jobs.
This is why I asked if y'all still believed in the libertarian free market arguments. Is because
for white people, yeah.
You can't have you can't have a free market if you have millions of people living in your country that let me finish. You cannot have a free market if you have a country full of tens of millions of people who could never conceive of a free market as a concept.
They come here because it exists already.
This is where we part ways, and it would serve you better. It would serve you better if you admitted that your identity actually informed your political ideology, because clearly it does. Because as a Jewish person, of course you're allowed to think this way.
I'm not a business owner.
I didn't say business owner. I said as a Jewish person. This is it goes back to the because
it's not an argument.
You would belong.
He would think that way because he's Jewish.
Well, you both do, because you don't exist to the ethnic core of the country, so it wouldn't bother you.
I do.
The prospect of having millions of people come into the country who don't belong here, who don't assimilate, even if they contribute cheap labor, that wouldn't affect you because you don't belong to that ethnic core. That's the whole.
I do. Actually, I technically do.
Same argument, though. Why don't you just address my argument instead of saying you believe that because you're Jewish? It's because you have no argument. Just make an argument, dude.
No, I'm saying that identity is tethered. Identity, you're not acknowledging this. Identity is central, and it's tethered to what we believe ideologically.
No, because there's people who are the same race as me. My family. I can all the time argue with my family about this stuff. They think I'm fucking crazy. So
identity has nothing to do with what you believe in. Nothing at all.
You're taking abs to try to make a point. That's not what I'm saying at all.
So okay,
you're saying that.
Hold on. Let's let them join in.
Go ahead.
You're saying it influences my opinion so much that you don't even have to address my argument. And I'm saying an argument's just an argument, dude. I'm making a point about something. I'm either right or wrong. For you to say, well, you believe that because you're Jewish, is completely sidestepping.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said that your identity.
Basically what you said.
No, I said that your identity would allow you to believe that because you benefit from that prospect. If you were a white person, you would not be in the same position.
That's not to say that you're a business owner, but in the context of this specific argument, that would benefit.
I'm going to read excuse me. I'm going to read a couple comments here. Total remigration. I don't identify as a Jew. Laughing to tears with the hand sign for perfect. Boy, that clergy plan is really hardwired into them. They want white people replaced, and they don't want to deport anyone. That's what almost any Jew you'll find is for, over and over and over again. They don't care if white people are replaced in our countries, anywhere.
Benefit.
Right, but
because if you're the ethnic other,
you too. I would argue.
A Tucson man is facing murder charges after police say he attacked a woman in her 60s who later died from her injuries. According to court documents, 27-year-old Desir Jefferson attacked two people at an apartment complex near Speedway in Alvernon. He allegedly punched a man, then hit 61-year-old Susan Gerke, who was knocked unconscious and suffered a brain bleed that eventually took her life. Yesterday, Jefferson made his first appearance before a judge. He's been charged with second-degree murder in Gerke's death. Jefferson, who has a violent criminal history, is now being held on a $650,000 bond at the Pima County Jail. 13 News reporter Kayla Butter joins us complex where this all unfolded. And Kayla, you spoke with Gerke's family today. I can't imagine how they're feeling about this tragedy.
Yeah, Brooke, they're heartbroken, understandably so. I mean, when I got there today, immediately I could feel how heavy those emotions were. They just kept telling me over and over again how supportive and protective she was over those that she cared about. So lots of heavy hearts today, but also they told me how shocked they were that something like this could happen to their family, especially here at this apartment complex that she visited frequently.
I couldn't even walk in the room.
It was like an out-of-body experience.
It was.
It still is.
Frankie and Angelina recall the moment they saw their grandmother, Susan Gerke, in the hospital just hours after she suffered a brutal attack that gave her a brain bleed and ultimately killed her. And Gerke's daughter, Felicia, saying her mother's face looked unrecognizable.
We had my 15-year-old son there with us, and he wanted to see her. She was beat so bad. We went in, I was like, he can't come up here and see her, there's no way.
Last Friday, Gerke was at her boyfriend's apartment when she was allegedly attacked by 27-year-old Daser Jefferson, a man her family says she didn't know, after he began knocking on an upstairs neighbor's door.
My grandma walked out and notified him, like, hey, like, nobody's there right now. And he got really upset and started cussing her out.
According to court documents, that's when
Cussing her out.
According to court
Started cussing her out.
According to court.
And he got really upset. And he got really upset and started cussing her out.
According to Jefferson.
The usual suspects. Get you some fried chicken. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. It's a beautiful day in the darky hood. A beautiful day in the darky hood. Won't you be my, won't you be my, won't you be my Tigger? Tigger, bring me more black Jesus. Black Jesus. He a watermelon felon. Watermelon felon. Purple and gold. Purple and gold. No futures we hold. Gang, gang. Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. Yeah. 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 Get you some grape soda. Load up some cookout mac and cheese. Hot sauce and black-eyed peas. Spit lyrics better than Yoda. Baby, you need some bent over my knee. Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects. Black Jesus rules. Black Jesus. Purple and gold. He be doing voodoo in the hoodoo. Shut up your ass fool. Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. Watermelon.
A man her family says she didn't know after he began knocking on an upstairs neighbor's door.
My grandma walked out and notified him, like, hey, like, nobody's there right now. And he got really upset and started cussing her out.
According to court documents, that's when Gerke's boyfriend stepped in and was allegedly hit by Jefferson. The interim complaint says when Gerke tried to help her boyfriend up, Jefferson hit her, causing her to hit the pavement and lose consciousness.
My grandma is not a person that likes being around confrontation. So she probably just wanted to get him up and go inside.
And while Gerke's family is heartbroken by her death, they're also upset that Jefferson was out and able to commit the crime in the first place, considering he has previous convictions for violent acts.
How many innocent people and family members have to get taken before the state figures out that you can't rehabilitate people like this?
But for now, they're remembering the stubborn, hardworking, and strong woman who beat cancer twice.
She's an old lady that literally worked her whole life to support her family, and that's the most memorable thing that anybody could do.
A woman who was meant to celebrate her 62nd birthday in just a few days and was looking forward to an upcoming retirement.
I love and miss all of you. Hope everybody's doing good. Till then, see ya. Bye, kids.
Gerke's family says that they hope the suspect will serve a long sentence so that the same thing doesn't happen to anyone else's family. They've set up a GoFundMe in her name to cover.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I hope you enjoy your walk, Wendy. I hope you have a lovely walk. And I hope people are getting something out of this show. Lying demons claim that all I do is bash people. I'm showing you the realm you live in. That's one of the things I'm doing. I'm doing a lot more than that. You must be mental, low IQ, or just a complete demon-tard to not see what I'm doing. The ones who can't see that come to my channel day after day. You'd have to be a zombie demon-tard. So this is a new video. What the fuck is going on? If you want to help them, you can help them. But you might pay like this woman did. And others.
The mystery of what happened to 38-year-old British woman Elizabeth Jane Ross has now been revealed, and her fate replicates a phenomenon we've seen time and time again. Elizabeth disappeared after telling her family she was visiting American friends in Greece. Authorities now believe this was a false story so as not to cause concern, and that Ross had actually gone to stay in an apartment in Athens, which was a base for NGO volunteers. She dedicated much of her adult life to doing NGO work to help Middle Eastern refugees and migrants, often travelling alone, and witnesses saw her talking to homeless migrants on the street shortly before her disappearance. The alarm was raised when Elizabeth went missing, but then family members became perplexed at strange text messages Ross then apparently began sending from her phone.
Has revealed he received haunting text messages from his daughter's phone, which read, "I need some quiet time. I want to be alone."
Her loved one said the messages were out of character and didn't match her typical conversation style, and that's because the messages, despite being sent from her phone, were not being sent by Elizabeth. They were being sent by her killer to create the false impression that Elizabeth was still alive. Facebook posts on Elizabeth's account also apparently revealed her intention to travel to Turkey, but again, she wasn't responsible for the posts. The messages stopped, the phone was switched off, and then a homeless man made a grim discovery. A bad smell coming from a suitcase that was left in an abandoned building, a limb protruding from the suitcase. Police initially suspected the homeless man to be the culprit, but the investigation took a new turn when it emerged that large sums of money had been withdrawn from Elizabeth's bank account in the days after her disappearance. €12,000 in total, the daily maximum allowed limit every day. This allowed police to scour CCTV surveillance footage linking the man who...
How do we teach white women not to do this, not to put themselves in mortal danger, in peril, helping beings that will unalive you without a second thought? We have a lot of naive women in our culture, if you want to call it a culture. I could say in our race. It's more accurate, but people these days, when I say the word race, I don't think many people even know what that means. Honestly, I don't think that a lot of you on YouTube even know what race means. You've forgotten even that.
Who made the withdrawals, with the same man seen on camera leaving the apartment building carrying a large suitcase. His route ended at the abandoned complex where 2 days later Ross's body would be found. A few minutes after arriving at the scene, he appears to be leaving without the suitcase. Eyewitnesses also revealed they heard screams from the NGO apartment where Elizabeth was staying. The authorities now had their prime suspect. They tracked him down to a remote mountain village, and lo and behold, upon his arrest, the alleged killer was revealed to be a 26-year-old Afghan migrant. Someone who had visited the apartment regularly as a cleaner with his partner, likely knew Elizabeth and was likely helped by her as part of her NGO work. The suspect initially denied being responsible, ludicrously claiming he'd...
So they might be able to return her body to Scotland to be buried, but it will be returned in pieces. They will get their their daughter back and some people's friend in pieces because she devoted her life trying to help beings that don't give a fuck about you. And she never quite understood in her life the differences between whites and these. She couldn't see. She had more than a blind spot, and it cost her.
With his partner, likely knew Elizabeth and was likely helped by her as part of her NGO work. The suspect initially denied being responsible, ludicrously claiming he'd just found the body in a suitcase. A story that quickly fell apart when police revealed his fingerprints were on both the original suitcase and a second suitcase he transferred her body to. The suspect's partner also gave phone location information to the police, showing the Afghan had been present at the NGO apartment at the same time Elizabeth was staying there. After police found weapons at his home, the Afghan eventually confessed to the killing. The cause of death, asphyxiation. The motive, aside from the money, the 26-year-old Afghan perpetrator allegedly claimed that he murdered the woman because he believed that the victim wanted to make his partner a Christian and that she kept talking about her Christian belief.
Afghan 26 killed Brit woman. They called her in the article Brit woman, 38, and hid, I would say disposed of, her body in suitcase because she kept talking about her Christian beliefs. 38 years old, and she was cut up and put into suitcases.
Yeah. Apparently that was enough for him to end Elizabeth's life and stuff her body in a suitcase. It's also being reported that Elizabeth had previously visited her killer and his partner's home in Karatsini. Police say her killer was likely someone who knew her, meaning she'd likely tried to help the Afghan in some way through her refugee volunteer work. The killer was linked to Ross' partner's home in Karatsini. Police say her killer was likely someone who knew her, meaning she'd likely tried to help the Afghan in some way through her refugee volunteer work. The killer was linked to Ross through her volunteer work with refugees.
He is believed to have met the 38-year-old through her work helping refugees.
Yep. It happened again. Elizabeth had worked for the One Heart Charitable Foundation in Athens, which provides assistance to refugees in Greece, specifically by trying to help them integrate into society. One Heart also provides medical support to refugees, particularly those from Iran and Afghanistan. She devoted much of her adult life to traveling the world to make refugees feel welcome. She likely tried to help the Afghan man settle in Europe, despite him having a reputation for being violent towards women, tried to comfort and guide him by sharing her Christian beliefs, and he responded by doing the worst thing imaginable to her. A WhatsApp exchange reportedly involving one of the Greek police officers investigating the case shows someone asking him, "When will these women learn?" He responds, "Yes, this is true. I hope this will be a lesson." Sounds harsh, and of course the only person to blame is the monster responsible for this atrocious act. But it's kind of becoming a reoccurring pattern, isn't it? Only weeks ago, American woman Jamie Carney was found dead in her home in Ireland, another victim of suffocation. Carney had took part in left-wing pro-migrant demonstrations. Her killer, a Jordanian asylum seeker who shouldn't even have been in the country, who Carney likely met at those protests. Now we learn of another similarity between Ross and Carney. Before she was killed, Carney inherited a large amount of money from her father, which is likely why the illegal migrant had been demanding money from Carney in the days before her death. Western white liberal women with the best of intentions, embroiling themselves in altruistic pursuits to try to help dangerous men from Africa and the Middle East. And this is the thanks they get. Some might call it a microcosm of the self-destructive, unchecked empathy that's plagued the West in general.
Yeah, hi everyone.
Today, yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, hi everyone. Today is August the 3rd, and I just wanted to give my sort of monthly check-in, say hello, update a couple of things for you. I first wanted to mention that, as you know, I rarely do interviews anymore, but I did one about a week ago with the Pink Tourmaline channel. The link to it's in the description box. It was a very good interview. He was very prepared for the conversation, and his questions were very, very, very clear. So we could have a very good talk together. It's why I don't do many interviews anymore. Because I pretty much said everything I would normally say in any regular interview, so there's no point repeating myself. So this was like the sort of one in the course of the year where I think, oh yeah, somebody has really gone into depth with this, with what I'm doing and trying to understand it, so we can have a real conversation. I plan to do one of those as well in the next couple of months on the new book that I've done. So when that's ready, I'll let you know about that too. Before I get to the main little discussion point, I just wanted to say thank you to the people who have dropped by over the last 5 or 6 years. There's probably a few of you who are still here right from 2020 when I first started. And I understand more and more why you're still here and why you're listening to what I have to say. You know why as well. I appreciate it. I want to say thanks to Matt over at Quantum of Conscious again. I haven't have a conversation or talked to him 4 years, maybe 5 years even. But he was a catalyst. He was, by mentioning one video that I did, that was my change from 200 subscribers to 2,000 in 24 hours. So little things like that you should always kind of be appreciative of. And so I just wanted to once again say thanks for that. I also want to say thanks to Bart Marshall. Probably almost no for that. Thanks for say thanks, appreciative of. And so I just wanted to once again say thanks for that. I also want to say thanks to Bart Marshall. Probably almost no of you know he died last week, and I of course had conversations and interviews with Bart over the years, and some of his writings, mostly in 10, 15 years ago, I thought were really clear, very helpful, and were useful for me, sort of in that period, that 2005, 2015 period where I was working through my experience. Some of Bart's writings were very useful, and so good time to say thanks to him as well. So I try to wait until I think I have something to say before I come on and do these things on the bigger platforms. And that's within Empty the Cave. For those who've read Empty the Cave and have worked through it, I know it's a very challenging text. And I wrote it as best I could without adding another 3,000 pages to it, to try to simplify some of the concepts in a way that those who want to take them go deeper. One thing maybe I tried to explain well, but maybe I didn't, is this problem of the word awake or awakening. And the problem that that one word means 2 or 3 different things, actually. But depending how people use it, they're only referring to one, and they think that's the only part. And there are 3 parts. And it's why I wish it would be great to find 3 different words, so that if there's 3 different words, people would recognize there's 3 different parts to the process. So one part of the process is seeing the matrix itself, coming to see clearly what the structure of reality is, the trapping, distorting nature of it, the manipulative nature of it, and yet at the same time be able to see how to function within it as a form, how the form interacts with reality, how the form can navigate it as smoothly as possible without while losing the least amount of energy, yet coming to see it clearly, what's actually going on here, and eventually getting to the point where we're not trying to fix it. They say you're trying to navigate it so that you can follow your own deepest intention, right? So, and that's what most people talk about awakening, and it kind of is, to see through this, to go past the basic structure of how people think reality works. But that's just one area of it. The second area is to become self-aware, to become understanding, first of all, understanding of the self, coming to understand the thing you see in the mirror really, really clearly, understand where everything originates, thought, beliefs, actions, and then dissect it to remove the distortions, to remove the unpeaceful, what's the word I'm looking for? To remove the inner structure from operating from its normal state of confusion and distortion and inverted ideas, to have seen through and burned through, transformed most of that. So
in the beginning, I was very happy to have companions, because before I had been very lonely. We lived in the country, and I had no brother and no sister. My sister was born very much later, when I was 9 years old. And so I was used to be alone, but I missed it. I missed company.
You spoke about playing with Jung once by the lake. Did you do that from time to time?
Yes.
He liked to play.
He played a lot, and he did it very often alone. And one of his favorite play was along the lake. There is the shore like that, and then going down, and then the water comes, and there's a gravel zone, and that is sometimes covered by water. But in spring and autumn, it's free. And when it's free, then little springs come out of that border, tiny little springs. And then he took always a little shovel and dug them up and removed the sand, and then played with little rivers and so on. And he said when he was 83, he said one day when we were playing, I was generally sitting on my haunches beside him and watching him and playing a bit with him. And he said to me, only today I have suddenly thought, what am I doing when I'm playing like that? That's what I have done all my life, digging out springs. But you see, he really didn't even reflect on what he was doing. He was just enjoying that. He called it the waterworks. And always before he was writing, he did some days or even weeks of waterworks till he was in the right mood, and then he began writing. And somehow, for some pleasant reason for me, he allowed me to participate. So I sat sometimes for hours beside him, just watching, not talking. Once an old peasant went along and said to me, isn't this Professor Jung not a world-famous man? And I said, yes, he is. And he said, wouldn't think it if you see him like that.
In all the years of Jung's work as it was developing, he did have a circle of people around him who
Yes.
were quite closely related.
Yes.
And did he appreciate that? That he had loyal friends, and did he find that a comfort? Because so much of what he did was groundbreaking.
Oh yes, he even writes in one of his letters, I have found among my patients' pupils, and with some, a friendship for life has developed.
Mm-hmm.
And they carry on my work. I mean, he was...
Hello. Hello, my tigers. Can't we all just get along? Get along with my tigers? My tigers. Aunt Jemima, what's for breakfast? Aunt Jemima, I'm hungry. Aunt Jemima. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes. Hungry, Aunt Jemima. I want some breakfast. Get that big black ass in the kitchen. Make me some breakfast, Aunt Jemima.
I just watched a video on how men fall in love, and it's honestly making me really, really sad. To sum it up, he was basically saying that most men are dogs because growing up their entire life, guys just don't hear the nice things that women do. Like, from my personal experience, I know I was always told how much people love me, how pretty I am, how I'm going places in life, I'm doing great things, I'm doing enough. People are proud of me. Like, I have grown up hearing those things. But the sad part is boys get the complete opposite. They don't usually get told how much someone loves them or how proud they are. It's usually just how they need to step up to the plate because their role is to be a provider. They're not doing enough. They need to do this. They need to do that. They need to have this by a certain age. And it instills a lot of insecurity in people really, really young.
Absolutely. A little girl has innate value. A little boy needs to prove his worth. We have built a cultural story around this, but the roots are, of course, biological. It has to do with eggs and sperm. Eggs are rare and finite and therefore precious, and women are valuable as a consequence, whereas sperm are produced in infinite qualities, which makes men less valuable. And because historically only 2 out of every 5 men reproduced compared to 4 out of 5 women, parents are rightfully terrified that their boy, their son, isn't going to grow up to be a winner. He's not going to get sexually selected, so he's not going to get the chance to have children and pass on his genes. And so there's this fear from the parents that if they allow their boy to be vulnerable, if they allow him to have feelings, if they tell him that he's enough, that he's loved, he doesn't need to prove himself, then he's not going to strive, he's not going to achieve, he's not going to work himself to death to become a winner, somebody who is sexually attractive and desirable, and therefore he's not going to get chosen, and then no grandchildren. The irony, of course, is that a little boy who is told that he is worthwhile, that he's valuable, that he's loved, is going to carry a self-esteem and an inner confidence that many women will find extremely attractive. So please, any dads out there, teach your boy to be masculine 100%, but also hug him and tell him that he's loved. That's not harming him in any way. That's improving his chances.
So when a man falls in love, it's usually because they feel safe. They can be vulnerable. If you're someone that's sweet and nurturing and tells them the things that they need to hear, and you give them the love that they have been searching for their entire life, they latch onto you, they hold on to you, and they never want to let go, which is a great thing. If your man worships you, like the guy in the video said, you deserve it. Great job.
No, that's bullshit. Worship means idealization, and that's not good. Healthy relationships need to be grounded in reality. I would be very suspicious of any woman who wants to be worshipped or idealized. That's not normal. That's not healthy. And for a man who has low self-esteem because he's never been told that he's valuable, that he has worth, that he's loved, his danger isn't from meeting a woman who finally does give him some love and does support him, and then he latches onto her. It's more that his low self-esteem, his insecurity places him in a vulnerable position so that when he meets a strategic woman, a woman with an agenda, someone who is manipulative and she's abusive, that's where he's vulnerable, because she's going to strategically dole out love and approval and acceptance in order to create a dependency from him towards her. She wants that power. She wants that control. That's the danger for that guy. That's how he gets trapped in a toxic dynamic. And that describes like hundreds of men that I've worked with over the years. This is very common. You talk to them and you say, okay, you're in this awful relationship with this terrible woman. How did this come about? You know, how did you get trapped by a woman who treats you so badly? And the answer is that, well, she knew how to exploit my vulnerabilities. She knew where my weak points were, where my insecurities. She would give me praise or criticism perfectly timed to make me dependent upon her. Or the other way that this can happen is that she paints herself as a victim and she paints you as a perpetrator. And if you grew up in an abusive household and you hated the way that you were treated by your parents, you are terrified of being like them. And so when this woman says, you're just like your parents, you're mistreating me, the man becomes desperate to prove that he's not that thing and he gets trapped again. That one's actually really common. It's women abusing men by pretending to be a victim. And from where I'm sitting, that describes all of feminism essentially.
And it's not an excuse at all, because a lot of men are dogs. And just because someone has a rough childhood or they didn't hear certain things whenever they were kids doesn't excuse how they treat women, how they go about their life hurting people. Like, if a guy is like that, if a guy has hurt you specifically, then by all means, if you want to bash him, you want to go the whole 9 yards, you want to dog him out, do it. Do it.
Okay, so being mistreated in childhood, being abused, traumatized, whatever, that doesn't give you an excuse to be bad to your partner in the future. Okay, fine. I will accept that. But in return, I don't want to hear another fucking word from women about the shit that they've been through in the past as an excuse for how they're treating men in the future. Okay, we're playing this game where your past doesn't excuse your present. That's fine, but it's got to be equal. It's got to be universal. Women don't get to carve out some exception for themselves just because they're women. So the fact that your dad neglected you, your ex-boyfriend was violent to you, he cheated on you, or your boss sexually assaulted you, if men aren't allowed to bring up the stuff that they've been through as a way of explaining their present behavior, then you can't bring up any of that stuff either. Somehow I don't think that that's going to be very popular, because feminism would completely fall apart, because the excuses that we are told for why women are allowed to engage in blatant sexism and hate towards men right now is because their great-great-great-grandmothers couldn't vote.
But don't be mean to a man just because he's a man. I know my personal experience, I let one guy hurt me really, really, really bad, And the last couple of years of my life, I've just treated them all like they're him. I've treated every guy like they don't have a conscience, they don't have a heart, they don't have feelings, they're never vulnerable, they're never sad, they're just these big egotistical assholes. And that may be true for this generation, especially my age.
So does this woman think that she's an ally? What the hell is this?
But it usually always stems from something, and that's not all guys. For example, I had this guy who was like unconditionally in love with me, it seemed like. Like, it was clear as day. Everyone knew it. I knew it. It was freaking great. And
be suspicious of any woman who wants to be loved unconditionally. Translation, I don't want to be held accountable for anything. I want to not be responsible for anything. I want to treat you however I want, and I still want you to love me. For any woman who thinks that's great, like that's her dream, that's her goal, run.
I think it was because I was sweet to him. I told him all the things. I was always there for him. We were friends for a long time, and I told him everything that he needed to hear. I was honest. When I told him that he was enough, I was honest. Anytime he told me his problems and I wanted to help him get through them, I was always honest to him. And he used to always tell me, the first time he ever told me he loved me, he said, I love you because you were the realest person I have ever met. And that has stuck with me a lot. But then when we actually gave things a shot, I let my insecurity from that stupid guy that hurt me forever ago, I let that insecurity seep into myself and my relationship. And I was telling myself, I'm not doing enough, I'm not enough, I need to do this, that, and the third. And then I let that project onto him. So then the relationship crumbled because he wasn't safe with me anymore, because my insecurity of not being enough, not doing enough, made him feel like he wasn't enough. Obviously, if the relationship is going to crumble, or if two people aren't meant to be together, it's usually fated that way from the jump. But I'm just saying, it makes me really regret instilling that insecurity in him, because that's probably something he already had, and knowing that I could have made it worse because I wasn't feeling great about myself hurts my heart. And did he become one of those egotistical assholes to me after all of that? Of course, I'm never going to excuse his behavior, but
I will, because I don't believe you. I don't believe for a second that you are accurately representing how this relationship went down. When you say that he's an arsehole, but what are you missing out? What crucial details are we not hearing? Because what you have said so far actually paints a pretty clear picture. He was a sweet, vulnerable guy that you friend-zoned for years. You told him that he was enough, but then treated him badly, you know, so he clearly wasn't enough, but you lured him in with false promises, you know, you convinced him to be vulnerable with you. And right when you had him, like he was there, he loved you, he trusted you, instead of actually meeting him in a healthy, mature adult relationship, you took the opportunity to vent out all your past frustrations from a different man onto him. You weren't even seeing him as a real person. You used him as a tool, as a prop, so you could work out your own psychodrama. Your emotional pain was more important to you than his feelings, than his self, than the relationship that the two of you had. You deprioritized that so that you could explore your own emotions. And I'm guessing what happened is that he understandably felt betrayed, that you were violating his standards and his boundaries. And so he walked away, or he said, please don't treat me that way. You know, this is not going to fly with me. That's when you interpreted that behavior as him being an asshole. Geez, what a jerk. How dare he not let me abuse him? How dare he not take responsibility for my emotions? How dare he not let me just dump everything of my past trauma onto him? God, what a terrible guy. What an asshole.
Just because I know in my character, I've never been someone that is super mean to people, especially guys, just because they're a guy.
She just finished outlining like 15 seconds ago how mean she was to this guy, dumping out all her past frustrations from another man onto him. And now she's like, I've never been mean to a man just because he's a man. You did exactly that. You took issues from a different relationship and dumped it on this guy just because he was a man. Top marks for consistency. Bravo.
It makes me really, really sad. So I guess moral of the story is men have hearts, men have a conscience, men have feelings.
I can't stomach any more of this. Women who treat these basic facts about men and their humanity as though it's some grand revelation. I don't know how they can say this stuff with a straight face. Like, girls, guess what I just realized? Did you know that men have feelings? Did you know that men are actually human beings? And that, like, the guys who treat us bad, but that's like not all men, you guys. Isn't that amazing? This is huge. This is like such a big discovery. I can't believe I figured this out. I am enlightened. I'm like the ultimate ally to men. I'm like a men's rights activist at this point, you guys.
If you're a man and you're watching this is not like you should be treated like a princess, because I still believe that the role for men and women should be like masculine and feminine. Like, I shouldn't be getting on my knees to tie your shoelaces all the time. But I'm just saying, give people more grace in general, not just men, just everyone in life. Even if someone has wronged you, it's not okay to treat them badly, because just because someone has hurt you, you never know.
The kind of contact, accessing, moving through dimensional planes. Yeah, there has been foreign meetings. Beautiful souls, contact is what I found in the second image towards the end of today's reading. And you're going to see me in those final few moments where it all begins to slow down. I stopped communicating because A, there was so much information coming through, B, there were eyes on me, and C, my attention was becoming split, so I needed to retreat. What can I say? I mean, you guys asked for this reading on this place. It was very unusual, meaning what was taking place here and then what was then communicating back through the fields. I do mention towards the end of the reading about sharing more with you, as I couldn't. I was unable to communicate anything else. But it was to do with beings from other dimensions, planes that have met. And the meeting here that I was able to communicate with felt very measured. There were no disruptions from this contact and these beings, but it has taken place. I'm going to let you guys get to the reading, have a feel for yourselves. I'll see you in the comments section. You asked for a reading on CERN. Okay, so let's just see what we have here. Okay, I'm going to pause that immediately just because there is a lot of energy coming through from this place. The clips do have quite a bit of text. So what I'm going to do is just move to an image of the location that we have. And let's just see if we can just stay in this place for now. Okay. So the first thing to know is that this area is a disruptor. this area is a distortion. What is it disrupting? What is it distorting? There we go. T-I-M-E. Okay. This is also a place for breakthrough. Enormous breakthroughs. And it has had, and it still has, a capacity to completely alter reality. Perception of reality. Many of the fields as we know them to be, and even the fields that just are outside of our own human bodies. And the final dis, to just add to the disruptor, distortion, is disturbance. So although it is creating breakthroughs, it is, yes, there is a certain meddling that takes place here that can inflict a harm on the human heart. This disturbance, along with the other disruptions and distortions, there it is, does not always have humans, you and I, humanity as a whole. It does not always have the human's best interest, because there is a certain goal, there is a certain mission here, there we go, that it is trying to achieve, that regardless of harm, regardless of suffering, regardless of the disruption, the distortions and the disturbance that it has created, it will continue, because their mission is to not necessarily research, but it is a constant action, In the action, in this place here, it is able to find out more about this very existence, about the atmosphere, what we're doing here, who we are, what we are, but outside even of time, space, reality. That is falling now into the dimensional planes of existence. Which I am being told this area here already knows and has already experienced contact with multiple dimensional planes of existence. And this center here is also trying to, connected to the breakthrough, but is pushing as far as it can without completely collapsing a timeline, completely collapsing a potential structure. But it is certainly going beyond means that we would, as a human being with a heart and a soul, that we would deem as safe, that we would deem as necessary. Whoever or whatever is here just wants for the knowing. there weren't many videos, or at least still videos, where we were able to just capture something in this place. So I've got another image, and just to see if there is a channel that is a communication channel. There you go. Whatever that is, some of you may know, some of you may have seen it. Those of you who are a little bit more involved and have requested this reading today, share with me in the comment section if you already know what this is, but I am being told that it is a communication channel. And this has the ability, that is sending of information back and forth. That is the sending of information coming back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Sometimes even a little bit more in communication. It's almost as if there is some kind of particle, something around that nature that is being sent in, and then something comes out from it, something comes back out to be received. But communication is here. And we are still getting much testing as part of the vibrational standpoints in this area at this site. But there is something that wants to be known here. There it is. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is a meet and greet. That is there it is. Okay, so I'm just gonna stay here just for a little bit. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That is contact, beautiful souls. That is contact. And it's not the kind of contact that is with an enemy. No, but it is the kind of contact where accessing, moving through dimensional planes. Yeah. There has been foreign meetings, and there has been contact with other beings here. And I'm just gonna slow it down even further. going to just exit from this place. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And let's just come back to the first image. I'll just keep that on the screen whilst I bring the rest of that information through safely. This place has already made contact with other dimensions. Yeah. Okay. What I'm going to do, beautiful souls, is I am going to have to disconnect here. And I'll see you in the introduction and catch you up on what has been happening for the last 2-3 minutes as things became more quiet and things have slowed down. I'll see you guys in the intro. Love and blessings.
I was with a guy, and he was like, the first night I met him, he wanted to have sex with me. But it happened, and then that's all he wanted, like a lot. Probably like 9 times out of 10, if a guy's honest with me and tells me he just wants sex, if I feel like I'm mentally and emotionally in a good state to just do that, and I think he's fine, then we can just do that.
Yeah.
I have gone on dates with people that I don't think I'm gonna be anything with them.
Why? That's a fraud.
I would say because it's for fun. I think that men don't really make it that clear as to what they're looking for. I've asked men what they're looking for, and they say, oh, not really, like anything. But I'm not sure if they don't understand my question. I'm not the type of person that, oh, like, tell me what I want to hear. Because I have spoken to men that are like, oh, they'll ask me straight up, oh, did I say the wrong thing? Yeah, and I'll be like, no.
Of course you're gonna say no.
No, but I'll say no, because just because you're not telling me what I want to hear doesn't mean that I'm gonna stop talking to you.
How many dates do you need before you get intimate with the guy you're talking to?
I mean, I'm not counting. I'm not counting them. I don't think I don't have like a certain amount, like, oh, we'll go on the 5th date and then I'll see how I feel. No, I think it just depends on the person and the connection, but
yeah.
I have done that after 2 dates or after 3, and I've seen like a pattern as to it doesn't work out. I'm not sure if it's because of how short amount of time I waited, or if it's just because of the person, but I'm trying something new where I wait a little longer.
Is that true? Nice guys always end up last?
Yeah, and that's probably why I feel like a lot of women say all men are the same.
Women can handle the truth because most of the time
most women can't.
Yeah.
And I think that's why it's hard to find a man that will say the truth.
It seems like women kind of like those liars.
You're right. You're not wrong.
They like those liars, and they really like guys who treat them like shit.
That's true, yeah.
They're attractive to that. Why do you think is that, though?
You know what I learned from my own experience is that it's comfortable.
And it's people tend to stay where they're comfortable. So if all a woman knows is being treated like shit or being lied to, then she's gonna stay to that. She's not, when you find a man that tells you the truth and is honest with you and does not treat you like shit, treats you how you're supposed to be, how it's normal, it's different, and they're scared of it. So they tend to go back to what's comfortable and what they know.
So do you believe once a cheater, always gonna be a cheater?
No.
Okay,
On that one,
explain it.
on one person, yes. If a man or a woman cheats on somebody they're with, and they stay in that relationship, I do believe they're gonna cheat on them again.
Hey, I'm going to be reviewing Paul Saladino's latest video about looks maxing.
There's an online movement happening now. It's called looks maxing. It's a group of mainly young guys engineering.
It's funny that his editor included a video from PSL God Mindset. Paul has probably never heard of him.
Their face and their body with some crazy regimens to look as good as possible, to be as attractive as possible, presumably to attract a mate for the night.
Yes, why do you want to become attractive? To attract somebody. Why do you want to attract somebody? Only to reproduce. There's no other reason.
Or to achieve wealth and status. This is crazy to me. I'm a doctor.
Wealth and status are imaginary concepts. And of course, you also want to achieve that in your delusional mind because you want to reproduce and also dominate in a super pathetic way.
Think about human health long term. And these protocols that I see these guys doing are wild. Many of them are almost certainly going to lead to decline or loss of their health in the very near future and certainly long term. We're talking about PEDs, we're talking about steroids, we're talking about TRT at the age of 15 years old. We're talking about bone smashing, we're talking about peptides.
All very toxic, and the most ironic part about all of that is that they want to become more attractive to reproduce, whether they realize it or not, but they use all of these toxic drugs, which will make them infertile.
That could potentially increase the rate of cancer. We're talking about jaw implants,
They use all of these toxic drugs, which will make them infertile. Fertile. Fertile.
That could potentially increase the rate of cancer. We're talking about jaw implants,
All right, it's good that he says something about those peptides, the laboratory-made toxic chemicals.
surgeries. We're talking about all kinds of crazy things that people are doing in the looks maxing community just to look better. But here's what no one is talking about. The way that you look, how
Right, they simply want to look more natural.
attractive you are is a fertility signal to potential mates. It's been this way for hundreds of thousands of years in human biology. So we're going to go through it in this video. How can you naturally improve your looks? I'm going to call it, quote, looks maxing, but know that I'm not trying to be associated with these guys doing things that are certainly harming their health long term. Let's get into the best 6 ways that you can improve your attractiveness long term naturally.
I like the premise of the video. We'll see if he actually gives some good recommendations.
What
Imagine there was a magic pill you could take that would instantly make you sexually irresistible and magnetic to women. Just imagine you take this pill, swallow it down, and the next time you step outside, hot women are chasing you through the streets. The girl you like at work is flirting with you shamelessly. She's touching your bicep, smiling at you. She even follows you into the storage room and hikes her skirt up so you can have sex with her on your lunch break. Imagine going from a life where women never notice you, constantly reject you, flake you, ghost you, to a life where women love you and you literally can't go outside without girls coming up to you and asking for your phone number. That's what we're going to be talking about in this video. And this all comes down to what I call awakening your hidden occult and supernatural powers. In Buddhism, they refer to these occult and paranormal capabilities as siddhis. They include such legendary powers as mind reading, telepathy, telekinesis, astral projection, the ability to project your consciousness into another person's body. And in this video, I'm going to talk about how to develop some of these occult powers. We're going to focus on the cultivation of one specific supernatural power, which I call psychic attraction or telepathic attraction. In other words, the ability to effortlessly attract women using the power of your mind. We're going to talk about mind control, by which I don't necessarily mean controlling the woman's mind. I mean controlling your own mind. Harnessing the power of your thoughts and thought energy and concentrating your thoughts like a laser beam. And when you do this, you will be able to send mind rays or mind beams into the ether and influence people in your surroundings, including women. Now, before I get into this, quick background on me if you're new around here. I used to be very frustrated with women and dating. I couldn't get a date. I couldn't even get a girl to give me her phone number. And I was very, very unhappy. I spent the first 21 years of my life in a state of misery and depression because just happened. And then pretty shortly after that, the same thing happened to me again. I noticed another girl looking at me in the same way. And then it happened with another girl, this little redhead. And the third time it happened, I was in the library at the time. I actually worked up the nerve to approach her. We went on a date that day and I actually wound up making out with her at a bar on campus. And it was crazy because it was a bit like that movie Limitless. You know, like what the fuck is happening to me? Like I've got this hot little redhead in my arms. I'm making out with her. I only met this girl 30 minutes ago at the fucking library of all places. Like what the hell is happening? What is doing this? And I started to realize that there was some way in which doing some of these mental exercises I'd been experimenting with was actually changing the way women were perceiving me. And I had really no idea at all how that could be the case. You know, back then I was very materialistic. I wasn't into magic or spirituality. I thought that was all bullshit. And so I was really at pains to figure out like, what the hell is going on here? You know, how could something that's going on entirely within my own skull, like focusing my thoughts or doing these kinds of awareness exercises, how could this possibly be reaching out into the outside world and making women look at me and stare at me and be significantly more attracted to me? Because, you know, to be honest, this was totally life-changing for me at the time. I'd always assumed the reason girls didn't like me was because of how I looked. You know, I have a big nose. I'm not a particularly handsome guy. And so I always just assumed, okay, well, you know, I guess I'm just ugly and that's why women ignore me and never want to go on a date with me. But now I'm suddenly getting girls staring at me and flirting and, you know, even being willing to make out and get physical with me within just a few minutes of meeting in the middle of the day, you know? And so it began to become apparent to me at that time that there's something going on here between men and women that causes attraction that is not just physical. In other words, it's not just about your looks. It's not just about the physical molecules of your face and how they happen to be arranged, but it's something closer to energy or electricity or some kind of electromagnetism between men and women. And furthermore, that in some way, this appears to be affected by your thoughts. So anyway, that happened about 13 years ago, and I've been studying this and experimenting with it and refining it ever since. And I'm now at a point where, I mean, to be quite honest, I've abused these powers terribly. I've used them to commit vast amounts of evil and wickedness. I've essentially used these powers to fuck every girl I could get my hands on for the past 10 years. And I'm only now, you know, 13 years later, reaching a point at which I'm sort of done with having meaningless casual sex all the time. But, you know, I know most guys watching this channel, that's something that they're interested in. So, you know, just to give an example of how this tends to work when you're doing these things I'm going to talk about. You know, last week I'm at a bar, just sitting there quietly at my own, not drinking. These two girls sit down near me, a white blonde girl and a darker girl, both about 22, you know, slim, pretty, fashionable, Gen Z, TikTok generation type girls. The blonde girl turns around and starts talking to me, starts asking me about myself, and I'm just very innocent, you know, not even trying to do anything, just answering her questions. So long story short, the girls drag me with them to the dance floor. They're dancing on me, they're grinding on me. You know, the blonde girl's literally grinding her pussy against my leg. And after about 30 minutes of this, we go back to my place and again, I'm not telling you the story to brag. I no longer find this type of thing particularly interesting or unusual, as it's happened to me so many times now. But the point being, I went from being a guy who couldn't even get a girl's phone number to now being a guy who literally almost whenever I go out, I have women approaching me. And like what happened in this case, it's pretty much like they pick me up for sex. You know, I don't pick girls up anymore, or almost never. Girls pick me up. And the way that happened, as strange as it is to say, as bizarre as this sounds, it all really comes down to the topic of this video, which is how to unlock your latent supernatural and psychic powers and abilities. So how do you do that? Well, after 13 years of doing this, I am now fully convinced that it is really all about the mind. It is all about your thoughts, and it's about the electrical charge those thoughts carry. Magnetically and effortlessly attracting women comes down to acquiring a certain control and mastery over your thoughts. Now, this sounds very strange on the surface because we don't tend to think of thoughts as being physical things. And so we don't tend to think that our thoughts could have any impact or effect on physical reality. You know, you can't put a thought under a microscope and say, you know, like, there it is, there's the thought. And yet thoughts are physical. They must be, if you think about it, in order to control our physical body, which they clearly can. And in actuality, thoughts are electrical impulses in the brain. And so they are very much physical. They are material because electricity is material. And consequently, what I would like to suggest to you is that the way you think actually exerts a great deal of influence on the material world around you, including on other people. These electrical impulses of thought can create subtle effects on other people's behavior, mood, and thinking. And so things like telepathy are not only possible, but they're actually going on all the time under the surface, whether you're aware of it or not. So a good analogy for this is sunlight. You know, a ray of sunlight, if it touches your arm, is very mild. It just feels a little bit warm. You hardly notice it. But if that ray of sunlight is concentrated through a magnifying glass, it can set something on fire. And thoughts, or what I'm going to call thought energy or mental energy or psychic energy, is a lot like that ray of sunlight. Normally your thoughts or your thought energy is very weak. It's diffuse. It usually doesn't get past your skull. But if this psychic energy is concentrated using certain techniques we're going to go into, it can be focused like a laser beam or a magnified ray to affect things outside your body in your physical environment and surroundings. And one of the ways it can affect your surroundings, actually one of the first things you may notice, is that it begins to change the way women are perceiving you and responding to you if you're a man. Women are highly sensitive and attuned to subtle differences in the field of psychic energy or thought energy, which men are generally not as good at picking up on. You know, Thomas Pynchon summed it up well when he said that women have antennas that men do not. And so when you master these mental exercises for controlling thought, for refining and harnessing this mental energy, you will tend to find that it attracts women to you like a magnet. And the more of this energy you cultivate, the stronger that force of attraction becomes. And this is entirely effortless. You know, it happens automatically with girls who are receptive. And ultimately it makes getting laid and, you know, getting dates and getting attraction from women very, very easy. So how do you do this? What are these mental exercises that give you these latent occult and psychic powers? Well, the most powerful and important of these exercises by far is what's known as watching the thinker, observing your mind, observing your thoughts. Now, if you've heard this idea before, or you think, oh, I already know about that, just bear with me, trust me on this. Even if you think you already know about this, it's very good to have it refreshed in your memory, because without getting very clear on this, nothing else I'm going to say about psychic magnetism will work. This all hinges on developing this practice of watching the thinker, quote unquote. So what is that exactly and how do you do it? Well, this is a very ancient technique which you find in many mystical traditions such as Buddhism. Although in actual fact, I believe this is much older and goes back much further than Buddhism or even meditation. Watching the thinker is more fundamental than meditation. Now, you might be familiar with this technique from reading The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. It's a very good book. I strongly recommend it. And what I'm going to say here is in part just a summary of things he talks about in that book, particularly the first chapter, which is called You Are Not Your Mind. So I strongly advise that you read that book if you haven't already. But this fundamental principle of watching the thinker, observing your thoughts, this is where all the action is. This is the master key that unlocks every door. If you do this right, watching the thinker, observing your thoughts without judgment, learning to not identify with those thoughts, this is what makes you magnetic to women, ultimately. This is what makes you effortlessly attractive. Now, it doesn't do that directly. I'll explain the exact way it happens in a second. First, I want to explain this general technique and how to do this, how to watch the thinker. So, first off, everyone has a voice in their head. We can call this voice the thinker. And the thinker, that little voice, it is always commenting on everything that takes place in your life. It always has an opinion. It always has a view. It will always render judgment, good or bad, on whatever happens, whatever crosses your awareness. It judges everything. It often criticizes everything. Or it can also take the form of mental movies of something that's happened to you in the past or something it expects will happen to you in the future, you know, worries, anxieties, hopes, desires, etc. Now, your task, all you have to do is to watch this thinker, observe it, watch what it says, observe all its little comments and judgments that it makes on everything. Watch what mental images it shows you. Now, as you begin to observe the thinker, you will start to become aware of the fact that you are not the thinker. There's actually two people inside you, so to speak. There is the you that thinks, and then there's the you behind the thinking that observes that thought, the awareness in the background. And these two people inside you are not the same. The you that simply observes the thoughts that occur is not the same as the you that thinks those thoughts. You are not the thinker. You are not your mind. You, the real you, is the silent observer who watches these thoughts emerge. We can call it the observer or the silent witness, and it does not think. It does not have thoughts. It simply observes. It is pure awareness itself. And so the more you start to observe the thinker and all his various comments and judgments and criticisms, the more you will become aware that you are not the thinker, What you really are is the thoughtless, silent awareness that observes these various thoughts as they arise. Now again, don't judge the thoughts or condemn them. That would only be the thinker coming in again from the back door. But simply observe them. Don't identify with them. Just be the silent witness to these thoughts. Now, as you do this for several days, and as you become aware of yourself as this quiet observer behind thoughts, and which is actually not thought, you're going to find that you'll soon be able to go for short periods of time without thinking. And the way this usually happens is that some thought will enter your head like, I hate doing this, or life's so hard, or, fuck that person, I hate that guy. And right as this thought occurs, or right as it's about to occur, you'll suddenly become aware that, that's not me thinking that. And that awareness will not be a thought, it won't happen in words. It will just be a silent knowing like, oh, that thought didn't come from me. I don't actually feel that way. I don't actually hold that view. And after that awareness happens, you will usually become very silent and still in your mind for at least a few moments. You'll be able to just sit there and be aware of your surroundings, be aware of your body, the sensations you're feeling, but you will have no thought. It's just pure awareness. And these periods of no mind will be short in the beginning, but they'll become longer and longer the more you do this practice. All right, so that's great. Now you can stop thought. Most people can't do that. But what does that get you? To quote notorious sex monster Jeffrey Epstein, what does that got to do with pussy? Well, I'll explain that in a second and how this all ties into attraction. But before I do, I need to introduce you to the next technique for awakening your hidden occult powers. And this is observing your emotions. So we talked about observing your thoughts, but at the same time, you also want to observe any emotions that you're feeling on a moment-to-moment basis. And usually an emotion is a feeling in your body. It's not a thought. It's more like a physical sensation when you really observe it. Sometimes you'll feel it in your chest. Sometimes it will be, somewhere else. But, try to figure out where in my body I'm actually feeling this emotion. Where is it concentrated? Now, when you do this, you'll start to see for yourself how emotions and thoughts tend to influence each other. An emotional state usually gives rise to certain thoughts associated with that state. And you'll also see the reverse of that, where the emotions you're feeling are actually your body's reaction to certain thoughts you've been having. In other words, if you persistently have certain negative or unpleasant thoughts, those thoughts will always produce unpleasant emotions, usually not immediately, but gradually over time, within minutes, hours, days. Unpleasant emotions follow unpleasant thoughts like a cart follows a horse. Negative emotions are like the shadow of negative thoughts. One always follows the other. So again, why is any of this important? And what does this have to do with attracting women by unlocking these hidden occult powers I'm talking about? Well, the key to this is that these powers, like magnetism, like telepathy, they're only accessible when you have a large surplus of what I want to call psychic energy or mental energy. And that is the energy of thought and the energy of emotions. And that energy is being produced in you all the time. If you think of it like your body's a chemical factory for producing this very fine, subtle energy. But the problem is that it's constantly being wasted. It's constantly being burned up. And it's being burned up primarily by precisely these two things. Out of control thinking, which burns up a certain amount of psychic energy by itself, and unpleasant emotions, which burn up a lot of this psychic energy, and which is always downstream of out of control thinking. So remember, we compared thought energy to the rays of the sun. Normally it's very diffuse, very weak, but if you accumulate enough of this thought energy, it becomes highly concentrated, and then you can direct it almost like a laser beam. Well, when this thought energy or psychic energy is stored in you and is potent, it produces a very strong electrical current. And this current produces a strong electromagnetic field around your body. And this is ultimately what makes you attractive and magnetic to women. Remember, thoughts and emotions are electric. They're electrical signals in the brain and in the body. And so my contention, my argument, and what I've found to be the case and observed is that when you store thought energy and emotional energy without burning it up in this way through self-observation practices, it produces a stronger electromagnetic field around your body than you would normally otherwise have. We call this field aura or animal magnetism, and this is what makes you attractive to women if you're a man. But again, the problem is this energy is constantly being burned up and wasted. It's being burned up by constant uncontrollable thinking, and it's being burned up by the unpleasant emotions that are the body's reaction to that unobserved thinking. However, when you get those two things in hand, when you begin observing your thoughts impartially, not identifying with them anymore, observing your emotions and not being identified with them either, which is harder, but it will happen on its own when you master thought. Well, this energy stops getting burned up, and you can actually feel this in your body. After just a few days of doing these practices, you can start to feel the difference. It's quite subtle at first, but you'll start to find that you have a little bit more energy. You don't get tired as quickly. You're more focused. You usually find that your mood improves. You You feel more creative, more alive. However, these things on their own usually won't be enough to create that really strong attraction force that I talked about in the intro. You know, that kind of extreme magnetism where girls are practically chasing you through the streets. To get that, you need to do these practices for storing energy, but then you need to charge that energy you're getting. You need to give it masculine polarity, and you can only do that through certain alchemical sex practices. So I'm going to get into how you do that in just a second, but first I have a free gift I want to give you to thank you for getting this far into the video. It's a short book I wrote called The Ultimate Guide to Making Women Approach You, and I'm giving you this book free on my website. Just pause the video right now, click the link in the description below, and you can download this free book right now. You just have to enter your email address and I'll send you the book right away. When you do this, you'll also be signed up for my free email newsletter where I post new content every day, stuff that you don't see on YouTube. The email newsletter is completely uncensored. It's where I post all my best, newest, most cutting edge stuff on attraction psychology, magnetism, dating advice, game. So make sure you sign up to that right now before you forget. And when you do, you'll also get this free book where I reveal the 5 easy ways I get women to make the first move on me every time I go out. So click the link in the description, get that now, and then back to the video. Okay, so one of the things I cover in that book for how to get women to approach you is actually something we're going to talk about right now, and that is sexual energy, or this is sometimes called Kundalini energy or coiled serpent energy. And this is a major key to unlocking these occult powers of animal magnetism, telepathy, psychic attraction, etc. You know, I said that these powers are physical, they're material, they're the result of a strong current of electromagnetic energy in the organism, but that energy is constantly leaking out through all kinds of holes, you know, such as out of control thinking, habitual unpleasant thoughts, unpleasant emotions. However, the other major way this energy leaks out is through sex, you know, ejaculation, masturbation especially. Every time you ejaculate, you lose a tremendous amount of this psychic force. I've spoken about this at length in my other videos, you know, Red Magic and the Pyramid of Aura, both of which you should watch. So I'm not
Beautiful souls, just before we start today's reading, I want to mention that I've never been drawn to the Dalai Lama. I've not heard him speak. I don't have any prior knowledge of his background, and of course I've seen images of him, but that's as far as it goes, which makes for the perfect reading. And you're going to see in that opening clip the widespread suck my tongue incidents. I ask for a message and I receive an immediate response from a higher channel. And what's good to know is that these channels, they don't have to respond to me. So I am always appreciative when they do. I do attempt the second and third clip, but they were having none of it. And you're going to see that all play out in just a few moments. What's worth mentioning is that there was a peace, a royal quality that breathed through the connection. It exuded class. And there was a respect. I'll leave it there. Let's get to the reading, and I'll see you in there. Let's go. Okay, so let's see what we got here now. Let's play this first clip. Okay, I'm going to pause that there because immediately what is coming through from the collective, and of course it may change as we progress further in the clip, but what is all consuming from the collective energy is a fear. Yes, there is a collective fear around this. there is, as they exchanged there, so as he stuck his tongue out and then he pulled the boy towards him, that exchange there was a pure care. It was the energy of a mother embracing a child, a mother embracing a child. But also the frequency is saying that it is unspoken. It's a place of the unspoken, which means that when you go to an unspoken place, it's not only that words are not needed, it's an exchange of an action, a state of being that just is, that just happens in the present moment. And let's just see if in this field there is anything disturbing or unusual that the public would want to be aware of. Well, if you really want to analyse that, it's gone to the next clip. But if you really want to analyse that exchange right at the end there, and you can just go back and pause it, there was certainly a discomfort from the child. There was a discomfort from the child, not only because the child pulled away. If you noticed that the child pulled away, and then there was a wanting to grasp. But again, it was all happening in a natural order. But the boy didn't feel comfortable. The boy didn't feel comfortable. Yes. Gonna see if there's a message here. It just is and it just was. It just is and it just was. Yes. And it's empty now. Nothing feels unsettled, and the field is clear. And it's interesting how the world interprets videos, certain clips and interactions. Okay, gonna move on to the next clip now. See if we can get a little bit more. So this field is showing that there is a pushing out, someone pushing out and not wanting for someone to be. Pushing out and not wanting for someone to be. Whatever that is, that starts to go into the mind, into the mind, into the mind. That starts to become unsettled. Let's see if that's him. No, that's not him. Let's see if it's from the outside. That's where the rush is. Yes, that's where the destabilization is. So there's an outside force. There is an outside force that doesn't want him to be where he is. That's it. And it is interfering at the mental level. Okay. It slowed right down, and there's nothing else coming through, which is at this very moment. Yes. There's a protection around him, which is fine. Has to be fine. I'm not going to force or push that, but it has come in. But it has just come in. And it is not the kind that is, like in other readings, making me, forcing me to shut down immediately. It's okay, Opie. It's okay. Why don't we pause the clip? Let's go to the last one. Just gonna wait for that to settle, but yeah, even as I've moved to the last clip, I'm not gonna read it because I've been told not to. I know many of you have requested for this reading. But I do want to say that, yeah, it's a very still, calm and silent way, a kind of protection that I've not met with before. And I really respect that. Okay. But of course, people will wonder, is that because he's hiding something? Or whether that's just, it's not necessary to delve. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Wow. It's like guardians everywhere. Guardians everywhere. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I've been told to stop. Beautiful souls, most recently, this has been one of the most requested readings, a reading of the Dalai Lama's field. And got what I could with time given. And it's always a place of uncertainty. When I enter the field, it's almost as if you're just coming in live with me. So, yeah, being prepared for the unexpected. It will be interesting to get your take on this, what came through, how you responded, how you felt, beautiful souls. If you enjoyed the video, remember to give the videos a thumbs up. And if you want to share more of what we do here on this channel, hype the videos when you can. And if you haven't done so already, subscribe, beautiful souls, and I'll see you in the next one. Love and blessings, beautiful souls. Love and blessings. Beautiful souls, first, a shout out to everyone who has been supporting this channel. It's felt and greatly appreciated, from your likes, to your shares, to your cups of tea. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mark, Eleanor, Jane, Leah, Dina, Drew, Kat, Nor, to the no names. If you buy me a cup of tea, beautiful souls, leave your name so that I can message you back. Now, to today's reading, I tuned in to one of the most vilified figures in modern politics, and I wasn't prepared for what I found. It surprised me, and it's probably going to upset a whole bunch of folks who have strong political feelings. If you're new to the channel, I'm not here for political commentary. I am simply translating the vibrational field of public figures that our subscribers request, free from noise and any nonsense. And what I found in today's reading made me question how much we really know about the people that we're told to fear, dislike, and even hate. As always, I'll leave it for you guys to judge and feel for yourselves. I'll see you in the comments. Let's go. History, history, history. Gosh. Okay, so the ancestors, the ancestral lineage, all that is the makeup of this person is just flooding his field. And that energy just speaks. It speaks through the generations. It's like everything that there is and everything that was prehistoric. And he is very well versed in all of this. It runs through his veins. He knows it well. He knows the history well. Yes, let's see. There's a piercing energy here that has gotten him to where he is. And the piercing is to do with the nonsense that he's experienced, that he's seen, and again, that he knows well that plays out in the world. In particular, the political sphere, where it's a little bit different. Okay, I'm actually going to pause it so I can get... Yes, there we go. It's piercing, shattering, cutting through like a knife. He is cutting through anything and anyone that poses a threat, but it is more to do with what isn't real. What isn't real? What isn't real? Yeah. And we have here a suppression of the voice. A suppression of the voice. So as we spoke of, all that's in his lineage, in his field, thank you so much, there has been mass suppression, not only for those who came before him, but those who are with him now, the people, the generation that is now. The suppression of the voice, the suppression of the voice, but also there is a way that he is working, that he is going about, all of his connections, his relationships, and his lines of communications, his exchanges. But there is interference. There it is. Because it's a not liking. It's a not liking of how this man is going about his business and his ways of managing his country, his people, etc. So there we go. As we go from the outside in, there we go. That is what is causing the mass interference, okay. And those in his field, thank you so much, would like this message to come through, because even as I go to this place now, it starts becoming quite emotional. And all those that have come before him, let me just give it a moment. There has been much suffering, and that is to do with, let me see if I can find the words to match what they are trying to communicate here. It's when you are making a group of people, you are making out a group of people to be away, and you are, I can't quite find the words, beautiful souls, but I know that so many of you are going to understand what I am trying to say. But it is how those that are outside and that are separate from this energy here, those who do not understand, that then meddle. And in that meddling, they make you out to be a certain way. And in that meddling, it causes harm. In that meddling, it makes an entire nation, a group of people. It's a ruining of livelihood. It's a ruining, a suppression of life. And This is what his field is vibrating at.
I don't know who she's thanking. She calls her channel Grandmother Maitreya with Tiffany Lynn. So I'm kind of assuming that she's Tiffany. Anyway, it's strange. I think what got me watching her channel was you'll have melon instead as a dessert. Good idea. What got me watching her channel was the sounds and the waving of her arm. I found it, I don't know if I'll say interesting, but strange. And I wondered when I first found her channel, is she a total fraud? Is she an agent of the entities? I wondered if she's just a grifter doing it for money. I made this image with the AI. Now, Team Evil would say that this is my altar. They would probably say, see, Steven's evil, that's his altar. And they'd make up a whole story. They'd create a whole narrative in their minds. Meanwhile, I made that in seconds using AI. It's not a photograph. It doesn't exist. It's not a real grimoire. It's not a real altar. Those aren't real candles. That's not real fire. That doesn't exist. And I find that interesting too, to think about how there's so much in this world that we see in images that doesn't really exist. And how far does that go? How much do we see with our eyes that really doesn't exist? Like this here. Some people would swear it's a photograph, but it isn't. It isn't a photograph. What's on the cover? Is it exactly as I described, or did I give the AI some room to be creative? It's a sun wheel, but the AI came up with a star, or you might say a pentacle, because it's a little pentagram shape, 5-pointed, surrounded by a circle. It's inside of a circle, so you could by rights call it a pentacle. But did I tell it to do that? No, I didn't. I just asked for a grimoire with the sun wheel talisman. And I actually asked for red candles and black candles. It looks more like it gave me red candles with white candles. So that's interesting as well. It didn't give me exactly what I prompted it to give me. But we are in a tricky realm where a lot of people make up a lot of stories. There's been a lot of stories made up by demons about me. They claim all sorts of things that are false. And I don't even want to entertain them because it's not worth it. They're not worth it. In the end, though, will there be magic done? Will there be spells cast and magical seals put on this realm? Yes. And that's what's important. Victory is what's important. I just wanted to share this because we're in a world where a lot of people will see something and just assume that it's real or that it exists. But it's a tricky place. What's on the screen really doesn't exist. It doesn't exist at all. That's not sitting on a desk somewhere. That was invented out of thin air. Just like some of the stories that these demons tell, invented out of thin air. They just come up with things. Their whole purpose here seems to be to try to harm others. That's all they want to do. Is try to do harm. Such as harm to reputations. If they can't do spiritual harm or physical harm or emotional harm, they'll try to harm someone's reputation. They'll try to slander someone's good name. When technology is advanced enough and fast enough, it will seem like magic to many. I can't remember. Somebody wrote that a long time ago, and I'm paraphrasing it a little bit. But there is a lot of truth in that. If people don't understand how something works, it seems like magic. They could become astonished by things, surprised, astonished, deceived, tricked. In the end, my spirit can't be stained by the lies of demons. My spirit can't be stained by the lies of demons. I am who and what I am. And they can't change that no matter what they do. There's no way for them to change it. They can't do it. And that's removing one of their main weapons. What's this? A Virgin Bloody Mary in the woods. I think Virgin Bloody Mary means no alcohol in it, as far as I know. So it's alcohol free. And it's got all this stuff in it here. That even looks like chicken. Is that fried chicken? There's celery, there's pickles. Is that a whole cheeseburger in there? What is this? That's a whole cheeseburger. So this is all filmed on his private farm in Tennessee. No No animals are harmed, captured, or relocated. Feeding wildlife on private property is legal in this context. Imagine that they have to put this disclaimer. That's the hell realm we live in, because some Karen would probably come around and say, don't feed the animals. It's on his own private farm. It's on his property. Oh my goodness. I'm not surprised a raccoon found it right away. He was very wary of this being a trap, so he grabbed the cheeseburger or hamburger and he just took it and ran. Yeah, it's a cheeseburger. It looks like it has melted cheese. He just grabbed it and ran because he's very, not just wary, they're very intelligent and they're very adorable as well. They're very cute, but they can be vicious and dangerous, and they can also, if you see a raccoon out in daylight, be very careful because more than likely it's sick and has rabies, and they get rabies in Canada, and sometimes they'll wander around in the city in parking lots in daylight, and they're not supposed to be wandering around in daylight, in broad daylight anywhere. They're up at night like this. So you know there's something wrong if they're out in the city amongst people and they're wandering around. Usually they have rabies. You don't want to get bitten by an animal with rabies. You don't want to do that. So be very careful. And some people in the cities don't know that. I actually saw that years ago, a raccoon in a parking lot when I was leaving somewhere. And I told people, you should stay away and call someone, animal control, because it's very dangerous. They shouldn't be around people, and they shouldn't be in the city, and they shouldn't be around in daylight. Like, it's red flags all over it. Most likely was sick, and it could have had rabies or something else. There's certain diseases that raccoons have that change their behavior, and they'll do weird things. Same thing with squirrels. There's actually a disease that's spread by raccoons in their poop, that if a squirrel eats it, they'll catch this certain, I think it's a parasite, and it drives the squirrel completely nuts, and they start getting dehydrated and they start acting in strange ways. They'll try to go in places that they do things they normally wouldn't do. I can't think of the name of the disease at the moment, but there's so many, we'll call them God's design features that harm animals in this realm, that it's, if you start looking into it, you could spend a decade looking into that kind of stuff. There's so much. And it's horrible. It's horrific. And I've actually seen that firsthand happen to squirrels, where all of them in the area got it and they went completely, their behavior was completely nuts. They didn't behave like they usually, like wild animals do. Oh, by the way, raccoons can spread diseases to humans. Urine and their secretions, if you have open wounds or get it in your mouth, or a child, you can get very sick. You could die. There's lots of infectious diseases that they can spread. I'm not telling you to hate them or anything of the sort, which is what Team Evil would say. Oh, he hates animals. I don't hate animals. I don't know where people come up with this lie that I, quote, hate this and hate that. I'm sharing truth. I'm not sharing hatred. I don't know if it's their intelligence or their sense of smell, but I'm not surprised at all that the raccoons found this. They're very good at finding food, not just in the woods, in a neighborhood. They'll find your garbage. They can sniff it out. If it's not in a garbage pail or bin with a lid that fastens down, they'll get into your garbage and food scraps in your garbage. Scraps, maybe apple peels, whatever, they'll go in there and find it. That's why some people call them trash pandas. I don't care for that nickname for them because I just don't like them being bashed that way. There was a family of raccoons at our cottage when I was a kid, and there were around 7 or 8 little babies, and they were just adorable. The parents, the babies, they were right close to our cottage. At night, we put the lights on. We had these kind of spotlights at the very top of the beam, the peak of the roof of the cottage, and it would light up a certain area. And then it was surrounded by trees. We had a lot of trees, a lot of privacy, and a private gate and stuff like that. But we had raccoons climbing around out there, and we'd watch them. And they were super cute. So for the idiots that spend 3 seconds on my channel and try to judge me or make assumptions, you're wrong. I don't hate nature. I don't hate wildlife. I don't hate raccoons. I don't hate this, hate that. There's so many beings in this realm that are so limited. All they can do is say he hates. It's pathetic and it's untrue. And I'm not going to name any of these demons, but I just don't think you'll ever get out of this realm because you're so wrong on things like that. I can't see those creatures ever. If I did nothing to keep them here, I don't think they could ever find their way out of here. Because their perception is so wrong. Their discernment is basically zero. Zero. And sometimes I just wonder, how can I be in a realm with beings like that are so very wrong? It's almost unbelievable. I'm not saying that people who grow up in a city can't love wildlife or wild animals or nature or just enjoy observing, because they can. They can. I just happen to have not grown up in the city. I grew up in the country. Our house was out in the country on land that my parents purchased, and they had a house built, custom built house on a property, and planted trees and did everything from the ground up. And then we had a cottage, which was not in a city. So I grew up observing nature, and I think I have a pretty decent idea of how it works. Especially, and again, that's not bashing people that live in cities or grew up as children in cities. But a lot of you did grow up in cities. A lot of you, I would say, in Canada and America that I'm familiar with. I'm not familiar with lots of people in other countries. You just don't have a clue, though, about nature. You really don't. And you don't want to learn. That's the other part. Most people don't want to learn. They don't want to watch stuff and observe because they'd rather watch drama and gossip. They'd rather watch these channels that have shit show panels, just terrible demonic behavior where they're just arguing and being demons. And that's what you spend your time doing. And then some of you drop in here lurking for 30 seconds here and there, and you just never spend enough time to learn anything. You don't have the dedication. You don't have the patience. You don't have the attention span. You don't have the care for truth. You're not trying to learn. You're not truth seekers. And you'll never understand nature. I would say most of you on Earth the way that I do. I just don't think you will. I don't think you'll spend as much time observing, thinking about it, seeing how it actually works versus the myths that you believe, like Rose 777 and others. He was shocked when I said, no, the Indians did not use every part of a buffalo or bison. That's just a myth. And that's one of many. That's what people believe. They believe all sorts of stuff that isn't true. And most people go to their graves believing so much false stuff that they couldn't see the truth if you painted it on the side of a mall or a barn or some huge building, an airport hangar. You wouldn't be able to spot it because your head is full of lies and you don't do any work, most humans, throughout their lifetime to remove and deprogram any of that false stuff. You carry it right into your grave. And you tell me then how you're going to get out of here when most of what you carry into your grave is false. How's that going to help you? Why are they wary? I would say many reasons. One reason might be the smell. If these raccoons are usually not in the city, if he's far enough away where they don't travel from his farm, they probably never smelled this before. So it would be a new odor, a new scent to them. Like the celery, the carrots, the strong odor of pickles, vinegar, or all that sort of thing. They're not used to it. And also, animals have the natural instinct to be wary unless they've been fully tamed. And even then, they still have some instinct in them, wild instinct. But truly, wild animals that haven't been domesticated, like these raccoons, they're wary. They're thinking this could be a trap. Now, that's been domesticated out of most humans. Most humans go into the so-called afterlife with no instinct of, I should be wary. They don't have that anymore. They have the, oh, well, Dolores Cannon said, trust any entities that come along. Oh, it looks like my deceased grandfather. That look like my deceased grandmother and my great aunt. It must be them. No, it isn't. You should have more of these wild instincts, natural instincts to be wary. It's been taken out of humans. Most humans are just, it must just be a joke to these entities. It's no problem at all because people don't question anything. Oh, that sounds sweet. I bet your dog loves the chicken. I just checked the chat. Look at him sniffing here. This is not stupidity. To humans, they'd say, why doesn't he just take it? He's investigating. He's using his senses. He's doing what a lot of humans don't even do anymore. And that one looks like did he grab a carrot, look like? Or was it a hot dog? Because I think he put one hot dog in with the carrots. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a hot dog that he took. He's investigating. He's going all the way around and also seeing what smells better. What smells tastier. He's gonna knock it over. Get that. For people that don't live here or haven't been around them, raccoons have these little hands. They almost look like human hands or human mixed with maybe a little monkey. They're tiny little hands that can hold on to things and manipulate things. They're very neat to watch. Of course, they have the mask that looks like a bandit's mask. The coloring. It's very skittish, that one. So some people might watch this and say, well, there's no predators around. What's their worry? Well, they have to live in the wild and worry about predators all the time. Predators, traps, things like that. A lot of humans say, wouldn't it be just wonderful to be a wild animal? They're wild and free. And that's a simpleton's view. That's a surface view. And people can get upset and say, well, he's calling us simpletons. Well, a lot of you don't actually observe. There's a lot of fear in nature. There's a lot of hunger in nature. A lot of people will never observe it enough to realize that. If this were a good realm, they wouldn't have to live in fear, would they? It's interesting to me how they're not drinking the juice, the liquid. They're always trying to take the solid food on top. Carrots, celery, pickles. But I think it makes sense that they took the meat first, the hamburger and the hot dog. Those are the first things to go. By the way, that's what dogs will do too. If you put fruit and vegetables in a bowl, but you put it with meat like lamb and steak and a piece of liver and things like that, the dogs will take the most appetizing stuff. They'll eat that first. They eat in order of what they want the most. They don't just eat anything. They wouldn't eat celery at first and there's a hamburger there or a piece of lamb or something. They eat the meat first, and they'll usually go for the best meat first. There's videos of this, of them feeding dogs that way. What they eat first is the best stuff. The meat smells the tastiest. Yes, it has protein in it. They know what's the best. They know what tastes the best, and they know what is the best food for them. A dog or a raccoon. Raccoons are kind of like, they're strange, but they're kind of like a dog and a cat mixed together in a way. They're tree climbers. They'll climb up trees. They'll climb up trees and go up on the roof of a house if a tree's close to the house. They'll go up on your roof. I would imagine a dill pickle would be something very different. I'm going to skip ahead a bit. For a raccoon compared to regular food that they're going to find. They would be used to a dill pickle. Oh, is there another hot dog in there? Well, the deer started licking the juice. It's a carrot. And that's not me breathing, by the way. That's the animal. That's the deer. That's not me. There's an animal close to the microphone there. It almost sounds like snoring. I'm going to skip over to... Looks like a possum comes along. There it is. They often look raggedy like that in the wild. They don't look like the cute little things they show in Disney. They look more like this. Possums. And they got a long rodent's tail. But they eat a lot of ticks. They'll eat thousands of ticks. So if you find one in on your property, you want to keep them around. They're good for that. It doesn't harm them. Ticks, they can eat them. And they'll keep them away from you and your dogs, your pets, your livestock. And they'll hiss at you if you find one. They'll hiss at you, and maybe if you don't want to try to scare them, but they'll play dead. They'll play possum. They'll lay down and just freeze. So he's really going to town. He's licking, drinking, eating. And the raccoons came along. I don't know if those don't look like the same ones. They might be different ones. These are some good sized raccoons. Full grown adult right there. And that's a little bit smaller one. Might be a younger one. So why would they eat some strange food, a mixed, not alcohol, but a mixed virgin Bloody Mary in the woods with cut up celery or celery sticks? There was a hot dog, or at least maybe a couple hot dogs in there. There was a hamburger, carrots. Why would they eat this? If nature has such abundance, it's just bountiful Mother Nature, right? Why would they bother to find this food and go and act like they were hungry? Because they are hungry. That's the simple answer. And that's the answer most humans don't want to hear, because they want it in their minds that, oh, nature provides. Mother Nature's wonderful. She just provides so much food. Well, where's all the food in the forest? Where is it? There's a little bit of vegetation to munch on for a deer, but they have to search all day and all night for food just to try to fill up their belly. Whereas they go there and it's one stop, and they can get a meal if somebody puts something out like that. There's been people that have come to my channel and lied and said there's so much food and they could strip the bark of a tree. They're talking like ridiculous fucking losers. when they come to my channel. Where are you going to find meat in the woods? It's not a grocery store. You'd have to hunt and kill a deer or a raccoon if you could find one. Most people would starve to death if left out in the wilderness in a big woods where it's just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kilometers in all directions of wilderness, like in northern Ontario or northern Manitoba, especially northern Ontario, though, with the thick forest. You'd be lost. Where are you going to find the food? Imagine being hungry your whole life and that being your life. Day after day, and hunger is just normal to you. Where you never quite get full or satisfied, or you don't get 3 meals a day. Anyway, it's something to consider. I'd like people to try to think about the truth of this place rather than the Disney programming and Disney propaganda. And it's not just Disney, of course. I'm just using that to get people to see that you've been programmed. That said, I think most in this realm love to be programmed. They prefer it. They prefer it. They don't want the truth. They want programming. They want snake eyes like this creature. They want to pay for his books and pay for his lifestyle. Here he is. Go ahead and pay him. Take a good look. Some people might tune in, or maybe they'll watch this later and say, wow, that looks weird. It looks like he has snake eyes. Well, it's because he does. That's why. Now, there's tens of thousands that visit his channel. None of them notice and say this. I do. And then they'll come on my channel and say, stop picking on Howdy and you're mean and why are you covering him, or you're jealous, you just want subs, or they make up all kinds of stuff. That's what humans do. I see those comments all the time. Most of you will go to your graves not knowing anything more than when you got here, because you don't want to learn. You don't want to look at what I show you. Why does it look like he has snake eyes? Because he does. That's why. He does. He does. And there's tens of thousands on his channel that it isn't that obvious to them. 38,000 subs. You never see, he has his comments turned off, but when he had his comments turned on, nobody was calling him out on anything. Because most people in this realm are walking dead zombies, walking blind, walking dead, and they'll never see. And what they push back against is me and the truth. When I show the truth and expose their favorites, they're emotionally attached to creatures like this, to Dolores Cannon, to Lolita, to this one. What was the shamanic, Laura shamanic something? People get emotionally attached to these obvious deceivers. Obvious deceivers. That's what happens. Okay?
So that the self thing operates through a much more simple yet clear apparatus. Really hard to say, but that's another kind of awakening, to go through who you thought you were and see that you're not as great as you had always thought you were, and that you have a lot of work to do to transform the self. Then there's a great as you had always thought you were, great as you had always thought you were, and that great as you had always thought you were, and that great as you had always thought you were, and that great as you had always thought you were, and that you have a lot of work to do to.
I bet some people watching this, if there were more viewers, if there were 25 people, there'd be someone here thinking, why does he keep replaying it? Well, I know what I'm doing. I was replaying it trying to get you to see the rapid eye blinking. There's the 11, the angry. It's got a lot of anger. Most people would say Howdy is calm. He's calm. There were people years ago that said he's like a professor. They loved him coming to my channel. Ones that were regulars were in love with this creature. Most in this realm are walking dead, walking blind.
And see that you're not as great as you had always thought you were, and that
a lot of rapid blinking, a lot of sadness there, dead-eyed look, snake eyes too, of course. It morphs in and out between this back and forth with the snake eyes. Looks like he has long fingernails. I just saw some long fingernails. But when he's telling you you're not as great as you think you are, his eyes are just blinking, 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 like the blinks of a liar, a deceiver. And that's what people love in this realm. You can get upset. I'll keep mentioning it until I leave this place. I'm going to keep rubbing it in your faces and keep mentioning it because a lot of you just don't want to face that. Humans love these deceivers. They always have an audience.
That's another kind of awakening, to go through who you thought you were and see that you're not as great as you had always thought you were, and that
you're not as great as you always thought you were. Are you talking about yourself? Howdy? How would you be able to talk about that with others? Say other people are that way. How would you know that about others?
a lot of work to do to...
He's such a clumsy... He can't even just sit there. He almost falls off his chair. He's leaning on his elbow. It's a very creepy creature. And there's a lot that shows that. And then there's a lot of defenders in this realm. You can defend this creature right back into the you going into the recycling bin if you want to. That's what some of you will do. You're foolish.
And see that you're not as great as you had always thought you were, and that you have a lot of work to do to transform the self. Then there's a third kind of awakening, and that's the realization of emptiness.
He doesn't like that he has to go on YouTube about once a month and make a little video like this, 15 minutes. He would call this work. His whole life is paid for by his garbage, that it's mostly theft. He doesn't have original ideas, this creature. This snake-eyed creature. Oh, well, Stephen, you're just this. He can't face me, you fans of his. He's a coward. You have cowards and snake-eyed demons for heroes. And that's what upsets some of you. You can't take it. You can't take it, can you? A lot of you that have come to my channel idolize and worship snake-eyed demons. You're losers. You're losers.
Which was also a big part of that book, which is to recognize the dream nature of everything. It's one thing to see the Matrix as a type of trapping illusion.
Yes, and it says lies on it, for all that lies ahead. For all that lies ahead is the little sign up there. Isn't that something? I think Howdy could grow horns out of his head and people just be like, that's normal. You're just jealous. You're just jealous. You just want him to, you just want his audience. You wish you made his money. And I'm not jealous at all. Calling him what he is. Part of the beauty, though, is you don't have to see what I see. You can choose this. You can choose to follow this creature and choose to get recycled until there's nothing left of you. And that's where some of you are already headed. I'm not saying anything mean. I'm just seeing and pointing out where a lot of people are going. The more demonic, the better for humans. They love it. You love it, don't you? It's like this creature. Looks like horns are going to erupt right out of his forehead. Look at the bumpy nature of his forehead. It's like a knot in his forehead, like he just got punched or something. But it's all normal to most people. They can make the most demonic looking face. It's all normal to most of you humans. And you can get upset and say, not me, Stephen. To most humans on earth, I can show them the weirdest shit, the most demonic shit, and they'll just treat it like it's all okay. It's all normal to most of you. It's beyond having blindfolds on. You just can't be shown and taught anything, most humans. There's the sign for all that lies ahead. Lies. right over his shoulder, he has the word lies. It's perfect, actually. It's perfect. So some of these creatures, Joe, have been invited for years. I've been inviting this one for almost 3 years, I think. Years of invitations. They won't come anywhere. They won't even acknowledge. It's not just they won't come here. They won't respond and say, no, thank you, or, oh, I heard about you. I don't like your reputation, or whatever. Nothing. They pretend I don't exist. Howdy pretends I don't exist, and he's not the only one. I think the best proof is what they look like, sound like. They do fear me, of course. But right there, it can't be excused away. It is what it is. And it is what it looks like. They'll never come over here. Howdy, you'll never come over here. He's not the only one. There's a lot of them. Mark Devlin, Erica Duguay, Tony Sayers, Humpty Dumpty, Matt McKinley, Forever Con Man, Jason from Archaic's channel. I had to go to his channel and sneak on his live stream. He won't come here. He's a coward. They're all cowards. But it's beyond just, oh, they're human cowards. It's beyond that. They're demons, and they know I'm a different species, and they fear me in that way. They fear me spiritually. They know I'm not one of their kind. They can see. If anyone thinks that's normal, the thing on the screen, then I don't know. You're on the wrong channel then. I don't know what to tell you. But that isn't normal.
Which from one perspective it is, and then it has to be seen at another level as a type of projection, a type of a fictional projection, right?
Rapid blinking, 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 and then furrowing the brow. What possesses you, Howdy? Did you let an archon or a bunch of entities into you years ago? Did you do meditation? Did you do something with the Indians in Canada before you left Canada? What did you do to invite entities into you? Because I think you've got some entities, some entities in there. That's what I think.
As well as the thing that thinks it's observing it, or as well as the thing that thinks it's sensing it, as well as the thing that is bringing in all the sensations of that reality and categorizing it and explaining it and building a narrative and a story around it. Also fictional.
The rapid eye blinks in this one are off the charts at certain points, especially when he's saying certain things. It just goes wild. Like he'll blink, it seems like 120 times a minute, or in 10 seconds, 30, 40 times. It's just, he's really blinking at certain points. It really speeds up.
And building a narrative and a story around it.
Just fluttering there. It's just, that was about 8 or 10 blinks in maybe 2 seconds. His eyes were, I call it fluttering, like a butterfly's wings fluttering, or a hummingbird. Watch this.
Categorizing it and explaining it and building a narrative and a story around it, and building a narrative of that reality and categorizing it and explaining it, and
That's a hell of a lot of blinking.
building a narrative and a story around it, also fictional.
That's a lifetime worth of blinking for Osho. Osho would just stare with his eyes and not blink. Howdy just blinked about 50 or 60 times. I mean, it's just an incredible amount.
So the realization of emptiness is what is the moving point to moving towards the finding out what is real, what is actually truthful compared to all the other things which are fictional. What?
By the way, he just did an interview recently on that Pink Tourmaline channel. This guy will do interviews anywhere but here. Anywhere else. Anywhere.
What actually has true depth and totality to it? That's.
Oh, and for if people that some people might wonder, I've reached out to him by emails over the years. No response. No response.
That's really kind of where the word awakening kind of comes from. It represents that, but it's been this word has been added to all these other things, and they have elements of the concept of the idea of what the word means. But like I say, they're three completely different things. And most people who've taken a step up the ladder have done so in one of those three areas. And
I don't think they're trying to reset the pupils. I think at this point that's been normalized to the point where they don't even have to hide it. I think his eyes could stay as complete snake eyes and he would be in no danger of people spotting it. There might be a few in the realm, relatively few, maybe 100 beings in the whole realm that would look at that and say, yeah, that's not normal. That's snake eyes. There's hardly any in this whole realm. Because most people accept anything as normal. They'll look at this on the screen. His eyes could stay snake-eyed like that for the rest of his life. And I don't think most people would say a word or even think about it. They wouldn't even think it over. It's a zombie world.
it's fantastic. It's important to be done. But because the other two areas can't be seen as even existing, or at least that they're equal to this other thing, this one area gets placed on a pedestal of importance.
I try to get him to smile and show those big fangs. You know, there's some. This is why I don't like truthers in the so-called truther community. Because they're retards. They assume that I've photoshopped stuff that I haven't. That's how stupid and paranoid and lazy most people are. There's very few in this realm that can just figure out anything, even with help. I didn't Photoshop this. This is his teeth. That's why he doesn't open his mouth, because he does have big fangs like this. That's real. Now, idiots will come to my channel and say, oh, no, that can't be. You Photoshopped it. No, it's a screenshot. I took a screenshot. That's what it is. Most are too far gone for me to help. They're too paranoid. They're too brainwashed. They're too emotionally attached to demons. So be it. Follow them into the bin. I can't help most of you on Earth. I know that. And as much as some people try to gas me up and say you're going to have a big audience one day, nope. I suspect the pattern will continue, that my audience will decline, and eventually there'll be very few left here, because most people get filtered out, because eventually I'm going to cover someone that they're emotionally attached to, a demon, a liar, deceiver, grifter, and they'll just get pissed off and stop watching. That's the way you humans are.
And the others are ignored. And that's imbalance from the standpoint of a journey. And that's an underlying foundation I tried to place into Empty the Cave. Maybe not as great as I would have liked to. Obviously, a book like that, you take 20 more years to write it. It comes out much more. It comes out.
Oh, I just saw the fang come out there. Sorry, I'm going to rewind a little bit.
To write it, it comes out much more.
And that's a Freemasonic pose, by the way. That's a warning sign from Freemasons when they do that. It's one of his favorites, where you cover up the chin and the throat that way. That is a Freemasonic pose. And you can see a bit of the fang coming out. Sometimes it's longer than others. But he is a demon. And that's why he's loved in this realm. Of course, he's got a big following. Not huge. He doesn't have millions of followers, but he's got tens of thousands that can't see, that believe themselves to be truthers. And they don't know what they're following. They don't have a clue. They don't have a goddamn clue. 38,000 on YouTube, and he has other social media.
It comes out even more and more clean and simple, and
he could dig those teeth into someone, one of his fans, and they'd still be defending him. That's the way people are. The Blueberry Boy. When he said he became the blueberry, he had the greatest harvest ever. And his eyes were like slits when he said it. Anyway, it's just... when people say you're exposing them, and I have to wonder, to who? To three beings in this realm? Most people, they just never learn anything.
Things would probably, certain chapters would have just not been there in 20 years' time. But you also...
There should be thousands by now seeing what he is, but there aren't. Not even close.
You have to... With every book, you have to feel like you've come to a certain point where it's doing something you want it to do, or it'll never get finished. That a lot of people write books, very few people finish them. And the reason being is they think the final product has to be perfect. And no, it just has to be good. You have to be happy with it, knowing that if you took another 2 years, yeah, you can make it better, but there's a certain point.
It's all in his books, people. You have to read his books. You got to buy the books to learn. And if you really want to be cool like Howdy, if you want to be real cool like Howdy, you have to get the deep grooves in the forehead. And you have to get the long fingernails, the sharp teeth, the long fingernail, all this weird stuff that people are like, just because it's someone they've watched for years, they'll say, oh, it's normal. There's nothing abnormal about Howdy. Well, how come he's a grown man and he's got these long, sharp ass fingernails? The whiting out of the eyes, yes. He'll roll the eyes back for you. Put on a show for his audience. They're not going to spot it. They're not going to notice. Dummies that watch Howdy on his channel, they'll never notice. If you want to be cool like Howdy, you have to have the deep, deep grooves in the forehead. And look at the sharp fingernails you can see there. He's got some long, sharp nails. That's a pattern I noticed with these demons. People love to call themselves truthers as they follow and pay deceivers, and they don't like beings that expose their favorite deceivers. Like Howdy.
There's a certain break point where in the writing process, you know that.
Oh, and by the way, I think I'm the reason he turned off comments, because I tried to expose him over the years. So I think he turned off comments due to me and my accounts. He's a coward.
There isn't enough time yet. I haven't put enough time into it. And then there's the other side of it. I'm putting in more than I actually need. And once you've written a book or two,
The fluttering eyes.
Side of it, I'm putting in more than I actually need. And once you've written a book or two, you begin to know the time frame that you need to get to that point. And that's one of the big issues.
The Blueberry Boy is very, very blinky. Blinky, blinky, blinky. So some people, and I'm not faulting people that are new for getting all excited, but for me, I just spot this stuff. It's like second nature. It's right there. I don't have to try hard. It's just, it's second nature. It's just like, you don't have to think about breathing. It's just right there. If you know how to ride a bike, you're not thinking the whole time about how to ride that bike. It's just second nature. If you've been riding a bike, let's say every day for 10 years, it's just right there. But it takes practice. You have to start really looking at things. And most human beings go through life without looking at things. In fact, they avoid looking at things. They try not to look at dark things, at the truth, at strange things, at they think it's bad to be critical and analytical. Don't judge, don't analyze. It's bad. Why are you showing him? You're so mean, and you're this and you're that, and you're blah blah blah. But take a look. Is that natural and normal to you? It's just another screenshot. What does that look like? It sure doesn't look like a round pupil to me. What does it look like to you? Doesn't look round to me. Doesn't look normal to me. Doesn't look natural, because it isn't. That's why. That's why I like to give people clear answers. And if I don't have an answer, I'll say I don't know. I'm not afraid to say I don't know, or I don't know that yet, or I don't have that figured out yet, or I don't have that piece of the puzzle yet, or I'm still working on figuring that out. Whatever the case, I'm not going to pretend to know something that I don't. Anyway, where are all the excuses? It is what it is. You know, the same truthers, so-called truthers that follow his channel, if they saw this on President Trump, they'd be jumping out of their fucking skin saying it's a demon, snake-eyed Trump. But when it's their hero, they don't want to say anything, and they're just silent. That's another thing. The emotional attachments to these creatures, and they'll defend them. They don't want to see it, because they'll say, "Oh, well, how'd he help me see so much?" They just don't want to. They don't want to admit it. They don't want to admit it. But if it was someone on the world stage that they hate, that's famous, like a politician or one of the royals or someone like that, they would be just going off saying, yeah, it's a snake, it's a demon, but not when it's their hero, not when it's their favorite YouTube truther. They don't like that. They don't like that. Look at that. It's every bit as much of a snake as Joshua, as John, and just give me a second, and Landry. And I have a whole collection of these creatures, these snake-eyed creatures. Creepy creatures. And they are creepy. And it's beyond even just the snake eye. Their energy is creepy. They're creepy. They'll make your skin crawl, at least to me. And then people try to spin it on YouTube. Oh, you just hate everyone. You've got beef with everyone. I'm showing what they are. That's what I'm doing. And I'm going to keep doing that. Joshua S. John, Snake Eyes. Howdy. What's the difference? What's the goddamn difference between this and this? Very close. Because they're the same species. I put things together that I haven't seen anyone else on YouTube or in this realm. And people just treat it like, oh, Steven's patting himself in the back. I'm trying to teach you something that you can't just learn in a library, or you can't just go to some shitty YouTube channel and learn it. There's a lot of stuff on my channel. This is the only place that's shown it and talked about it and put the connections together. They're a different species. That's why they feel different, behave different. That's why they all avoid me as much as they can. They're not like me. You got that? They're not like me. They are not what I am. And I try to make it as clear as I can. And I've told you there's going to be a spiritual war. You can doubt me. There could be 1,000 people that come to my channel in the next few weeks or months or year, whatever. And you can doubt me all you want, but it's going to happen. Then what are you going to do? You're just going to be unprepared. You're going to be with them. Doubt all you want. But there's going to be a spiritual war, and it will be clear cut. They always want everything to be nuanced. They want it to be like a bowl of fucking soup and everything mixed together and say, oh, good is evil and evil is good. No, it's going to be good versus evil. It's going to be very sharp, clear lines. That's what I predict. And you could write this down. If you want to, you could record this. You could record my live stream and save it somewhere and say, King Stephen predicted this. He was speaking about this in August. Go ahead. Because I don't think I'm going to be eating my words. There's going to be a war. And I'm saying it that way on purpose. If I could use a drill that would drill into your head, not physically, but spiritually, to get it really inside so that you understood. This is no joke. We're not all the same. There are evil beings that walk amongst us that for them lying and deceiving, they love it. They profit from it. And there is going to be a war. And it will be very straightforward, good versus evil. And evil creatures just want to pretend, well, I'm not all they're like, I'm not all evil. Don't call me a demon. What's obvious to me is not obvious to millions, if not billions in this realm, but it's right there all the time. This is Talcott, Snake Eyes Jack, and it just goes on and on and on. And over the years, I've shown you creatures. Some of them are on YouTube every day or almost every day. So why should I limit myself to just exposing the royal families of this realm or the tech billionaires or celebrities, Hollywood? Why should I do that when you have these fake truthers that are snake-eyed demon liars on YouTube that people don't want to face? They want to pay the money for their books and their courses and their seminars in some cases, and their this and that and their membership club. Just endless shekels. Look at this creature. Snake Eyes Landry. Modern Men Lost Again. I exposed this guy months and months ago. Who else is talking about him being a snake-eyed demon? On other channels. None that I've seen. None. The whole panelverse couldn't even learn this much. They couldn't look at this and go, yeah, Stephen's right. That is a snake eye. Landry is a snake-eyed demon. None of them learned this. Out of the whole panelverse, none of them learned this in all that time. I think he's been around about a year now. So when people argue with me and say, people are learning, Stephen, I sure as hell don't see it. So where are you seeing it? I don't see a lot of people learning in this realm. The panelverse, out of all of them, none of them can. I haven't heard any of them say that Landry's a snake-eyed demon. Just me. And I've shown this meme countless times on my live streams and in videos. So when I say that people don't learn, they don't. They don't learn. They don't learn. I try to warn people they don't learn. It's a small number in this realm that I think are capable of learning. And I mean learning anything that's meaningful in the end. Spiritual, growing their ability to see truly with spiritual eyes. That's what I mean. Not learning how to make more money or learning. I'm talking about learning that helps your spirit. They know I see them. You're right, Wendy. They know. And that's what's frustrating. A lot of these creatures know I can see them. And then I have ones that are not fully demons, but they doubt me. They don't see this. These creatures know I can see. I don't have to convince Howdy McCoskey or Landry or Talcott that I can see them. They know. They're evil, but they know. They know.
Of course, given the way the AI is taking over everything now, who knows how long people will be writing books?
He says the AI is taking over everything. It's the AI. It's one AI. He doesn't even know what AI is or how it works. He's such a fraud, such a deceiver, so disgusting. Making money, his cabin, his whole lifestyle's run off selling you shit. And people just love it. They love it. I never asked for a dime, but he's going to end up, he already is, more loved and respected than I am. Tens of thousands love this creature. And that's fine. You can love the demons. See where it leads you. See where it gets you in the end. He's not warning any of you about following evil. I've been trying to warn people about not following evil and choosing wisely for so long. It just mostly falls on deaf ears. Then certain people come to my channel and lie to me, saying, no, you're reaching more people. I don't want liars around me. I just don't. In this life, not just on YouTube. I keep them away from me in person as much as I can. I don't want to be around lying demons. I don't want to be around someone that if my fridge was empty, they'd open the door and say, your fridge is full of food. No, it isn't. It is now, but I mean, if hypothetically it was empty in that example. I don't want people lying to me. I don't like that. But demons love it. They love that part of this realm. They feel good about lying and all the lies going around in this place. I think they love it. It's like fuel for them. It's like eating protein or getting something high in B12 and you get a kick out of it. You get a boost. For them, they love lies, these creatures. A lot of them make a living by lying in this place. The more they lie, the more money they make.
That hate the world the most, and that's because this world is not shit out of it. I told their parents. They weren't even mad at me that I disobeyed them.
This guy said he's going to have the best podcast ever. Years ago, he's begging people to donate a laptop to him and give him stuff and send him money. He was begging for shekels. He said he was going to have the best podcast ever. I think people love the lying demons. They love them. I'm gonna zoom in here. Creepy creature. Overwhelming pattern with the snake eyes, and that's normal to most people. Dolores would say, oh, that's normal. That's normal. That's normal. That's normal. Most humans do treat it as normal. I can't help them. Demonic snake eyes is viewed as normal to most human beings on this earth at this point. I could show you the creepiest shit and people just view it as normal. That's normal. That's what Dolores Cannon would say about this. It's normal. It just has some entities. It's okay. It's okay. He's just got some entities. He's got some attachments. Going to show you this creature's eyes. I've said in the past, more than once, I've said in writings of mine, I've said in songs, I've said on live streams, videos, truth is sacred to me. Not for these creatures. They lie about me with their snake eyes. Take a look at this. What's that, Dolores? You want to chime in? Dolores Cannon. It's normal. It's normal. I had the snake eyes like him too. I'm big, red, gingy. St. Dolores embraces them. That might be his grandmother. It could be, Big Red could be this guy's granny. Angry Gingy's granny. Could be. Look at the eye on this guy. He's got the red mustache growing right over his lips. Unkempt, untrimmed. And that eye on the right-hand side is morphing into a snake eye. The oblong, it's going to turn into a slit. He's visited by... Joe, it was earlier I played the La Cucaracha song for this Gingy. He's visited by cockroaches. He stepped on one. Cockroaches are visiting him. He has cockroaches for children, this creature. It's Cucaracha. That's normal. That's normal. Saint Dolores would call this normal. His eyes are normal for a Gingy. He's a total freak.
You see, those who love the world are those who think that existence is so awesome.
I think he would love the world if he had lots of money and a different life and he didn't have to live in a small camper, a real tiny little one that you just tow in a trailer behind a house or behind a car, as his house. It's not even a trailer. It's way smaller than that. He lives in a little camper. That's what I was told by Kirsten. Kirsten went on a date with this guy. Can you believe all the connections that Kirsten has? To Mushroom, to this guy, to Charles. She seems to know all of the Team Evil creatures. Her connections. She dated him. She went on at least one date. And he had her phone number before she ever knew of the sanity machine, if you can believe it. It isn't just a small world. It isn't just a coincidence. There's real, weird, evil connections in this place.
Awesome that they bring as much life into this world as they possibly can. Then when the child is born, they mutilate its genitals. They inject it with all kinds of poison into their bloodstream with needles at these hospitals that contain lead, heavy metals, rat DNA, and whatever type of weird, bizarre, inhumane ingredients that has nothing. Ever think of that? Perhaps.
That was quite a lizard tongue flick there. At 26, I think 59 maybe, or let's see.
Ever think of that?
Right there. That tongue. Keep that tongue in your mouth. Watch the tongue flick out. I caught it. It's a tongue flick right between that glowing orange, that mass of glowing orange hair on its face. Look at this creature. Creepy creature. Angry creature. Look at the forehead. The bulge is coming. The deep 11 and then the bulge above each eye. Look at that thing.
Ever think of that?
There's the tongue.
Perhaps
Did a tongue flick.
Earth is akin to being born unwittingly into a insane asylum, and you don't have a frame of reference for anything
It is not an insane asylum.
other than the insane asylum in which you're born into.
They'll call it everything other than what it actually is. They'll have your mind looking all these different directions. They want you lost and confused. And the more confused you are, the easier it is for entities to program you.
So when you're surrounded by humanity, what you experience with your five senses, you have witnessed no.
My first encounter with this creature was him calling me a troll years ago, probably 3.5 years ago, on Chris Sedera's channel. This creature called me a troll, said I'm a troll, tried to label me something that I am not. This fucking thing. This thing with the big bulges on its forehead. Looks like a monster. A monster.
World as
a monster that you'd see in a movie. It's almost like a mask for a face. Like that one from the movie Cher was in, the Mask or what, something Mask. She was in a movie, Cher, a long time ago. There was a redhead with a mask of a face.
Sentient life.
Look at this thing.
Full stop.
The eyes are freaky and creepy.
Is the only disease. But dog, it's just psychopath. They're drooling from the mouth. They have retard helmets on. But then again, they don't. That's just a metaphor. They come off as financially affluent, charismatic, and good looking. And they get along just fine in this world. And they get rewarded all the while because they are the most retarded among us.
Hello, Ren. Good to see you. I was busy covering this and I just noticed Ren's here. Hope you're having a good day, Ren. Look at this thing. It's like he's glowing. It's not even red, it's orange. It's like it's a radio. I'm sorry for stuttering there, but I'm almost out of words. It's like a radioactive glowing mass of hair. It's like he took some glowing orange pubic hair and glued it all over his face or something. It's this thing is just disgusting.
Existence itself is the only disease.
He's trying to make you hate existence. He's saying existence itself is the only disease. That's how messed up this creature is. Can you imagine being this fucked up? Seriously. This thing is toxic, evil, and demonic. I'm going to play that again for you.
They get rewarded all the while because they are the most retarded among us. Existence itself is.
Yes, I did catch the duper's delight. I didn't mention it, but it was right there.
They get rewarded.
He's got mass. Watch this. He's very proud of himself with his Dolores Cannon style duper's delight. This might be a grandson of hers or something. I wouldn't be shocked if it was. I'm half kidding, but on the other hand, if it came out years from now, oh yeah, they are related. I'm not surprised. Not surprised. These dupers.
Rewarded all the while because they are the most retarded among us. Existence itself is the only disease. Let me repeat that. Existence itself is the only disease. Let me repeat that. Being born into the world as sentient life, full stop, is the only disease. But existing in the world as a
It makes these angry faces and faces of disgust. I've never seen this thing happy. Ever. 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 Never seen it happy. Has these chubby hands, these beady little eyes. Ugh. Ugh.
existence is nothing but relations. All of the pain. But existing in the world as a singular subject with all of the trials and tribulations, all of the pains and sufferings, regardless of how nefarious and multifarious they may be, are but symptoms. All of the hardships of existence is nothing but.
Look at the fat hands. It reminds me of. His hands remind me of Leslie, the one I showed earlier. Look at this. Look at that. I'm surprised the fingernails aren't like Howdy. I don't see a long fingernail there. Not yet. He might have one on the other hand. There might be a couple on the other hand. Look at the faces it makes.
The symptomology of being alive. And it is being alive, being born into the world that is really the only issue. In the same way, if somebody has the flu,
He's saying being born into the world is the only issue. Really? I think the issue is this is an evil matrix. I don't think the problem is my existence, you fucking demon. See what I mean by how they try to program people with these evil ideas? Evil propaganda? What a psycho. What a complete psycho. I took another screenshot. Total psycho. Total psycho. He's a total psycho. He blames existence, and then he said full stop. He's saying it's existence itself that's the only disease. Fucking hell. It's that's some of the most toxic, evil shit you'll ever hear. Is right there. Look at that thing. Oh, I'm starting to get sleepy.
you can't have one without the other. Existence itself is the disease. You being born into the world as sentient life in a healthy environment. You can't have one without the other.
Rapid speed tongue flicks there. The tongue was just a flicking. Flicked out maybe 2 or 3 times quickly right after this. This thing has almost everything evil you could imagine. A toxic evil mindset. Just everything about this thing is it's gross. It's a cockroach. It's a, what did I call it earlier? A gingy roach? Gingy roach.
Happy, but It's this illness that's the problem that he has. Or I could otherwise be happy, but I just hate my life because ... You can't have one without the other. Existence itself is the disease. You being born into the world as sentient life in a hellscape isn't it? But the problem is people don't blame existence itself or being born or procreation as the problem. They create this hypothetical utopia, which is really a dystopia, and around them.
So this idiot is saying being born here is the problem.
That way, because when you're born into this world, guess what? You cannot avoid all of the retarded bullshit and all of the sufferings that are going to come with it. People blame the symptoms. People say,
He had a pregnant cockroach sent to his... I'm laughing now thinking about it. He had recently he had a pregnant cockroach sent right into his camper that he saw when he went up to go pee. Middle of the night, he said he got up to piss, and right at his feet was a great big thick pregnant cockroach giving birth in front of him. You know, Ginger, you're going to wake up sometime and there's going to be some in your beard and right on the humps on your forehead. Right there. You're a cursed being. You realize that? You lied about me. You lied many times about me. You're on Team Evil. You're a cursed being. You should change your ways. But I know you won't. You're a cockroach.
I'm impoverished. I'm a ginger. I'm balding. I'm fat. I'm an alcoholic. So on and so forth. But really, you're taking those symptoms of why you hate your life as the disease itself. But they're just symptoms. The problem is that
He freaked out thinking there were going to be millions of cockroaches in his place crawling all over him. You might have fleas now, Ginger. Your brother had fleas at his place. You might have some fleas in that beard.
you were brought into this hellscape against your will as a biological byproduct of the sex act of your parental unit that transpired 9 months prior. And you did not get to choose your situation. You did not get to choose your parents, your genetics, anything. And that central nervous system, those 5 senses, that's enough. Now, all of the phenomena that's going to transpire thereafter for 70 or more years, or perhaps less, those are all just symptoms of disease of having been born. Usually,
They blame birth and existence. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. Jesus Christ. Can you imagine somebody dating this? That tells you how mental Kirsten is. She went on a date with this thing years ago. She has some of the worst taste in men of, I would say, of any woman I've ever known in my life. Kirsten, you have terrible taste in men. You do. You truly do. My goodness. She has the worst taste. Kirsten, you have the worst taste in men ever. There's complete drug addict hoe bags and strippers, sex workers that have better taste in boyfriends and dating than you, Kirsten. Seriously. You have the worst taste in men ever. Ever. Who to live with, who to date. You must be retarded or something. And then you join feminism and complain about men. Well, look what you choose. Is this the hottest guy you ever dated? Oh, Kirsten, you date some real gingy roaches. Look at this thing. He's so smug, proud of himself.
Results in very predictable things that doesn't take a rocket science to figure out if you're going to put humanity on the Freudian couch, so to speak, and just analyze.
So he took her to dinner, and she claims that this Gingy was a gentleman, but the way that he talks about women, man. She dated this Gingy. She said it. She lived in the same town where he lives. Look at the hairs growing right over the lips onto the teeth. The gingy hairs. Oh, Kirsten, if you ever watch this, if you're ever watching, you have terrible taste in men. You truly are a feminist Marxist. You never changed. Your taste is awful. I don't think you have the discernment to get out of here, Kirsten. I think you're fucked when it comes to being in this hell realm. I don't think you'll ever get out. You can't even tell what ugly looks like. You must be spiritually blind. You must be mental. Kirsten, if you're tuned in now, or if you see this, you must be mental. You must be mental. You must be delusional. You must be mental. You dated trash. You dated trash. You must be mental. You must be delusional. If Quack is watching right now, he's saying, how does Stephen get the words up on the screen when he speaks? It's like magic. They just can't figure it out. They can't figure it out. Look at the hairs. Look at his mustache hairs growing over his lips and then right into his mouth, into his teeth. It's like his hairs are brushing against his teeth. You see that? Those little gingy hairs? Yeah, she was deceptive. She hid a lot, and she talked about me behind my back with Creepy Kai the Lie. Yes, by magic, Quack, by magic. That's how I do it. Look at the mustache. Look at the gingy hairs are just growing even over his teeth. Right over top. All of his food must touch that to get into his mouth, to get into his gullet with that stash. No trimming. He just doesn't trim his mustache. He just grows it like that right into his, it's like it's curling into his mouth, into that abyss of a mouth. Must be a stinky, gingy mouth. It must reek. I wonder if Kirsten kissed him and French kissed him and his tongue slid into her mouth. I'm not trying to be gross. I'm just trying to be accurate here. She did date this creature. I know that. She admitted it here. And you know, when he came on here, he did come over here. I pressured him to come over. I was having a Gingy special stream where it was Gingy's only, and I asked him if he likes gingerbread cookies, and if he likes big red gum and ginger ale, Canada Dry ginger ale, and all that sort of thing. He said, "Hi, Kirsten." He knew her. He recognized her voice. So I do believe her. And he asked if she's still a feminist. She was a feminist when she dated this Gingy. She was a feminist when she dated this Gingy. Look at this. Did she kiss that mouth? I want to know. Kirsten, if you're tuned in, lurking here, like the coward that you are, come on my live stream and talk about it. Don't be scared. Now you use your real name, Kirsten. All of a sudden, you're not afraid on Discord to change your name to Kirsten. She always let on she was so afraid of using her name, and if she used the name Kirsten, but now she's not afraid anymore. She's an attention seeker. I don't think she was really afraid. I think she's an attention seeker. Did she kiss this gingy mouth? Did she lick that mustache? Did she slide her tongue between that hairy mouth and hairy lips? I wonder what she did with him. I wonder what she did. Did she suck on his little red rocket? Did she go down on him? I don't know. Come on the show, Kirsten, and explain. You deserve all of this with your behavior. You deserve a lot more than that.
Its woes. You could say, okay, humanity. Well, yeah, you could light up a cigarette. I don't mind. How are you doing? Not so good. Why is that? Oh, well, tell me. Well, doctor, I seem to be impoverished. I seem to be depressed. I seem to be, I have a sickly wife. I have kids who have fundamental disabilities. And on another note, my football team lost the Super Bowl to the Seattle Seahawks.
So this idiot blames existence itself for all of the shit in this realm. That's how retarded he is and evil.
I've been pretty sore about that ever since. And even though a lot of these things that bother humanity, it's very trivial. A lot of it is not trivial at all. Impoverishment could fucking ruin your life. Even though a lot of these things that bother humanity, it's very trivial. A lot of it is not trivial at all. Impoverishment could fucking ruin your life. Physical pain, emotional pain.
Was Kirsten a nasty hoe with this glow-in-the-dark Gingy? Did she suck on his little red rocket? Did she open up his pants and see pubes like Ronald McDonald's afro? Is that what happened? Does he look like Ronald McDonald from the waist down? Is that what happened? Kirsten, you're gross. You're disgusting. You're disgusting.
Psychological disorders, these could ruin people's lives, and it's the norm. It's once less
You're nasty, Kirsten. You're nasty.
to be expected. The point is, those are the symptomologies. They're not the disease itself. There's one disease. That is existence itself and being born into the world as a sentient life form with 5 senses, with a biology. That heart that's beating has a fetus, that's the same heart that's going to be develop heart disease and have a fucking thing.
I can't watch this anymore. This angry Gingy. I don't know how long he's going to last in life, though, because he's angry, angry, angry. The one-eyed Gingy mini sausage eater. Kirsten, is that you? Is that you, Kirsten? Did you eat his little Gingy mini sausage? Did you eat his little Gingy mini sausage? I bet you did, Kirsten. I bet you did. You know what really bothered Kirsten when I talk about some of these demons having smelly vaginas? Kirsten, I bet your vagina stinks. I bet you've got a smelly vag. She's got the smelly vag. She's got the smelly clam. She's got the smelly clam. She's got the smelly clam. Kirsten, I think your vagina stinks. That's why it bothered you. Because I never said yours. I was talking about demons. Certain dirty demons, but maybe you got a stinky vagina. You got a smelly clam, Kirsten. She has the stinky puss. She has the stinky puss, just like Callie has the stinky bum. She washes in a bucket. Kirsten, you better wash that smelly vagina. Yeah. Yeah.
I want you to think about how you feel when you think about this place, this realm. What thoughts come to mind? Perhaps thoughts like, it's evil, it's cruel, it's dark, it's ugly. It is a place that destroys spirits, destroys sovereignty. The notion of freedom vanishes in this place. The respect for freedom, the respect for sovereignty, it's all gone. It destroys spirits.
Wow, it destroys spirits. Let's see. He calls it a realm. He describes it as cruel, etc. He doesn't want to call it a hell realm anymore because he knows who calls it a hell realm more than anyone. But he's a copycat. Watch this. Listen to this. Listen. Let's see how much of a copycat this Finkelstein is. Oh, I'm sorry, everyone. I found this picture. I think this might be Finkelstein's sister. This might be Jeremiah Finkelstein's sister. I'm not hating on her, but there's a resemblance between him, Jeremiah Finkelstein, and her. Just give me a second. I'll see if I can get a picture of Jeremiah to compare. There's a bit of a resemblance, I think. I don't know if people have ever seen this before, but I know she can't help it, but she has the Finkelstein schnoz. She's more to the side than he is. His nose would be bigger if he turned a bit more to that side. Now, is that a relative of his? Is that is that a Finkelstein? I don't know. It might be. It could be. That could be. There's a bit of a family resemblance there. The schnoz. Oh my goodness. This copycat on the screen. He's a copycat. Rule, etc. He doesn't want to call it a hell. Wow, it destroys spirits. Let's see. He calls it a realm. He describes it as cruel, etc. He doesn't want to call it a hell realm anymore because he knows who calls it a hell realm more than anyone. But he's a copycat. Watch this. Listen to this. Listen. Let's see how much of a copycat this Finkelstein is.
Spirits. As an evil. It destroys spirits. It destroys spirits. It's an evil place, and it must be stopped. It must not continue. It has to end. It has to end because this place cannot continue to do what it's doing. Now just imagine that you're not inside.
So it has to end. Who says that the most? That this has to end. This has to be stopped. He's just a copycat. I'm going to rewind a bit. This creature calls this place evil, but he doesn't want to call it a hell realm. He'll call it an evil realm. Says it has to end. It destroys spirits. This creature, Finkelstein, is just a complete copycat. That's turn it up. Dance, everyone, dance. This is bar mitzvah. Bar mitzvah. Hey, hey. Matzo ball soup. All right, everyone. That meme, I created that meme. I wrote the Jewish matzo ball soup song. They're not creative, these creatures. They're just losers. He's a loser. He's a loser. That's all that he is a complete copycat.
Gone. It destroys spirits. It's an evil place, and it must be stopped. It must not continue. It has to end. It has to end because this place cannot continue to do what it's doing. Now just imagine that you're not inside this realm anymore. You are observing it from the outside. You are looking at it. You are looking at this cube, this whatever way you want to describe it. Whatever comes to mind, you can cube this whatever this cube, this cube, this cube, this whatever this cube, this whatever this cube, this whatever way you want to describe it. Whatever comes to mind, you can see the realm from the outside. You're not in the realm anymore, but you can observe it. You're observing all that it is. What thoughts come to mind as you observe? Perhaps that it's evil, it's cruel, it destroys spirits, it has no respect for freedom and sovereignty, and it just keeps getting worse. And there are spirits in there that need support, they need some help, and this place must end. It must not continue. It has to come down. Now, as you observe this place from the outside, you have a choice. You have a choice to take a step forward, take 2 steps, 3 steps, and enter this realm. Or you have the choice to turn your back to it and forget that it exists. What choice would you make if you were aware
Do you see what's on the screen there? Esoterica series, The Matrix Black Cube. I've been talking about it being a black cube and showing images of it that way for years. Where do you think he got the cube idea from? Seeing this from the outside, as looking at it as a cube. Where do you think he got that? It's in various videos of mine. That's not the only video. Okay? I've shown others where it shows levels of the cube. There's various ways that I've depicted it as a cube. Where do you think he got that from?
Hello.
Where do you think Creepy Jeremy got it from? He's such a copycat. He's a thief, talking about observing this place from the outside, something I've spoken about many times over the years, including during live streams. Viewing this place from the outside as a cube. He stole that from me. He's a thief. He's a copycat. He's a loser. He's a cockroach. Why does anyone watch this guy's shit? All he's done for over 3 years is copy me and envy me. He's a creature.
That this realm was evil and it must not continue. It must be. If you were aware that this realm was evil and it must not continue, it must be stopped, would you choose to enter, not knowing what consequences that might come your way, not knowing how hard it might be, not knowing whether it's possible or not? Would you choose to move forward and enter the realm, to free spirits, to wake up spirits, to resist the cruel and evil negative energies, dark forces that rule over this realm? Would you choose that? Would you say, I cannot allow this to continue. I have to go in there. I have to stop it. I cannot.
Listen to his wimpy voice. He thinks he's heroic. And he just sounds whiny. He just sounds whiny. Like a little bitch, like a little complainer.
Rule over this realm. The cruel and evil negative energies, dark forces that rule over this realm. Would you choose that? Would you say, I cannot allow this to continue. I have to go in there. I have to stop it. I cannot exist knowing that this place is flourishing. That this place is destroying spirits. Would you make that choice? Or would you...
How is it destroying spirits? Why don't you talk about the degradation? He's stopping short because he's like, maybe I can get away with copying him this much. You don't have original ideas of your own. You're just a thief. You're a copycat. You're not a seer. You're a follower. You're a copycat. You're a loser. It hurts your ego that you can't do what I can do.
That this place is destroying spirits. Would you make that choice? Or would you turn your back away from it all and go the other way?
Sounds like a bad actor, almost like somebody that's worse than William Shatner. Would you make that choice? Or would you do this? Would you do that? Or would you do this? He's so overdramatic. Very weird. It sounds insincere. He sounds inauthentic. He doesn't sound real. He sounds like a fucking actor or an agent. What is wrong with you, Finkelstein? What's wrong with you?
This place is destroying spirits. Would you make that choice? Or would you turn your back away from it all and go the other way and forget that it exists? Now, if you chose the former, to enter this realm, to resist the evil forces here, to make a difference, even if it's so small you can't see it with a magnifying lens, if that's something that you might do, if you feel that in your heart, in your essence, then perhaps you did choose to come here.
Do you feel it in your heart that you came to make such a small difference inside here that you can't see it with the microscope? Or a magnifying glass? Is that what you did?
Might do. If you feel that in your heart and your essence, then perhaps. If that's something that you might do. If you feel that in your heart and your essence, then perhaps you did choose to come here.
He's a creepy creep. He's a cockroach. I am always growing. Doesn't seem like it. I am not interested in being in a cult. I'm only interested in the truth. No, you said there is no truth. And that was the title. And you can say, oh, don't take it literally. I didn't mean it literally. You can always backpedal. Because you're a dishonest piece of shit. That's what you are. That's what you are. Isn't that right, Finkelstein?
Just want to do a quick video. Hey guys, hope you're doing well today. Just want to do a quick video as I'm going for a walk outside. Yeah, I am outside and it is not the greatest day ever, but it's not too hot. But anyway, let's chat, let's talk here. Been thinking a lot about this lately. The topic of why are we here? We as in awake ones. You know who you are if you're awake and you can see. You know who you are. Some of us that claim they can see, I think they're decoys, they're NPCs, they're AI potentially. But the ones that know, the ones that can see, they'll understand where I'm coming from.
You can't see, you can just copy. You can copy, steal, plagiarize. That's not seeing. You're a creature and you show it all the time. You show it.
From here. Us awake ones, us truth seekers, you could call it, are so different from the rest of the population. We are so much more, in a sense, advanced with our abilities to be aware, to be conscious of what's going on, to be open to what's true, whether it feels good or not. We are so much more advanced.
Only 5 likes in 4 days, 164 views. He's still getting too many views. But that's a good sign. Only 5 idiots like this shit. Only five fools. Creepy, creepy creature. What he's trying to do is justify being here. He likes to say that he has a mission. What's your mission in life, Finkelstein? Jeremiah Finkelstein? To be a loser? Is that your mission? Look at him bashing everyone here 2 days ago. Many, if not most, quote, truth seekers I interact with online use a very tiny percent of their intelligence. My microphone's blocking part of my screen. If they have intelligence at all, they constantly look at things in black and white, missing any nuance. It's a favorite word of Landry, and now it's becoming a favorite word of Jeremiah. They think, oh, I'm so nuanced. These others, they think and see in black and white, but I'm so nuanced. It's another way to boost their own ego and be an arrogant prick. For instance, if someone makes a statement that is positive or, quote, glass half full, they immediately assume you are a love and light new age clown. No, I don't think they do. Maybe that's in your neurosis and paranoid mind. What a bunch of tards. Now he's calling people tards. They are too immature to admit they don't have it all figured out. Oh, you're the mature one. And there is no one truth that is going to set you free. Being a, quote, soul trapper, it really bothers him, is not going to get you out of here. Focusing on the dark side of this reality will not get you out either. He's so passive aggressive. You need to be more dynamic than that. He learned a new word and he wanted to use it. Dynamic, right there. Dynamic. You need to see there are nuances. He was dying to say nuances again. And stop being glued to this idea that everything is black and white. I don't think me or anyone else that I know sees everything in black and white. But you perceive it that way because you're so lazy. You're too lazy to listen and pay attention and really learn. You're just trying to pick up on words and terms and ideas and copy them. That's what your focus is. Copying, stealing. You're a thief. The soul trap theory is a psyop, he says with a big exclamation point. And the faster you realize it, the better off you will be. Stop getting mad at me because you fell for another one as did I. He says he fell for it. Other times he said he never fell for it. When I say that ST is a psyop and you automatically believe I'm a new ager, you are an idiot. Look at him getting insulting and huffy and angry. Little crybaby Finkelstein's getting angry. Oy vey! If you think you are a slave for the rest of existence, you are a loser. A slave. Look at this. If you think you are sovereign and can create worlds but like to dwell in the negative, you are a loser. He's calling everyone losers. Look at this. This channel is for winners. Really? Doesn't seem like it. This channel, it seems like you're a crybaby. This channel is for those who want to actually get out of this parasitic existence. Oh, really? If you think you can just complain day and night, pointing fingers, sucking your thumb, no, that's what you do, crybaby. While watching vids in your parents' basement. He's getting so cringe. Like that insult has been around, used by feminists for years. Maybe he is a male feminist. Wait a second, maybe he is. I always suspected he's a liberal because he loves the LGBT, etc., trans. Maybe he's a male feminist. And then magically escaped this place. Then I don't know what to tell you. All the power to you, I guess. Look at this. He's telling people they need to live a moral life, yet he's calling people losers and tards. Right here, he's telling you need to live a moral life. How's he moral? He's a thief. That's not moral. It's not moral to steal and copy and plagiarize people. That's not moral. Come on, Finkelstein. Oy vey. Oy vey. You're not moral, are you? No. You're not moral.
Here's my response to the Sanity Machine. All right, here's my response.
So this was 3 years ago. This is one of his biggest viewed videos, 3.3 thousand views. He got thousands of views on this. It's from March 2023, so 3 years ago and a few months. Wow. It's almost 3.5 years ago. It's coming close to 3.5 years. Audio is way too low. You should fix it and re-upload it. Good luck in getting him to fix it. As usual, his older vids were more informative with less arguing. His original message is basically what most of us agree with. Who do you mean by us? If anything, I love his artworks, she said. His older vids were good. Unfortunately, he decided to make wrong choices after a while. Wrong choices according to who? The guy is a freak and belongs in a mental institution. Someone wrote. Believe what you want. Love me or hate me. I'm going to be me. Gay Robinson was laughing to tears 2 years ago. Her comment, I love it. I love Gay Robinson. This idiot Ashes wrote, someone who is always Ashes, beautiful Ashes. She used to be called Ashes to Ashes, I think. Someone who always wants to be right is the voice of hell. Stephen is everything he accuses others of. Really? Really? Let the soul shine. That's Sammy. She got banned years ago. Steven is a bully. He tried to get me to confess I hate men on his channel the whole time. The whole time. He was always very triggered by me. Wow. Look at all the haters come out. The disgruntled little haters. Dude is a crazed lunatic. I don't even recognize these creatures. Doesn't matter though. There's a lot of lying demons in this realm that stick together. Calling people stupid is a huge sign of his genius. Is she still around? Barbie Sasquatch, remember her? She wrote a bunch of comments here about me. One after another, after another, after... There's 5. Wow. This weirdo, the Sanity Machine, doesn't tell anyone anything they couldn't find somewhere else or within. Oh, really? Well, don't watch my channel then. I don't think that's true at all. Insanity Machine, this person wrote. There's a lot of bashing. Thousands of people have bashed me on YouTube, but nobody's been able to prove me wrong. All they can do is sling empty words, empty insults that mean nothing. For years, creatures have been slinging insults, but how about you prove me wrong, losers?
All right, here's my response to the Sanity Machine. He has made, I believe, over 600 videos by now, and a lot of good content. I've been a sub for quite a while. He hasn't been a YouTuber for too long, but I've watched a lot of his videos, got some good perspectives. This is my response to him. He mentioned me and some of the comments that I had left, some questions I had, which were valid questions. So I'm just going to respond. You guys can make up your own mind. Here we go.
All right, that's what they said before somebody swam across the Great Lakes. I know they didn't swim across the widest part. They chose the most narrow part they could. I realized that, okay? As a kid, I didn't realize that when I heard it on radio, but, I realized that. There's a lot of things that they say, nobody's ever done that. What makes you think you can do that? Well, for one thing, we're not all equal. We're not all the same. So who are you comparing me to? I don't know what I'm capable of. And somebody said they watched over 200 of my videos and then they left a dumb comment like that.
Well, that was me. I watched over 200 of his videos, and I've watched so many hours of his videos. A lot of the stuff I already knew already, but it's really just getting a different perspective.
Yeah, sure you knew a lot of this stuff already. I doubt that, because you don't know anything today, over 3 years later, almost 3.5 years later. You never demonstrated that you know anything that's valuable. You're just a liar, you're a loser, you're a copycat thief, you're a scumbag, you're not moral, you're a hypocrite, you go calling people tards, idiots, stupid, etc., 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 while claiming that you're moral and that you live a moral life. How are you moral? You went from a super fan to someone that's obsessed with me for over 3 years. Is it close to 4 years that you've been obsessed with me? Creepy Finkelstein. You said I'm the reason that you started this channel. Your first video's about me, claiming falsely that you exposed me. You've never exposed me as anything. 31,000 views in all these years. Barely anyone watches your channel. I get 31,000 views in a month. What's wrong with you, loser? What's wrong with you, Finkelstein? Little crybaby. Little crybaby. That's all that you are, isn't it? Boo hoo 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 hoo. Hello, my tigers. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. It's a beautiful day in Hellrum today. Let's see here. Who's this Tigger? The entire world is high. The prison called life. This guy's calling a prison. Is this another misery pusher channel? Is this another misery pusher? Another misery pusher? What is this?
Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the prison called life. We are back again. We are back again to the channel. We are back again into the prison called life. Now, I came across a TikTok that basically, the guy was talking about Donald Trump, the president Donald Trump, and I came across like his TikToks once or twice, and he has talked about how Donald Trump actually has kidney disease. Now of course, I don't know for sure if he has those diseases, and he also talked about how Donald Trump actually has dementia, or the first stage of dementia that is starting to occur. And he also showed a picture where and he also showed a picture where um
Ooh, a shirtless mushroom coyote. Wow, how do they get away with this?
I realized to some, at least to me, words have become meaningless. People can say all kinds of words, but truly, what does their character show? What do they leave behind? Do they leave behind a bunch of broken hearts? Or do they leave people feeling loved, seen, heard, all that is good? I'm not gonna really show myself anymore, but I just want people to understand truly that nothing here goes unseen, and everything that we do here truly matters. How we treat other people, how we speak to people. And like I said numerous times, I haven't been perfect. I'll never be perfect. I'll make mistakes, but I am truly sorry. If I did ever hurt anyone, it's not my intention. I'm gonna turn my camera off.
You've posted hundreds of comments about me, bashing me, laughing at it. Like you just, it was your intention. You're a liar. You've intended to hurt me as much as you could try for years. And you've intended to hurt others. You're a liar. Why would you go topless on YouTube? Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
feel like I'd have it on for a little bit, and my hair is growing out really long, and I don't know what to do with it, honestly. It gets to a point where it annoys me, but I felt like it would be kind of cool if I could grow it out super long. I don't know how I would feel about that or how I could handle that, but I thought it'd be cool if I grew it out super long to honor my friend, Mohammed. He's been on my mind a lot lately. But, yeah. says there's 4 people in the chat. That's cool. But yeah, I realize it's actually easier for me to talk when I'm not on camera because, well, all eyes are on you, right? And you know that there's eyes on you. You know, like, certain eyes are on you. I have so much guidance and so much insight, so much intuition, and that's not boasting or bragging or anything like that. It's just truly, wow. I am gonna try my very best to still assume the best, that people are trying their best, not to be suspicious or wary. You know, a lot of people judge people, but they don't really know them. And I feel like a lot of people didn't even really get to know me because they actually didn't give a fuck. And that's fine. Hello, Mitchell Harris. Hey, Joshua, how you doing?
Have you ever seen Mushroom do a live stream for an hour, 2 hours, whatever, about something other than talking about other people, talking about just the same things? Have you ever heard them discuss a topic that wasn't drama, gossip, crying victim, the same old spiral? Ever in all this time? Ever?
I hate going to get my hair cut. I let mine grow out for a while, and I let someone who's close to me give me a little trim, and it actually turned out okay. Oh, that's awesome. That's really awesome when you can get like a free haircut or like a donation or, you know, something from a friend. Someone I know gets a haircut from somebody who does them in his backyard. And he said we had the most awesome conversations, and I was like, wow, that's awesome. You know, when you get to have a good interaction in this place that's full of sorrow and so much misery. But anyway, let me turn down my phone because I'm getting pinged right now on my other phone. But that's really cool to see you, Joshua. I'm always happy to see you and watch your lives and your videos and hear your insight and what you've gained knowledge from, because I very much do agree with a lot that you're saying. I know I might seem, not that you're saying this or anything, but you know, from the talk of the chat in your last live stream and everything, I really appreciated what you said too, with like, you know, not to judge my spirit or anything. And we're all on our own path and we're all learning, and things are always changeable. Life is very fluid. I'm realizing that about this reality, that it's far fucking more weird and stranger. Day by day, it actually seems to get way more weird. And I don't really know what's going on. I can't really know for sure, obviously. But I know that whatever I intend, whatever I'm praying for, and I wanted to say too, I'm not doing anything in any sense that is in any way associated with any evil, you know? Like I explained the whole Sufism aspect of the mystical core, and I realized I didn't realize, actually. I realize now that I didn't realize that how much me sharing myself on here would be recorded and clipped and repeated over and over again for some specific reason. And I can't help but feel called to say certain things. I don't know, I just feel like I want to express something, and I think that's beautiful when anyone ever does. I mean, even if they spew out a bunch of like garbage, I don't want to be mean. You know, I could say degeneracy. I say, hey, they're expressing themselves. They're showing people who they are. And I really do realize that a lot of people can say a lot of flowery, really sweet words that sound like they're genuine, which is what I don't want to put labels again, but a narcissist or a false animator. I hate using these words, but it's like that super fucking demonic energy. They can so sound like they're so sweet and incredible, and they're so honest, and they're so empathic, and all of these things, and I've been caught in this web over and over again. Joshua said, I appreciate it. I don't have to agree with your beliefs to show respect and care to you. Thank you, exactly. That's how I feel about everything. And anyone, everyone. You know, I have a friend, I'm not going to say who he is or anything about him, but I mean, I've known people that basically are on the left-hand path, we'll just put it that way. And I don't judge them for that. I mean, that's their choice to do. I mean, whatever their way of going. I personally would love to know the truth and the genuine authenticity of.
So this creature knows evil Satanists, but it doesn't judge. But it judges me all the time. It boasts about not judging everyone, but it judged me from the very beginning, which is fine. Judge all you want, but I will judge you, Kai, and you're staying here. Period. And you'll see what I mean.
Of where people stand on certain things, just because, you know, I would want to know what the hell I'm dealing with. Because I think, obviously, I'm sure you can relate. Like, a lot of people can relate to certain people saying things that, you know, they stand for something. We can say religion, and they don't actually practice what they preach. And it's just really disheartening because, you know, there are a lot of great lessons taught throughout our history in the holy books, and all sorts of different teachers and philosophers and all kinds of people. Like, they're really, I don't know how anyone can ever get wrapped up in any kind of idea that they're like the first to ever think of something. I mean, we'd be surprised to hear what people have thought and never got to say, never got to express, no one ever got to hear them or understand them, but they probably had similar thoughts. Like, I really find people who acknowledge that they really don't know anything and they don't have to take credit for anything. They don't have some secret knowledge that no one else knows. Like, that's a really big red flag and a culty sign to me, is that when people start acting as if they have some hidden knowledge that, oh, you'll never know, or you'll never truly understand. And it's like, I do clearly understand. I see what you actually do to people. I see how you treat people, and no amount of any of this talk really is ever going to convince me. And once I know somebody is truly deceptive and very much of a liar, I really just can't believe anything they say. And it's truly sad, because I would love to have these people actually mean something that they say. I mean, when people say I love you, it's really strong. It's a strong word to say, love, right? But what does that actually mean to people? Does that mean obeying every single word and order that someone says? Or does it mean showing true compassion and empathy when people are going through hard times, and, you know, maybe we are preoccupied with all the shit that life throws us, and it can be challenging. But I realize, you know, when somebody says, you know, no matter how much you hate me, I love you all. or something like to that effect. I don't hate anybody, but I don't believe that I was ever loved in that sense. When I was told I love you, it really didn't mean anything in the end because I wasn't shown love, I wasn't shown compassion or respect. Hey London man, lay low. Hey, good to see you. I'm so glad that you're here, and you Joshua, and I don't know, should that be a sign that I should get off of the YouTube and not go live and spurg out and tell all my feelings? I mean, I just want people to know, listen to people, what they have to say, but be wary that there are so many deceptive people that are actually so blasphemous when it comes to the spiritual realm, and they have no idea what they're getting into. They have no idea what they're saying. London said, big up, Joshua. I wanted to ask you, London, do you want me to take you off as a moderator? And please let me know if you want me to take down that last live showcasing your videos, because I know you privated them, and I don't want to keep them up if that's something you want to private. But I feel like it's a very valuable learning lesson. But let me know if you ever want me to private that. I had all of those videos added, whatever I could find, whatever anyone ever put out that was a warning sign for anyone that may come across this insanity and the lore behind all this. I just wanted a playlist out there for anyone to see that, this is what a lot of us are dealing with. And by no means. Oh, cool. Thank you. You can keep that stream up, no problem at all. All right, awesome. Thank you. Oh, man, you know what? You sending me the moon, dude, right now, London. I have to show you this. I have had this on my window for the longest time, for years. Okay. And I got this at the Museum of Jurassic Technology in LA, and it just reminds me of you. And it reminds me of what you're showing me right now with the emojis. Partial eclipse of the moon. I got that card there. I'll have to take a picture. But it's art that was done, back when they looked through telescopes and they didn't have any pictures of the moon, but that was like a true scientific illustration. And then I got that this came in a picture frame. It was like a photo frame inside, and love is all you need. And that is a true message. I've had those things up there on my window for the longest time. And this little bat. Beanie Baby, almost like I paused on the name for a minute, like what the hell is that? But yeah, I just always think of you when I see that, and I've had that postcard for the longest time there. But yeah, I feel we have to be very careful out here. We have to protect our hearts, protect our spirit, and just smile, just keep smiling and laughing and finding joy whenever you possibly can, because there are a lot of people that will suck that dry out of you. Call them energy vampires or whatever, all the rest. But yeah, none of that matters. And any of you guys coming in here, all of you cool cats, it makes me want to try to put a positive spin here while I'm here with you guys, and go with the vibe and the flow of whoever comes on here, because I was gonna go over these comments of a post that I know that it's gonna disappear, but again, I'm not here to backbite or say anything. I just find some of the comments that I have gotten really hilarious, and it doesn't actually matter. I realize that if my my post disappears and those comments disappear. Who cares? Nothing here lasts. Nothing here at all in this material world is ever, you know. But I feel like in terms of eternity, you know, a lot of people talk about that. I think if we were to, I don't want to get all into my thoughts and ideas about heaven or whatever you want to call it, Jana, Jenna. If I pronounce words wrong, I actually knew a girl named Jenna, and it's crazy. She knew Arabic, and she was beautiful, and I had a crush on her. And she had that beautiful name, but she was Christian, and that was cool. I was cool with her being Christian. I'm cool with what anyone wants to be, you know, like as long as you aren't hurting people, your intentions aren't to hurt people. But I just see people so freaking lost. And I'm getting some of the craziest comments that I feel like, well, I can kind of like use that as a sort of learning tool, but I don't want to like, I don't want my channel to be about that. Jana, heaven, yeah. They hate to see us happy. Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, you sound so happy. I really hate to see you happy. They sound so happy.
Okay, today's talk is called We Are Born into a Hell Realm, Take 2. Yeah, so in Buddhism, like one of the realms is the hell realm, and some people say that this is the hell realm, that this life on planet Earth is the hell realm. So let's just have an examination of that. So these bodies are born.
All right, lady. Excuse me, right off the bat. How many colors is your hair dyed? Second to that, this isn't a planet. This is part of the hell realm. This is part of a matrix. This is a level within something, obviously. Go out of body. This is not a planet. So in the first 29 seconds, I think you're already off track because you believe you know something and you haven't done the work to know. You haven't done the studying. You're just giving empty opinions on something you don't know about.
And they come from particular family history of that. So these bodies are born. Planet Earth is the hell. Planet Earth is the hell realm. Planet Earth is the hell realm. Planet Earth is the hell realm. Planet Earth is the hell realm.
No, it isn't. We're in one level of a matrix. I've never said planet Earth is the hell realm. So where do you get that from?
So let's just have an examination of that. So these bodies are born, and they come from particular family history. So they come with habits and conditions that go back through many thousands and thousands of generations. They go back right to the very beginning of the first organism that existed. They go right back to the Big Bang, in fact. You can't really...
The Big Bang. So she believes this is a planet Earth, Big Bang. How far are we in? 52 seconds. In less than a minute, she's already spewing the programming, the nonsense. So she's going to come up and say, this isn't a hell realm, but you believe all the lies, lady. Your head's full of lies. Your head's full of lies.
Separate it out. That existed. They go right back to the Big Bang, in fact. You can't really separate it out. So these bodies are born, but we, who we truly are, is never born. Who we truly are is this empty looking, or consciousness, and the beingness, sense of aliveness. So that is not born. That always was and always is. But these bodies are born, and after a couple of years of apparent life, the consciousness and the beingness seemingly gets identified with the body-mind mechanism, with all its habits and conditions and biology. So some people believe that the habits and the conditions are from previous lives, and some of people just believe it comes from your ancestors. It's up to your interpretation. So when the consciousness and the beingness identify with the person, I would say it is a life of suffering. So yes, I would say that that is going into a hell realm.
Oh, here we go. It's a life of suffering if it's your fault. By identifying. Oh. What about children born horribly deformed? What about children with leukemia? What about children that are being abused? So you have it right off the bat, you have a huge blind spot. You'd like to blame the person. What if it isn't their choice and they're suffering with chronic pain every day? She's another new ager, and the hair was a dead giveaway.
As soon as that identification happens.
Why am I saying new ager? Some people are probably might be like, what do you mean new ager? Well, she's blaming you. That's what new agers do. It's your fault. It's how you're identifying. You're in hell because you want it to be, they say. You're making it hell for yourself. You got to choose love and light.
Identify with the person, I would say it is a life of suffering. So yes, I would say that that is going into a hell realm. As soon as that identification happens, the hell realm begins. And my experience now of being at a very young age of 44.
I don't care how old or young you are. What does that matter? She's like a female Jack Talcott. You go into a hell realm based on your choices. They say, no, no, no. Look at the countless millions of children that are severely disabled. Where's your explanation? What about people that suddenly die of heart attacks or end up in a coma or paralyzed? It isn't just emotions and mental choices and what you identify with, lady. Even her poses, her arms. Looks like she does yoga. I bet she meditates, does yoga. You're just a walking stereotype. I know you think you're different, but you're like so many others. You're cookie cutter.
44 is that if people don't begin to go inwards and examine their experience, people's lives just get worse and worse and worse. That sounds really harsh to say, but just from watching people around me, if they're not doing that inward exploration, the body ages, so the work in which we have to do becomes harder as the body ages. And then people are making choices which aren't healthy choices. They're not.
You got to do more work. You're going to work and work and work till your dying breath, but then you're going to get recycled because you don't actually look at the hell realm system the way I have. You dismiss it as people just growing old and miserable and people making bad choices, people identifying with the body. You don't know what realm you're in. You think you're on a spinning ball, planet, tilted, wobbling, spinning, flying. You're wrong. You believe in a big bang, pushed as a theory by a Jesuit and by Freemasons. You're a fool. But you don't realize it because you feel smug and clever. You think you know. You're 44 and you don't know anything about where you are. You don't know how this works at all.
Normally choices out of stress, out of fear, out of anxiety, out of a desperation. So they're not making healthy choices. So their body is naturally aging. They've identified with the habits and the conditions. So who they truly are has seemingly become limited. And then they're seeking, and their discomfort gets greater and greater as they age, because they don't make wise choices out of limitlessness. out of freedom. They're making choices out of a contraction, out of fear, out of identification, out of anxiety, out of lack. So therefore they are just adding, they're like piling it on top more and more and more. And yes, I would say it's a hell realm. I watch people around me and, you know, as you get older, especially when you begin to have kids and you're working, like life is getting more and more stressful because you've got more and more to do. You're not making right choices. So then when you're not working or looking after the kids, you're most probably binge watching TV or exhausted. So like overeating, drinking alcohol to relax, taking drugs to relax, maybe on medication. And so that all affects the body negatively. So it makes the body more sick. And then on top of that, they've got the natural destiny of getting older, that the body is going to decay. So things are going to seemingly go wrong more and more for this body. It's not really wrong, but wrong in terms of like, you know, the body is going to get sicker. There is going to be more physical problems. There's going to be less energy. If you're a woman, you're going to go through a massive hormonal change starting, you know, like late 30s for some people, and then going on till 60s. Some people say that it never ends, you know, for the woman. And men goes through a massive hormonal change. Then we're also in an environment that is highly toxic. We are consuming immense amount of plastic from our environment, which also will physically affect our body. We're consuming so much screen time, which is overstimulating dopamine in our mind, and you know, we're getting very short attention spans. But then also using the screen into the evening is not good for our brains to sleep. So most probably people's sleep is affected. So yes, if you have not begun to look inwards, then your life is going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And the seeking is going to get more and more and more intense. Seeking is identification. When you've identified with, when there has been identification with being the body-mind mechanism, so consciousness and beingness is no longer free and expansive and limitless. It is identified with the habits and the conditions and the physicality of this body, and then it's seeking to try to get rest, because it cannot get rest when it's identified. Yeah. So yes, I would say we are living in a hell realm if there hasn't been the inward journey. So what is the inward journey? The inward journey to the nose. We're going inside the nostril. The inward journey is exploring who you truly are. And Nisargadatta would say, and Ananda Mahima would say, it's you're no longer outward facing. Your mind is no longer just outward facing.
Don't look outward at the children with leukemia. Just look inward. Pretend they don't exist. The inward journey, that's what. She even has a ring on her thumb. You're so kind and loving, lady, that you don't want to look at the suffering of others in this realm. You want to pretend it's just our diet, just too much screen time, eating too much plastic. That's all. You would never look at my videos. I know that. I know her kind. I know her type.
So just looking at things, at pleasure, at sensations, at events, at circumstances, you're facing inwards. And when we face inwards, so when we turn around...
You can put on a blindfold and face inwards, but it doesn't change how many animals die in this realm every day. In horrendous ways, in pain and suffering. You just don't want to look. You want to put blinders on. That's all. You want to wear a blindfold. It's easier for you. You can't face the horrors like I can. You'll say it isn't a hell realm, but you're not strong enough to look. You're not as strong as I am spiritually, not even close.
Around and start asking who we are is a phenomenal ride, because what we begin to learn is that our essence, what's actually experiencing now, is limitless. And all of this is a mask that we've put on. And then we've seemingly got lost in it. The hair is a mask, the earpods are a mask, the eyebrows, the eyes, the nose, the lips, the clothes, the skin, all of it is a mask of what we truly are. So you could think of it like a cup. So we have a cup, my beautiful cup here. This looks very grotty because I just had a hot chocolate in it. My new favorite drink, cacao. So we've got a cup, we've got a glass. So in the middle of the glass, there is space. Limitless space, and that space.
That glass looks like it hasn't been washed in a long time. Wow, that's weird. She's excited about a hot chocolate, but she's not excited to look at the suffering of billions, perhaps trillions in this realm. She doesn't want to. You don't want to look, do you?
Space is not like cut in two, that there's space out here and then space in there. It's the same space. And we know that. We just intuitively know that space is space. It isn't space outside the cup and space inside the cup. It's the same. Like, if I go like that, it's the same space that goes in and around the cup. And what happens is we put a cup around the space, or we build a cup and it looks like there is space inside the cup that's contained. But if I were now to have like He-Man arms and just to crush this glass.
Does any of what you're saying change that children have leukemia and animals are being eaten alive every day in this realm? That's what I want to know. Does any of this change the facts that I present? See, I'm cutting through your new age bullshit. Does anything that you're doing change the facts that I can show about the actual suffering in this realm? I think a lot of women get wrapped up in this sort of thing on her channel. Not just hers, there's countless millions of channels like hers. Psychology. Wow, look at this. 11,000 views. People love this shit.
Glass, so I crushed it. Would the space be affected? And the answer is no. The space would be exactly the same. If that's hard for you to imagine, you can imagine me having a paper cup, you know. It's hard to imagine that I have muscles. If you imagine a paper cup, when I crunch the cup, it's exactly the same space, and the space was never affected. And that's the same as what we are, our essence. This is the beauty of non-duality. This is the divinity of what is our essence is never affected by this mask that we put on, by these clothings we put on, this skin, this lips, this hair. When we believe that we are this hair, this body, this nose, then we enter the hell realm. Because this is impermanent. It's going to end. And it's a lie, so you're always fighting life. What you are is the space inside the cup, inside the body. You are the no thing and the everything. What is traditionally taught in Advaita, which is the tradition in which I come from, it is you are consciousness and beingness. And the place in which you look to find your true self is the personal consciousness. So the personalized consciousness and the personalized beingness, which is I am. So you begin to look that way, and they are like the gateless gate, or the bridge to the infinite, to the big consciousness, to the beingness. And as you look, it's like the Pac-Man when it eats itself, you disappear. You know how like he touches a ghost, the Pac-Man, and then he disappears and eats himself. by his head going backwards. And it's the same, as you begin to go inwards and look at who is looking, you begin to disappear in it. So this is the spectacular journey. And if you want to step out of the hell realm, then you have to investigate who you are. If you keep looking for it in things, in people, in emotions, in behaviors, in shadow work, in money, in tools, in computers, in clothes, in hairstyles, in beauty, if you keep looking for it in all of these things, you will be and remain in the hell realm. There is no freedom there. It will just get worse and worse. The seeking will get exacerbated, will become more and more, and your body, as it gets older.
So basically, she thinks hell realm is not a realm, it's a feeling. That's what she thinks. She thinks that beings like me that call this a hell realm, she believes or assumes that I just think I'm just a body. She's way off target, completely off. But she's super confident without actually studying it. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
Will no longer be able to do all the tasks that it believes it has to do in order to be happy. So the body will get more and more exhausted, but the seeking will be amplified. You'll have more and more things that you feel.
She thinks it's about feeling. She thinks we're unhappy, therefore we're calling it a hell realm. She's similar to Jack Talcott. Very similar.
Feel like you have to do. And more mentality, abstract thinking will arise, and you will then be a walking around mental story that is lost in a daydream that's not true. Yeah. So the answer is in what is experiencing now? Who is experiencing now? And this is the most closest thing to you. It is the consciousness and the sense of being. It's what's always been there, what's never changed, what everything has come and gone in, the body, the environment, the emotions, the feelings. But this has never left, it will never leave. You can go to the moon and it'll still be there. You can be in deep sleep and it'll still be there. This is the freedom. Nice. So thank you to those on YouTube. If you want to join these talks live in Zoom,
your mind against you. I will disarm you with the truth. With the truth. Darkness, storming, I will like an apocalypse, warring, a spiritual battle, a spiritual reckoning. Haunt you, raven eyes will watch you flying high above. Wherever you may roam, you will be seen in your dreams. Watched by me, you will bleed. Watched by my ravens and crows. You will find no refuge. You will have no home. Hell is forever. Evil demons will burn here in the fire, cannibalizing each other forever and ever. Here where you belong, no moon, no sun, darkness and pain will be
Goodbye for now, everyone. Good night, wherever you are. Mad love to all good, authentic, true, caring spirits. And fuck the diamonds. Burn the diamonds. Burn them. Burn them. Burn the diamonds.